3 billion people. That's how many use e-commerce every single day. You, me. Every time we open an e-commerce app, we're drowned in ready to buy. But why? It's not just design, it's not just ads, it's the secret sauce. Powerful recommendations, personalization, real-time analytics. What if we could build this? What if I told you we're not just building an e-commerce site, we're building a real-world multi-vendor e-commerce platform packed with everything modern platform needs. Not just a store, not just another demo, we're building an e-commerce SaaS product. Alright, so right now you can see our website login page, and this is actually the seller part. We're going to actually make 3 different front end or this full project series. For example, one is for user, one is for seller, another one is for admin. So for example, our website domain name is eShop. So eShop.com, it's going to be the user one, and seller.eshop.com, that's going to be for the sellers. And then admin.eshop.com or like any other name, that's going to be for the admin one. So we have 3 different subdomains and 3 different front-end projects as well. Yep. Now right now in here, we can do login, or we can create an account. And here for validating the form, we're using here that React hook form. Right now, let's click sign up button. Then let's write name. So this is my name, and email. So let's add something like this one of my team member email account, and then sign up. And here you go. You can see enter OTP. And here we have to right now enter an OTP, which we have inside our email. So let's go to our email right now. And here you go. You can see, hello Shahri Shajib. Thank you for registering with eShop. To activate your account, please use the following activation code 2131. Please enter this code on the activation page within next 5 minutes. So right now here we can enter the OTP. So suppose I'm adding something like dummy, which is not correct. Then I'm hitting this verifying OTP. Incorrect OTP, 2 attempts left. I just want to tell you one thing about this authentication system, that this is one of the most advanced authentication systems I ever made, and I believe it's still not available on YouTube, like a complex authentication system like this. So here you can notice we have another button that resend OTP. We can again resend the OTP. If the OTP is like, we didn't get the OTP for the first time, then we can again send another OTP. And here we have 3 attempts left. If we are entering a wrong OTP for 3 times, then our account will be locked for 30 minutes, I think. For 30 minutes. For the next 30 minutes, we cannot send any OTP request, or even we cannot create any account with that email. That will be locked in our Redis database. So we'll actually check that is the user already tried so many times. We'll log the email for the next 30 minutes or 1 hour, as like Facebook or other social media, how they actually operate with this OTP sending mechanism. The OTP is valid for next 5 minutes, so we have to quickly add it. So suppose I'm again adding wrong OTP and on attempts left. Right now it's very serious. We have to write now the correct one. So 2131, this is the correct one. So 2131 and hit verify OTP. And here you go. Verifying OTP done. Right now here, let me enter my email. So suppose that email, password, and login. Here you go. You can see I'm logged in right now. This is showing my first name in here. This is our website homepage. And I personally like this hero part a lot. And here, this is the filtered options, like for categories and subcategories. You can select like electronics and mobiles. And from here, you can see like the products are coming here. And then one thing I just want to let you know right now, you're watching here, all product pictures are same. Why it's same actually? It's actually same because I implemented here on recommendation system, on product recommendation system by using on custom machine learning model. Yes, you heard right. We're going to make a custom machine learning model for our e-commerce recommendation system. For example, for making these product recommendations, for making our shop recommendations, for this type of task, we are actually using our own machine learning model, and we're training that by using actually TensorFlow. And we're actually tracking all the user analytics. For example, let me just search for on product, suppose this one, suppose like iPhone, and I'm going to this product. Now notice an interesting thing will happen. Let me show you our database right now. So in this user analytics, you can see this is our user ID, which user we just created, the user country, from which country the user is, the user city, the user which device the user is actually using, the user last visited time, and actions. This actions is the main important things here. Because of these actions, our recommendation system is actually working. So here you can see I have one action here, that is product view. So yeah, it's true that I went to this iPhone 14 Pro Max product, right? That's why it's showing here. So suppose I'm adding this product into wish list, then you will see another magic. I'm again coming here, giving another reload. Notice two actions. Why? Because I added the item in wish list. So it's actually tracking me. And that's how the recommendation engine actually work in every applications. For example, the social medias or like in any e-commerce applications, they're actually tracking us. That's the real thing happening. But tracking this data, it's not so easy. Why it's not so easy? Because think about it, that 10 million people using our application at the same time, or suppose like a little bit amount, like 1,000 people, okay? Let's say 1,000 users using our website at the same time. It can happen, it's very normal. And then when 1,000 people is going to our product details, suppose this page, definitely 1,000 request is going to our server, right? For creating this analytics, right? Or for updating it. But is it really possible to add all the actions at the same time? Like in big applications or in large scale applications, there can be like 10,000 people or 1 million people at the same time when they're visiting the website. We cannot send all the requests at once to our server. It will break our server. This is very normal. And that's where message broker comes in on event-driven architecture. For example, when we are giving a like on Facebook post or on a Twitter tweet, we're just giving a like. Instantly, it's not sending the request to our API. No, it's not working like that. We are working with an event-driven architecture, and in this project series, we're using this one, this Apache Kafka. This is actually on message broker. So when I am going to this product details page, I'm not sending this to API. I'm sending this to our message broker, and our message broker is adding that into our database with a batch system. Instantly, it's also not adding all the actions. And message broker like Kafka can easily handle millions requests without any problem, because that's the work of message brokers. And that's why when like, at the same time, like 1 million people giving like to a post, no problem. Our event-driven architecture or the message broker has power to control this or to update our database. Instantly, it's not updating our database. In this project, actually, we're using a 3 seconds, like, set timeout, for example. So for example, you're adding an item to wish list. And at the same time, like, 10,000 people also adding another item in wish list. We're instantly not adding that in our like database. We're adding that after 3 seconds. Okay. So with this system, we're not adding only one items. We're adding like 1,000 requests at the same time instantly. So it's a little bit complex, but don't worry. When I'll work there, I'll try to my best to explain you everything about message broker and about event-driven architecture. So that's it. And right now, an interesting thing, when I'm removing it from wish list, you can see the actions right now not here. It's already removed from here because I removed it from the wish list. Now for the recommendation engine, on very important thing, when the user just have on actions or 2 actions, you cannot make any recommendation system, right? It's impossible. For example, when you're going to suppose Amazon website and like, you just created your account, definitely you're not getting recommended products. Yeah, you are getting recommended products like the most sold out items, something like that. But that's not the real recommendations. Real recommendation will only work when you are using the application. So in our case, when you are using our application and you have more than 50 actions, okay? When a user have more than 50 actions, we're making on recommendations for the user. Okay, so right now I just have 1 or 2 actions, so definitely it's not going to give me any recommendation. It's just going to show me all the available, like most sold products or like suggested products. It's completely working like that. And latest products is actually the all newest products. Right now, I know still you have that same question, why the pictures are similar here. So as I was working with that recommendation system, I must need huge data. Without data, I cannot make a recommendation system. For example, I must need at least 100 shops, 100 sellers, and more than like 100 products. It's very normal. Why it's normal? Because without enough data, I cannot actually train our machine learning model. Okay, and day by day, when you were like using this application, our machine learning model will be more stronger. The recommendation engine will be more stronger day by day. That's how actually the machine learning model actually work. ChatGPT is super powerful because everyone use ChatGPT. That's why if you don't use ChatGPT, ChatGPT cannot be super powerful. So that's the reality of AI. So yep, and that's why actually this is some static data, not static. It's like some data sets, some, we can say, some pre-processed training data. Okay. For example, if you come here, you can see we have the all products here. We have 103 products here. Okay. The first 2 products I just created by myself. Rest I didn't create it by myself. I just took it from somewhere as like example, and that's it. So that's why the pictures will be definitely not like valid all the time, because I cannot test all the pictures. So that's why in this product list, most of the pictures are not valid. And for that reason, I added here on single image so that it's not show us like, invalid images or something like that. You can check the product title and descriptions, all are different. Yeah, right now, one important thing, suppose I'm going to this shops. From here, I can filter the shop also. Like this is our Becodemy shop. We have actually on followers here. Let's click this visit shop. And here we can follow this one. So 2 followers right now. And this is the offers. And then like some social media links. Yep. Now let's come back in this offers. We just have actually on offers, which is also expired. Right now, let's come back to profile page and let me show you some interesting thing. Actually, let's do an order. Let's order this product. Okay, so add to wish list, come to our wish list. From here, we can add to cart this one. And let's come back here. Now from here, we can like, add more quantity. And then we can have like apply any coupon code if we have any coupon code. So for our case, we don't have any coupon code yet. And like we can select the payment method. So credit card is fine for now. Now click this process to checkout. Now here, another interesting thing is happening. You can see that we are using here on session ID. So suppose like, when you're giving on payment, you are just like, copying the URL and sending someone. No, it's not gonna work. It's gonna work for like a certain time, like 5 minutes or 4 minutes. And it's unique. When I'm creating on like, payment, every time the session ID is different. So it's highly secure. Right now here, let me use on Stripe testing card as we're using Stripe for our payment gateway. And yep, now I'm hitting this pay now button. And here you go, payment successful. This is our order is done. And definitely after every success order, you will get a confirmation email. Yeah, so right now let's come back again here. So we can also click the track order, fine. Now right now notice you can see total orders 1, processing orders 1. So from here we can see our orders. We can track the orders from here like this. This is the order ID, like the ordered status, order is done. Right now the seller is packing the product, and then the seller will like ship the product, and then the product will go for like delivery and delivered. This is like the status for your product. And payment status already paid. How many dollar you paid? So $120. This is like your quantity and size, like the other options which you have selected. After that, you can see notifications, shipping address, change password, and everything is here. Even we can do the logout. And let me show the inbox. Here, this is our messaging system. So seller can actually talk with user. This messaging system have a lot of features, like we can send emoji from here. We can actually like, send picture from here, or even we can send simple message as like on real world e-commerce application. So that's about actually our user side. So right now let me do logout and let me log into our seller part. So here you go. You can see our seller creation part is here right now. So let's create a shop right now. So I'm just writing my name here. You can write your name. This is like your, your informations about the shop. Okay. Who is creating the shop, about that person informations. And after that email. So here we can say support @ this one. And phone number, anything. Country, anything. Now hit sign up and we have to enter OTP. So let's check the OTP. Here you go. This is the OTP 1713. So 1713. Now hit this verifying OTP button. Right now here we can add our shop name. So here, let me add any name, but I like this name. And then bio, like shop bio data, or like, on single line, which cannot be more than 100 words. Then address, opening hours, website, then category. So from here we can select this one, that mobile phone, sorry, not mobile phone accessories. It should be software and technology services. Yep. Now create. Right now, this is the most important part. We have to connect our Stripe account. But I know you will tell me that you don't have any Stripe account. Fine. This seller Stripe account is not need to be a traditional Stripe account. Okay. It's actually on Stripe Connect account and you don't need any account. When you will click this Connect Stripe button, let's see, it's redirecting us to connect.stripe.com. Okay, not the normal stripe.com. Okay, so this is actually Stripe Connect. And from here, we can you can enter your phone number and then you can click this use test code. After that, right now I'm using the test secret key. So that's why it's showing me the test informations. But for real person, it will show real information. Now, type of business. So which type of business you own? You are individual person, company, or non-profit. So we can say that we are individual person. So okay, fine, individual, and then hit this next button. After that, add here our informations, like our personal informations, like what is your legal name, then email address, date of birth. So here you can add anything. And then home address. So my address is something like this. I'm just adding like the Becodemy address. So yep. Post town, I really don't know which one this post town. Oh, I think this is the post town. Yeah. And address line 2, I don't need an address line 2. And for the zip code, postal code, let's add this one. Actually, this is for testing purpose, so you can add anything in here. Then hit continue. After that, right now, you have to tell about your industry, like from which industry you are. So we can select this software. And then your website. So we can add our Becodemy website and you can have, like, if you don't have any website, you can click this don't have a website. Okay. And then right now, like your bank account, this is very important because when a user is purchasing a product from your shop, you will automatically get payment to your bank account by Stripe. So the admin is not doing anything here. Admin is just telling you to connect your Stripe account. If you don't have, create on, no problem. You can create one and then you can click this agree and submit button. After that, and it's directly redirecting us to this login page because our account creation is right now done. So let's do login to our shop right now. So support @ it should be actually trained UI, that was an email, and password, then login. Notice that in free code here, like on basic cover, we can definitely modify this. Then no products, no offers because we don't have any product yet, but we can right now modify our profile picture. So let's add a beautiful profile picture at first. Suppose this one, a little bit weird, but yeah, it's beautiful. And then we can upscale our image. So let's click this. Thanks to this sponsor Image Kit for these beautiful features. Right now we can hit the save image and notice the image is in here. So you can do the same things for our cover photo. So let's add a beautiful cover photo. And hit this save image. It's not looking good actually. Yeah, this one is actually looking beautiful. Yep. And we can also click this edit profile icon. And now notice it's actually taking us to this edit shop profile. From here, we can add some social links, like we can add our YouTube channel link. For example, this one. We can add our Twitter account link like this one and then hit save changes. And here you go. YouTube, Twitter is here right now. And website is also here. Right now, let's click this back to dashboard. Now from here, this is the beautiful thing starting from here. And all of this data right now actually is static, and I just added all of this just for making the dashboard to a little bit beautiful. Okay, otherwise definitely when you are like creating an account, it will be like flat, no revenue, right? No visitors, no recent orders. So that's why just for like for the first time I added this, but we have all of this data, like this visitors data as I showed you earlier. Let me show you again. Check this users. We have our, not users actually, users analytics. Notice which device, which city, country, everything we have in here. So we can make this easily, these visitors distributions. Okay, we don't have this only for like users, we have this for sellers, we have this for products, we have for like everything, the analytics. Notice we're making our custom analytics system by using that event driven architecture by using Kafka. All right, so right now click this orders. We don't have any orders, that's why it's showing nothing. Same for the payments. And now come back in this create product, the most interesting part in this full application series. So from here you can see a lot of features like custom properties, custom specifications, stock, sale price, regular price, lot of options, even video URL. You can add YouTube video for your products, and then like sizes, then discount codes. We don't have any discount code, that's why it's showing like empty for now, but we can create discount codes. This is the all products, we don't have any product yet. Same for the event, we can create events from here. And inside inbox you can see no conversations available yet because we didn't create any conversation yet, that's why it's showing no conversation available yet. From the user part, only user can create conversations with seller. Seller cannot directly give message to user as like on real like e-commerce application. Then settings, this is a very important part. So from here we can see we can actually set on alert for our low product stock. So by default it's 10. So when your product stock is 10, you will get an email that hey, your product stock is like lower. Do we want to like like change the stock, or like you want to delete the product, or what you want to do? And then order notification preferences. So when you are getting an order, how you want to get the notifications, like by email or by web push notifications or by app push notifications. Why this app push notifications? Because in the future we're going to also make the mobile app version of this website, that's why. And all of above. So definitely most of the seller will select this all of above, but at the first time by default only email is true here. Okay, only email is by default in here. Yeah. And danger zone, so you can delete your shop, but when you're deleting your shop, so suppose I'm clicking this delete button, I cannot delete the shop immediately, and this is just for a security reason. When I am deleting a shop, it will take 28 days from the date of deletions. After that it will be permanently removed. So because like the seller account can be hacked, so that's why I added this security. Now right now when I'm clicking this restore, shop is again back to restore part. Now custom domains, seller can add their custom domains here. Okay, for example, like when you are adding on domain, just an example, Becodemy.com. okay, so suppose I'm adding the Becodemy.com domain here, then when I will go to Becodemy.com, then you will see this homepage in Becodemy.com. That's how our shop domain connection is actually working. But right now as this is in development mode, so that's why this is not working, because for working with this we must have to deploy our application. Okay, and after that we have to like configure on CNAME and A record, and don't worry, you will get all the suggestions and all the requirements like how to deploy these applications on EC2. You will get complete guidelines with the source code. And then withdraw method, so this is the withdraw method, so connected to Stripe. This is our email, that Stripe email, business name, payout enabled, yeah, it's true. Last payout, so no payouts yet. And country like GB means actually UK, which country we actually selected. Then charged enabled, yes. And we can also click this open Stripe dashboard to open our Stripe dashboard. Fine, we don't need that. Notifications, we don't have any notifications yet. Now from here, from the discount codes, we can create on discount codes. So suppose this one, percentage and flat amount, which offer or which discount you want to give with these discount codes, like percentage or flat amount. So we can say percentage, like when to give 10% discounts. Then on discount codes, like it can be anything. Suppose like flush cart or flush cart offer, we can say, but something like this, flush cart offer, and hit this create button. Here you go. And right now when I'm coming back to this create product, you can see the select discount code is here. So when the seller will try to create product, the seller can select the discount codes. Yeah, so that's it. Right now let's try to create on product. So suppose I'm uploading on picture of product. This is looking really beautiful on like on the flower. So we can add on title for our product that 50 roses are arranged in a luxurious velvet flower box. I think I did wrong spelling here. Yeah, flower box. Short descriptions for our quick preview. Okay, so let me show you. So this is called actually quick preview. So from here, actually, let's come back here and let's add on short descriptions as like this one, like on static text. Just add it in here. Text, suppose we can say apple, not apple, this is actually roses. So roses, then flower, yep, something like that. Warranty, so no, we don't have actually any warranty, so we can say no warranty for these products. Slack, this is important. This is on like unique URL, so you can we can add it like 50 roses are arranged, actually no underscore, it should be hyphen. Yeah, 50 roses are arranged in a, this is important for SEO purpose. Okay, so in a, this tags and Slack, luxurious, then that velvet flower box. Yep. Brand, actually no brand, so we can skip that. And colors, so we have blue color, red color, and not a white, we can say this color. Okay, and if you need any extra custom specifications, we added here a lot of fields, but still if you need a fields which is not available here, you can select that. So for that case, you can click this add specifications. Okay, so let me click this and notice 1 minute. So just remove the Slack and let's do one thing. Just copy this product title because the Slack cannot be more than 50 letters. So that was actually the error from our form validation error. We're using here React hook form for validating the form. Yep, done. And for the brand, we can skip that. And yeah, custom specifications. So we don't need actually any custom specifications here. So that's why we can skip this one. But if we click here, notice we can add something like this, that battery life, which value can be like 4000 mAh, something like this. Then we can click this one, that add new specifications. So this is like, on custom specifications, for example, on this brand. So it can happen that the seller is looking for on field which is not available here. Then seller can click this custom specifications and can add a new field here, which will also come in this product details. Okay, so that's it. And we don't need actually anything here, so we can delete that. And same for custom properties, but custom properties a little bit different. Custom properties is actually select option. So when I'm adding this material, I can add here some value like wood or cotton. Okay, and user can select on from here, not all the items. User can select on from here like wood or cotton, something like that. And cash on delivery, we want to turn on the cash on delivery. Now categories, we can select electronics, then suppose mobiles, and here let's add on like rich text editor, because this is like, here we can add on detailed descriptions which must need to be at least 100 words. So we can add here anything, whatever we want. We can like, change the font family as this is on rich text editor. And video URL, here we can add on YouTube embedded URL. Regular price, suppose $50, and sale price, suppose $40. The regular price and sale price never can be more than regular price. Okay, and stock, this is required, so at 50. or suppose 100 we can say. Then sizes. So for our this like flower, we don't need any sizes, so we can skip that and we can select this discount code. We want to give this one. Okay, now we can click this create button and here you go, our product is ready. You can see we can also delete the product from here, but interesting thing is that when you are trying to delete the product, it will also not delete instantly. It will stay in delete state for 24 hours. So after 24 hours, the product will delete it. So just for a like extra layer of security. Right now, if we click here, then here you go. This is our product details page, which one we just created. You can see from here, we can select color or we can change the quantity, like we can add it to cart. Yep, that's it. And this is like, the recommended products or the similar products which has similarities with this. And right now, let me do one thing. Let me show you what the difference in event. So event is actually for a certain time. For example, you are creating the event from today. Okay, so here suppose I'm like selecting on like today, and the event will end after 3 days. So after 3 days, this product will automatically delete. This is actually an offer, like an offer price you are giving. Okay. Right now we can actually do logout and we can do login to admin dashboard, because I know the demo part is getting so big, and that's why I said at the first time that this website is super big. It's like a complete marketplace. So here you go. Welcome admin, and let's do actually login as admin. And let me tell you an interesting thing here, what I was actually doing. That is, when you are creating account for the first time as an user, you don't have any account in the website, like, you just downloaded the source code, you're just creating an account, then how can you do login in the admin dashboard? So in that case, for the first user who is creating the account, that user role will be automatically admin. Okay, with that user account, you can do login to admin dashboard. Okay, you don't have to like, go to the database and change the role to admin again. No, you don't have to do anything like that. Anyway, the admin credential is wrong with, I think this was the account. What was the account? I forget it. Perfect. Here you go. You can see the admin dashboard is here right now. And inside admin dashboard, we also have that similar type of UI as like the seller, but it's different, not completely similar, because you can see this is user and seller distributions, like from which part in the world you have how many users and sellers. You can check that from here with this revenue. Now let me just click this orders, and you can see all the orders here which I got. And the interesting thing is, when I'm clicking this payments, you can see that from each orders, I am getting on 10% fees. So let me take you to the Stripe dashboard right now. And you can see that in this collected fees, we are actually collecting fees from the all sellers automatically. And the money is directly going to the seller account. So this is really interesting, that we're directly getting payment from the sellers automatically when an user is like purchasing on product. Then we can check our all products here, then events, then like, users. We can like ban any user if we want. Then we can like check our all sellers. And this is also another important part. This is actually loggers. So we also have on logging mechanism in here. This logging meanings, like, for microservice architecture project, we have a lot of services here. So let me just show you code little bit, that we have actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, actually 10 or 11 services. You can see how much big this code base is. It's super huge. For actually microservice architecture, logging is very important. And that's why actually from which service you are doing something. So here, when someone is like, doing something in our applications, we'll be able to see that inside here as our application logs. This is like the management. From here, you can like, add a new admin. This is like notifications, but still for admin, we don't have any notifications. And this is all customizations. From here, you can add new categories. Now I know you will ask me, when did you create category? No, you didn't create it. When you are running the website for the first time, we will automatically create the like categories, this logo and this banner. You can also modify it from here, this website logo and banner and other things like this one. Okay, like this logo and this banner, you can modify it from this admin dashboard. That's it. So the application is actually huge. To be honest, I cannot like show you all the features in demo part because it's huge and it will take so long time, and there will be 3 videos in this full project series. So today is the first one, and in this video we're actually finishing the authentications mechanism and some seller dashboard work, and from the next part we'll finish the seller and admin dashboard, and we'll start the end user part in the third videos. So that's it, but the full project is already done. So that's why if you need the full source code right now, you can check the description box. We already have a link for the full source code, but it's not free, definitely. Like I spent more than 4 months for creating this full project. So this is huge. This is not just this small project. It was so much complex for me because a lot of things actually we're using here, a lot of advanced technologies we're actually using here. So that's why I think I'm eligible to charge some money from you, because I'm not charging a lot of money. It's just like, $40, the source code price right now. So you can just purchase it. Or even if you don't want to purchase it, fine, you can watch the full video series. You can also learn a lot of new things, and you can also build these applications with me. So right now, let me show you that which technologies we're actually using in this full application series, because this is very important to understand about all the technologies, what we are using in this full application series. So that's it. Let's go. Let's see which technologies we're using. All right, so you can right now see my screen here, and let's start by creating a simple blank folder here by giving name, we can say eShop. Yep, eShop. That's good enough. Like any name, what you want to give in here. Yeah. Then just open this folder inside your VS Code, make it full screen, and perfect. So right now it's crucial to make a proper solid plan before starting any large scale projects. So that's why we're gonna right now do a little bit of research about this project structure and the technologies what we're gonna use in this full project. So let's go. So in here you can see on picture where I added technologies and a lot of things here. Like we're gonna use microservice architecture. We're gonna use NX for making our project folder structure, like on monorepo tools. For deployment, we're gonna use that AWS EC2. Then for backend, we're gonna use Express.js. For database, MongoDB. For secondary database, we're gonna use Redis. For ORM, it's Prisma. For frontend, Next.js. For message broker, Kafka. For API testing, Jest. For documentation, Swagger. For machine learning framework or tools, TensorFlow. For real-time communications, WebSocket, like Socket.io. For making the web push notifications, we are going to use Firebase. For our image provider or the cloud provider, we're going to use Image Kit. For the application containerization, we're going to use Docker. For implementing the CI/CD, we're going to use GitHub Actions. And also for domain management, we're using here Cloudflare. I know here a lot of technologies here, but let me explain one by one, okay? Otherwise, you'll be probably confused here. So a lot of things here, but don't worry, let me explain one by one. So let's start from this left side. Now, what is actually microservice architecture is? Why we're gonna use microservice architecture in this project? So usually when we make a project, normally when you're watching on full stack videos by using Next.js or Express.js or the normal style, we usually follow the monolith architecture. Okay, monolith architecture. It means that you're just creating a server folder, a client folder, and then your project structure is ready, done. You're good to go. And you are just connecting your backend with your server, like on server and on client side. That's good if your project is a small or medium scale project then. But if your project is large scale means you have a lot of service in your application, lot of things you have to do in your applications. For our case, we're making on a recommendation system, we're making on real-time analytics system, we're making messaging system, we're making a seller domain connections mechanism. So a lot of things we're gonna do in this full project. That's why monolith is definitely not an appropriate choice for us for this project. And only for that reason, we are using microservice architecture. And the main or the major difference between microservice and monolith architecture is that in microservice, we are breaking our project into multiple parts. Like for the order, we're making on service, like order service. For the authentication, we're making another service, like auth service. For our suppose the recommendation system, we're making another service. For the UI, like for the user UI, we're making a service. For the seller UI, we are making another service. For the admin dashboard, we're making another service. So we are kind of like breaking our full application into multiple parts. That's it. Okay. We are breaking our application in multiple parts. When we are doing the same thing with monolith architecture, we're just creating like server or client, or suppose another one is socket network server, like folder. But that's not good enough for large scale project. So that's why we're using here microservice architecture, because it's very important when you are making on real world large scale project. All the popular companies like Google, Facebook, or all of them use this microservice architecture for making their platform, because they are making large scale platform. Google use Bazel for making their microservice architecture. Now, what is Bazel? So for that's why I'm coming the second points, this monorepo tools. Now, what is NX? So let me show you by going to on browser. So let me just go to browser. All right. So let me just go to nx.dev. So this is the website. So NX is actually on tools for creating monorepos. Now, what is monorepos? We have two type of repository system we usually use in like our project. Repository system means like, again, that similar system. Like in microservice architecture, we are creating a lot of folder, right? Lot of services. So how we want to add that in our, like how we want to store that. So that's where monorepo comes in. So we have two types of repository system. One is monorepo, this one. So monorepo. Another one is polyrepo. So both are famous, and it has some like pros and cons. But you can see that monorepo versus polyrepo. You can see here that in software development, a monorepo uses a single repository for all projects, while a polyrepo uses a separate repository for each project. So simple. In this microservice architecture, we have suppose 8 or 10 folder. So when you are using monorepo, it means we're gonna store the all folders inside one repository. But when you are using polyrepo, okay, this one, polyrepo, then we're gonna store all the folders like the services into multiple repository. So which one we should use? Definitely if you are a single individual person, or if you don't have that much big team, then monorepo is the best option for you. But companies like Google, they don't use monorepo. Why? You can search, we can search here that is Google use monorepo? Oh, I seriously didn't know this before that. Google uses a monorepo with the most of its 120K engineers sharing a single repository. Can you imagine this? That 120K engineers sharing a single repository. Just think about the size of the repository. So, lot, right? And Google actually using these tools for making their microservice architecture. Oops, I think I added wrong spelling. Yeah, this is the correct spelling. Bazel, you can see. This is another open source actually tools for creating like monorepo. You can see that from startup to enterprise, choose the Bazel open source project to build and test your multi-language, multi-platform projects. So Google actually using this one because this is developed by Google. All right, but we're gonna actually use NX for our this project series. Okay, because NX is very easy. It's easy to set up with Next.js and Express.js. It's not like that you can only use Next.js and Express.js with NX. No, it's totally not like that. You can use a lot of frameworks. You can check from here, from this documentation, that you can connect your Python, Angular, and this is Gradle, like Vue.js, Express, Nest, Nux, Nest, Remix, Expo, everything with this NX folder structure. I mean, NX monorepo tools. So we're gonna use this NX in our this full project series, and it's really easy to set up. But still, when you're using on tools for setting up our microservice architecture or for setting up our monorepo structure, definitely it kind of like normal that there will be some common problems in the tools. For example, caching problem, or like like the major problem happens like with the caching mechanism. So still that similar type of problem also happens in NX, but we have solutions to fix those problems, and I'll show you step by step that if that similar type of problem happening for you in your project, how can you fix that. So don't worry. So we're actually using NX for setting up our project or for setting up our folder structure for the microservice. Yeah. Now come to point here. This is AWS. So we are actually using AWS EC2 at the end for deploying our this full project. We will use on like server there, and we are gonna just like clone our GitHub repository there. We're gonna use CI/CD like GitHub Actions for like implementing on like automations. Like when you are adding something in your code base, it's gonna update your production website. Okay, so for that, we're also using this Docker. So I will come there slowly. Let's come back here again. Now Express.js. So we everyone know about Express.js, and that's our backend framework we're using, like the simple one. Most of the people we know Express.js. Now for database, we're using MongoDB here. Now it's a like big question. I know a lot of you love that PostgreSQL or MySQL, but why I'm using here MongoDB? To be honest, I prefer MongoDB for some cases, especially like when we have to write a lot of extra data, because MongoDB is good for this type of thing. And that's why actually I am using MongoDB in this full project as our primary database. Okay, this is our primary database. We're storing the all fixed data. And now, which are not the fixed data, we will store that inside our secondary database, which is Redis. Redis is working as like on cache database or in-memory database. That's the power of Redis, right? So we are also using Redis here for storing those data which are not fixed. Okay, now for actually connecting our MongoDB and everything for like working with our backend, we're using here an ORM, object relational model, and we're using here Prisma for that. For the front end, we're using our all favorite Next.js. Now here is the point. What is this? Why Kafka, and why should we need this like message broker? This is a very like confusing questions for everyone. Everyone struggles here when they hear about message broker. Like most of the developers feel like this, that message broker is very complex, but to be honest, it's very easy. Setting up on message broker, it's very easy. It's totally not hard. And Kafka, RabbitMQ, all are similar type of things. Kafka is a product of, I think, LinkedIn, if I'm not wrong. So let's see again. Kafka, you can see that Apache Kafka is distributed event store and stream processing platform. It's open source system developed by Apache Software Foundation, written in Java. Wait, I think it's developed, product of LinkedIn, if I'm not wrong. So let's search, is Kafka is a product of LinkedIn or not? So you can see that Apache Kafka is a core part of our infrastructure at LinkedIn. So yeah, for example, we see usually we give like Reacts inside LinkedIn. Just not about like LinkedIn. Just think about Facebook or like any social media, for example, Twitter. So when we're giving like, just think about it. At the same time, suppose you're clicking the like button, you're again removing the like, and at the same time, it can happen that 10 million, 20 million people giving reacts. So just think about it. It's totally not possible to update the database instantly. And that's where message broker comes in. Message broker actually take on events. Okay. For example, let me give another beautiful example, and that is Google Analytics. So Google Analytics, just think about it like we are, for example, when we are going to this website, then Google is like tracking this, that yeah, I am going this website, so just +1 on view, right? They are increasing the view, right? They're like adding on +1 in the views. So instantly at the same time, it can happen 10 million, 20 million people visiting a website. So just think about it that it's totally not possible to add all the events at the same time in our database. If we do that with our like traditional API, or like if we send that to our server will crash, which is very normal thing. And that's why we have to use on message broker system or distributed system. So how message broker actually work? For example, let me give a good example. So here, suppose I'm going to the website, and from here, we will call this Kafka message broker. We will actually send an event. We're not calling any API. We are calling an event. And then this message broker can directly talk with our database, or it can do anything what like a backend can do. Okay. So for example, 20 million requests is going at the same time. Okay, fine. But it's not gonna like do all the work at the same time. It's gonna do one by one. And there's another important thing, like amazing thing of message broker, and that is batch processing. For example, we are right now, suppose right now in NX website, like 1000 people is visiting in NX website. Okay, so instantly 1000 request is going, or 1000 event is going to this Kafka, right? This message broker. So definitely Kafka right now, it's not gonna directly add this inside database. It's gonna wait for 3 seconds or 2 seconds or on seconds. Okay, it can wait for more. And then after that, it will add all the actions within the same time in the database. So you don't need to like send request again and again. This is called batch processing. So I'll explain it more detailed when I will start to work in this message broker, because we're gonna implementing this message broker, this Kafka, for making our e-commerce analytics. Like when you're visiting on a homepage, sorry, not homepage, like product details page, we have to store that. Why we have to store that? Without storing our user activities, we cannot make on recommendation system, right? We cannot make on product recommendation system. So that's why we have to store every single actions of the user. Then we can make on strong recommendation system by using this TensorFlow machine learning framework. So I'll talk about that later. Right now, let's talk about API testing. What is this? Usually we don't like write testing scripts for our APIs. I know you saw a lot of videos on YouTube, but I think most of them were not teaching that how can we write on API testing, even not in my videos. Because it's fine when you're making a small project, you don't need to do that API testing, but it's very important when you're making on large scale application, and especially on microservice applications, when you're using this microservice architecture. Why it's important? Because it can happen that suppose your application's API is working properly fine, but you don't know that you have an error inside that. So you are like pushing it to application to like the production, and it's gonna break the applications because there's an error inside that. So for that type of problem, we can write testing script in our project. So what these do? Actually, we can run that same function or that same API route in our application before uploading the code into production. So before uploading to the production, we are actually checking the full application. Is the application is working properly? Is the backend is working properly? If it's working properly, we are sending the updated code to the production. Otherwise, we are not sending the updated code to the productions. So this is on very secure way for working with large scale applications. There are some very popular testing mechanisms available in software engineering. For example, unit test, integration test, system testing, and end-to-end testing. So we're gonna use that end-to-end testing mechanism, and that's actually work like before uploading our application to the production. We actually do that end-to-end testing. So I will actually talk about that more detailed when we will write that testing script. Yep. Now, what is this? API docs. So this is also another very important thing. As this is on large scale project, definitely we have to add here something By watching that, any developer can understand that, yeah, what's going on in the project. Otherwise, suppose for a large scale project, it can happen that 20, 15, or like Google, like 120k people, software engineers using the same repo. So it's kind of like not possible to understand all the codes. That's where this API documentations comes in. For actually making API documentations, we're also using on framework, not framework, it's actually on tools. You can see that this is the tools. This is popular in Python world, but we can also use it inside JavaScript applications. So this is actually called Swagger. So you can see that in here we can write our API endpoint. We can see the payload, the response, like the headers and everything's in the API, so that any developer can understand the API without watching the code. So that's why we're actually using this API documentation, because this is very important for a large scale application. Now come back here, TensorFlow.js. One of the coolest thing I am using in this full project series. So TensorFlow.js is actually on machine learning framework or tools. So just come back again here. We were collecting all the actions from the user, right? What user is doing, we are collecting all the data. And then we are actually training the data. How we are training the data? We are training the data by using this TensorFlow.js. This is actually on machine learning framework. It's not any third-party applications or anything like that. It's an open source machine learning framework. By using this, we can train our own machine learning model. Okay, so yeah, we are actually using here our own machine learning model for making our product recommendation system. Okay, so that's it. For now, it's good enough, because if I go to more deep, you'll not understand anything, because still it didn't see the coding part. So right now, that's why I'm giving like some basic idea. Now, why WebSocket important? Why we are using WebSocket? So we are actually using WebSocket for making the real-time connections. For example, the chatting system, or for like the active indication system, like when on seller is active, we can see that activity indicator that, yeah, the seller is active. Okay, that's it. And I think you know this, that why we use WebSocket and that Socket.io. Now, Firebase. So we are also using Firebase just for implementing the push notifications. If you previously watched one of my videos, that mobile app development one, that like Becodemy mobile app clone or the LMS applications, we use their push notification in the Expo app, like push notification system, and we used FCM, Firebase console management or cloud management, I forget it. FCM full form, I forget the full form. Yep, so Firebase cloud messaging, this is actually, yeah. So we're actually using that Firebase cloud messaging for implementing push notification inside our website. Yeah, we can also implement push notification inside website. It's also possible. Now, for uploading images and for working with the images, like providing AI features, for example, removing background, adding a new object, adding shadow, or like do any type of editing with our images, we're actually using Image Kit. And I'm happy to let you know that this video is also sponsored by Image Kit. Image Kit is a real-time media processing product that helps optimize, stream, transform images and videos for the web. It comes with integrated storage and can also work with your own cloud storage, such as S3 bucket or Google Cloud Provider, etc. And Image Kit can also automatically compress and convert images and videos to a suitable format for every device. It's offer more than 50 plus URL-based transformations for your images and videos, from simple resize and crop to more advanced features like AI-based crop and watermarking or HLS or dash streaming. They support all of this. They also offer SDKs for popular frameworks and languages. And we will actually use this Node.js SDK on their generous forever free plan. We will use Image Kit for uploading our all pictures, and also we will use Image Kit for implementing those AI enhancement for our full application. Here we are also using Docker, and as I said earlier, like we are using actually Docker here for making our application containerized. Okay, why do we need this? So when you are using actually Docker, we can run this Docker compose, and we can like run our Docker images inside this deployment, and inside our this EC2 server, and then we can easily deploy the applications. Now let me go through a little bit like deep of Docker. why should we actually use Docker and what is the benefits of using Docker? For a small example, I'm right now using MacBook. So there are a lot of softwares in MacBook which not supported in Windows or like Linux or other services, okay? But when actually you are running that same system, I mean that same application inside Docker, so you are actually running the Docker with your like, in your VPS, like for example, this EC2 server. So at that time, you can actually run anything here with that native performance. So this is the beauty and the power of Docker. This is not the only benefit and power of Docker. There are a lot of benefits and power of Docker, what I'll explain in this Docker implementation part. Now, CI/CD. So this is actually GitHub Actions logo. So for actually implementing CI/CD, we're using GitHub Actions. And for domain management, we're using here Cloudflare. So why do we need domain management? I think you saw that in our applications, we're using custom domain features. Seller can add their custom domain. So for that, for maintaining that domains mechanism, for making the domain mechanism easy, we're actually using this Cloudflare. Okay. So these are the technologies what we are using in this full project series. I know a lot of things, and trust me, I really didn't work before with any this type of big project series. So I'm super excited to start this project series, and I can give and guarantee that you will not find out this type of any large scale project series available on YouTube right now. So I'm really super excited to start this one. So let's go right now. Don't wasting time. Let's get started to coding. Alright, so just press this get started from this NX website and just copy this command that npx create -nx -workspace. So just copy this command. Now come back in here in our project, open terminal and paste this command, and don't press enter right now because here we have to write something like this, latest and space dot. Then it's gonna create the workspace, the project inside this eShop folder. It's not gonna create a new project. Yep. Now, which stack do you want to use? So as I said earlier, in this project, we're going to be using Express.js for our backend service. So we can select this node that configures a node API application with your framework of choice. So right now we can press enter. Now, what framework should be used? None, Express.js, Fastify, Koa, Fastly, Express. So which one we're gonna use? We're gonna use the Express.js. So just select Express and press enter. Now application name, this is very important. So for our applications, we're gonna create a lot of services. So we can start with the auth service at the first time, and everyone actually usually start with the auth service at the first time because all the services need our auth service. So that's why first our application name will be auth service. Okay, something like this. Would you like to generate a Docker file? So yeah, we want to generate a Docker file. Which unit test runner would you like to use? So we can select Jest. Would you like to use EastLint? So we can say, no, we don't want to use EastLint. Prettier, no, we don't need that. Now GitHub Actions, we can just press enter. Like as our CI/CD pipeline system, we can select GitHub Actions. Now, when you're pressing enter, it's installing the dependencies with npm, and everyone know that it usually takes some time for installing the dependencies and for creating on Express.js project. Not just on Express.js project, it's creating our full project in here right now. And here you go, you can see that it's already created some folder in here, that .vscode, .editorconfig, .gitignore, nx.json, package.json, and readme.md. And also it's right now still creating our workspace. So just wait a little bit until it's finishing the creation. And here you go. You can see our NX project setup is perfectly done. And in this apps folder, you can see that we have our auth service and we have our auth service E2E, meaning end-to-end testing. Okay. So both folders are available here right now. You can see that our nx.json is also ready. Our package.json ready. A lot of things already done in here. We easily just set up on perfect monorepo structure in our project. So we can just clear our terminal right now, and we have to do some work right now. We have to create some more services. So for creating actually services, we can just go back again in here. From here, we can select this Express, and from here, we can just copy this, we can click this one that add an Express application to your workspace. And from here, we can copy this command. Now come back here and just paste it, and instead of this MyExpress API, right here, suppose different service like API Gateway, which is very important, and with unable to resolve local plugin with improved NX Express. Oh, sorry, I think I forget to install it. So at first copy this one, this NX add NX hyphen, not hyphen, slash express. So just press enter right now, then it's gonna install @nx slash express in our project. Now again use that same command, that nxg, this one, okay, this one, but instead of this MyExpress API, write it API Gateway. Okay, now which linter would you like to use? We don't need any linter, and test runner we can skip for this one, as this is just for the API Gateway. Now it's fetching that NX web packet, meaning actually it's creating our service, that API Gateway in here. Okay, so it's just gonna take some time for creating that Express.js project inside this apps folder, which is very normal. So it's actually giving us an error that the name should match the pattern. This pattern, the provided value, does not match. That @API Gateway E2E does not match. So we can just do one thing, we can clear it, and we can actually run another command. Okay, and the command should be something like this, that nxg @nx slash express app, now auth, not auth service, sorry, API Gateway. Yep, and then here we have to write directory. So directory, it should be equals to apps slash API Gateway, and then E2E test runner, and equals to none. Now just press enter right now. Now which linter would you like to use? So we have to select none. Which unit test runner would you like to use? None for this one, because this is just for like connecting all the services. This gateway actually worked like that. Now just wait a little bit, but this time it shouldn't give us any error. So just wait until it's finishing the installation. And here you go, you can see that it's already created here on API-Gateway folder in here, and it's still creating the project, I mean that service, and at last it's done right now. Notice this is our API Gateway on Express.js project. So we can clear our terminal right now, and we can go back to our package.json, what we always do to like set up some script in our package.json for our backend. So here in this dependencies, sorry, not dependencies, in this scripts, we have to write dev, and we can write npx nx run hyphen many, then flag like target, and equals to serve, and then something like this all. Okay, so what we are doing here, if we right now write npm run dev, it's gonna run all our available services in our this project. Okay, that's why we added this npx nx run many, and we're targeting and the serve, and it's gonna serve all the available services. Yeah, now open our terminal and just write npm run dev, and you'll see the magic right now. So notice it's actually running two services here. So localhost 3000, localhost 3333 on /API. So yeah, it's actually running our services, but let's stop it by pressing Ctrl+C, because we have to come back here, and in this API Gateway, the port should be 8080. Okay, I usually prefer to make it 8080 for the API Gateway. For the auth service, we can add anything, but definitely not 3000, because that's gonna be our Next.js project port. So we can say 6000 on, okay, our auth service port. Yeah, that's it. Auth service ready, API Gateway ready. Right now we can start to actually work, but let's do one thing. Let's come back in this auth service main.ts, and let's start to working in here. All right, so come back in our this main.ts, I mean this gateway dot, I mean this API Gateway main.ts, and inside here we have to right now install a new library. Not only a new library, we have to install a lot of library. But first of all, let me explain you that what is this API gateway and what is this auth service and why do we need this API gateway. Now, in microservice, as I said earlier, we have multiple services like order service, auth service, then suppose seller service or the product service. So we're gonna break our application in multiple service. So definitely in our client side, we're not gonna send requests to different server. Let me explain more clearly. For example, our auth service is running on 6001. Our product service is running on 6002. Our suppose cart service or like another seller service is running on 6003. So from our front end, definitely we cannot send requests to every different route or every different service, right? Every different port. It's not possible. I mean, yeah, it's definitely possible, but it's definitely not a good practice because we are making our microservice port and microservice URL public, which is totally not secure because this API gateway should work as like on middleman or as like on middleware. Okay, so if you want to go to this auth service, you have to pass this API gateway security. After passing this API gateway security, you can enter to auth service. Now, in this API gateway, we are gonna connect our all service by using on proxy server. So what is actually proxy server? In proxy server meanings in this 8080, we are actually connecting our all API port. For example, this 6001, 6002, 6003, okay? All the server, we will connect that in here. So then what will happen? If we send request in this 8080, it will redirect or it will forward the request inside this server. So we're not sending request in this server. We're sending in this endpoint, but it's gonna forward the request in this endpoint. Okay, that's why this API gateway is very important, and that's the main power of microservice. Okay, because we are gonna definitely upload all of these services in our VPS, but the API URL, it's gonna be this API gateway one. Okay, I hope you understand this. Right now, in this API gateway, for actually connecting that proxy server, for connecting this everything as a proxy like this auth service and other services, we have to install a new library, which name is Express HTTP and Proxy. Okay, so let me just copy the name and let me show you what it's actually do. So you can see this is a library, Express HTTP Proxy, and you can see that 489,401 weekly downloads. So you're understanding it that it's very popular. So it's actually on middleware to proxy request to another host to pass response back to the original caller. So we usually use this for creating this type of gateway. Okay. Yeah. So just install it. We need a lot of libraries, NPM libraries, and let's install one by one. For example, CORS. So CORS, cross origin resource sharing full form, and we have to install this CORS library. Now, Morgan, what is this? This is actually on logger. We usually use this for logging our application. Now, express rate limit. Why do we need this? We need this to protect our API from being that, that DDoS attack. So what is DDoS attack? Usually, like the common attack or the hackers, usually they send bot to our website. Okay. It means that at the same time, they're trying to sending 1,000, 10,000 or 1 million requests to our website. And if our server is not good enough to handle that, definitely it's gonna crash, right? Normal thing. So to protect our server from that type of attack, we can use this express rate limit. We can say that from on IP, it can send 100 requests per minute or per hour. If it's sending more than that, it means that it's not usual request. So you'll understand that, yeah, it's something like unusual request or like a hacker is trying to hack our website or they are trying to down our server. So in that case, we can just throw them out that, hey, you cannot send requests to our server anymore. Anyway, yeah, we need this express rate limit for that. Now, we need another library, Swagger UI Express. So this is for actually our that API documentation. We need Axios for fetching request or for making a proxy server. We need cookie parser for like, cookie related thing. I think you know about cookie parser. Yeah. And for now, it's good enough. So we can press enter right now. All right, done. Now come back here, and in here we have to import course from course. What is this is telling us? Oh shit, we have to install the types. Perfect. So npm I, oops, just paste this command, npm I -- save, then dev, then types/course. You can find out the command if you hover here. Okay, but the installation already done, so that's why it's not showing me any error in here. Perfect. Now import proxy from express http proxy. Now import Morgan from Morgan. Now import rate limit from express rate limit. Then import that Swagger UI from our Swagger UI Express library. Yep. And import everything as path. We don't need that, and we don't need this assets static and anything like that. We can remove that. Yeah. From here, after this, we can import our Axios. Oops. Axios from Axios. Then cookie parser. Cookie parser is very important. Otherwise, cookie will not work properly in our application. Yeah. Cookie parser from cookie parser library. Done. And for now it's fine. App is fine, and now app health, okay, that's also fine. Now in here, actually in here, app dot use, so let's call course here, and here add some origin. For now we can say http // localhost 3000. Yep. And for now it's fine. Now after this, and oh yeah, one more thing very important in here. After this origin, after this here, we can add this allo headers. This is important, so allo headers, but I did a small mistake. It should be here. Yeah, allo headers, and this will be also an array like authorization and content type. Okay, like some common cross origin setup, and credentials which will be true. Yep. Now app.use our that Morgan and use it in development mode for now. Yeah. Also app.use our that express.json. The limit should be 100 MB, the JSON data limit. Yeah. Then app.use that express.url encoded, and here the URL encoded limit should be also 100 MB. Otherwise it's gonna do problem when we will try to upload images to like our image kit. Yeah. Now we have to use that cookie parser, a very important thing. Then for now fine. Yeah, for now it's fine. And one thing we need for actually testing our application, that end-to-end testing, that is trust proxy. So make it on for now. Yep. Now as I was talking about that, that rate limiting, let's add that logic, that rate limiting, like API rate limiting. You can only send you can only send request this much. If you exceed this limit, then you cannot use our application. Our server will not give you response. Yeah. Now here, what is this? Here we are using rate limit and window ms. Okay, so this is actually on millisecond or the time. So 15 minutes normally we are checking. Okay, so we can make it millisecond because that's the rules. 15 minute, 60 seconds and 1000 milliseconds. Now maximum, so here it should receive one parameter like request. Now if request dot user, then give 1000 request. Okay, request dot user means the user is logged in. So definitely when the hacker are giving like, you know, those like DDoS attack, definitely they are not logged in, so they can only send 100 requests. But if you are user, definitely it can happen that you need a lot of data. You are like, you know, visiting on one page to another page, so it can happen that your request is going more than 100 in 15 minutes. Then definitely that will also not work for you. So that's why for user, for the logged in user, it's 1000 in 15 minutes. You can give 1000 requests. Now here message that error, we can say that too many requests, please try again later. Yep. Then after this standard headers, we can make it true. Then legacy headers, we can make it true, like some extra layer of security. Now key generator, we are actually checking the IP, so we can say request dot IP. Yep. So when we are adding this key generator request dot IP, it means we are adding this rate limit for an IP. Okay, for a specific IP, like which IP you are using, that IP. Yeah. Now we can actually call this limiter right now. So app.use and call this API limit. Okay, this limiter function. Yep, that's it. Right now we can actually connect our services easily. So we can say app.use for that. Suppose auth, so we can say /auth, or we can do one thing, we can just say /, we can add here proxy, we can add here HTTP localhost 6000 on. This is our auth service IP, so we can just add that 6001. For now it's done. Yep. Now I know a lot of error still in here and we have to fix it one by one. So try to fix it by yourself. Okay, fine. If you don't know how to fix, just hover it and see. Could not find a declaration file for module express HTTP proxy. So just copy this command, paste it in here. Next one for the Morgan, copy this. For the Swagger UI Express, copy this command like the type version. And for cookie parser, just copy the same command and press enter right now. I don't know if it's gonna work or not because I added npmi for multiple times, which we shouldn't add, but let's see what's gonna happen. Okay, it's working. Wow, perfect then. So we can save it, but still it's giving an error because argument string array is not assignable parameter string. Proxy should be string, not any array. Okay, fine. For now it's 6001. Okay, fine, no problem. This is also fine. So this is actually we're adding here then on proxy. Now come back here that this is not API. It should be gateway and health. Perfect. Now this Axios and Swagger UI, we can just keep that like this because still we don't have any API, so definitely we don't have any documentation for that unless we have any API. Yep. Now if we run the project, you'll see everything will work properly. So npm run dev. Yep, our two services are running properly. 6001 and 8080 is giving an error that address in use. So this is a very common error when you are using NX for your project. So how can fix this error? I'm showing this once, and then from the next time you have to do it by yourself. Just write this command npx kill -port and write the port, which port is showing that, giving like the port is already in used. Okay, so just write that port. So in our case it was showing 8080, so just write that port number here, like npx kill port 8080, and it's gonna kill the port right now. So it's done right now. Now we can again run this npm run dev, and this time it should work without giving any error. So that 929 failed, that's fine, no problem, and it's already in use, we can skip that. But notice 6001 and 8080 API is also working properly. It's interesting, right? Now let me show you on magic, and that is, suppose from here we added this proxy, that slash. So if you right now go slash, what's gonna happen? If you right now send a request, let's use curl. So curl http local host 8080, enter, notice hello API. So by the way, if curl is not working for you, because curl automatically work in macOS, I don't know it's work properly in Windows or not. If it's not working, then I think you have to install it. Okay, this is just on like CLI related thing. You can just install it, and then you can send API request by using terminal. Okay, I am sending on get request to this 8080 port, but notice it's giving me hello API. But how? Because this is proxying the network. I mean, this is sending the request in this 6001, and the root is here, and this is showing hello API. If I write here hello everyone, or like smash the subscribe button, you can see that it's gonna show us smash the subscribe button. It means we are calling this API gateway, but it's forwarding the request in this auth service. Okay, so our API gateway setup is perfectly done. So we can again come back to our that by default setup, that hello API, and in this auth service we can start to working right now, because this is our main service right now. Because in API gateway we're not going to do anything. API gateway is just for connecting all services, and we have to do work in our services. Now let's come back to auth service right now. So in auth service we need that similar codes here, so import codes from codes. Now here we can use this same line, simple, something like this. But wait, I did opposite. Yeah, perfect. And we don't need this host or port, we can just delete that from there. And in here we can say that constant port equals to process.env.port or 6001. And server, so constant server app.listen, just listen the port, run on callback, console log, that auth service is running at http local host this port slash, not slash API, it's actually running here. Yeah, but yeah, it should be in slash API, so we can write slash API, fine. And we don't need this app.listen, we can just delete that. Now here server.on, we can say error, we can add here error, something like this. So we are actually setting up here on error handler. Okay, that's why we're writing our server setup something like this, that server error. Okay, yeah, so I think I did small mistake. Okay, I forgot to give here comma. Yeah, now save it, it's done. Everything will be still similar, but no, I don't know, that same error again. Fine, we can skip that. Let's start working now. Now we have to actually right now set up on error handling middleware. So let's do one thing. In this lips folder, where is our lips folder? It's not here. So let's create a new folder by giving name lips. Okay, not lips, actually it should be packages. Yeah, packages. Now inside these packages, we can create our middleware. Okay, we're not creating the middleware inside this auth service. Notice we're creating it inside this packages folder in the root directory because we need this middleware almost everywhere. That's why. Now middleware, sorry, not middleware only, we actually need this error handler. So yeah, create error handler 2 in this packages folder. That error handler, yep. Now error handler, and here we can say that error middleware.ts. I know you're feeling a little bit boring because still we're not watching anything, but don't worry, because as you started the backend service at first, definitely we have to wait some time to see something on like website or something like on preview, right? So at first we have to set up on error handler. This is very important for this project. Now this is a custom error handler. We are setting this for our service. Now error middleware, we can say error middleware, and here the type should be something like this: request, res, and response. Oops, response. Yeah, and it's gonna run on function. I mean, so this is on just on function. And here, if our error instance of app error, so we have to actually create another file in this error handler by giving name index.ts. And this is the most important file in this error handler, because here we are gonna run, we are gonna write all of our error handler logic or the code. Yep, so export class app error, we can extend it to error like an object-oriented style, right? This is an object-oriented style. Yeah. Now public read only status code, which type will be number. Now public read only is operational. I did here spelling mistake. Yeah, fine, operational. This should be boolean. Don't worry, I'll explain it later again. Public read only and details, it's actually the error details. Yeah, so this time it can be any. Yeah. Now we have to definitely set here on constructor. Now message, which type should be string, status code, which should be number, operational, so this one, is operational. Yep, it should be true by default. And details, it should be any. Yep. Now here inside this, let's just add super and message. Yeah, now these dot status code equals to status code, so we are like setting our this status code value to this parameter status code. Same for operational, is operational, like equals to is operational. Same for details, so details. Now same for, we already finished everything. And error captured stack trace, this, just call this one. Yep. Now after this, here we have to do some work. I did here spelling mistake, it should be comma, and oh no, here it should be something like this. Yeah, details. Now in here, after this, we can define some common error like not found error. So suppose we're sending a request and the API response is not found in the database. Okay, suppose like we're sending on request to our database, that is the data available in our database or not. So if not, then we can call this not found error. So we're right now making that error. So not found error class, extend it with our that app error user constructor. We can send a message that resource says not found. Okay, you can write here any message, whatever you want to show the error message. Then call that super and this message and 404. Done. Then similar type of error, another error, that validation error. So like it can be on form validation error or any type of validation related error, like we can use for that joy or jod or that React hook form or anything. Okay, like validation errors. Okay, so yep, here we can again write that export class validation error. It's gonna extend that app error and that constructor message invalid request data and details should be any. Now inside here call super and message, then 400 true details. Here we go, done. Now we need also some more error type. For example, authentication error, like the JWT authentication error. Then we can show another message, like so export class auth error, similar line, similar type of thing, that extend this without this app error class. Now here constructor message, the message should be like unauthorized, we can say. Now super and send a message and 401. Done. Yep, now the last 2-3 actually. So let me quickly finish it, otherwise I know you are feeling like it's a little bit boring, because like we're writing similar type of error logic again and again. So this time it should be for forbidden error, okay, like for insufficient permissions, like you are sending requests to on admin route, but you are not admin, so then we can throw this message, that forbidden access. Okay, now for database error, like MongoDB or like any other database error, like the database is not working properly, then we can send this one, that database error, or if the database is returning something. Notice for every error we are returning on status code, like 401, 403, 400, and it's different from each other. So this is very important actually. Now after this after this database error, we can add another one for rate limiting error. About that user, that API limits, okay, like too many requests, please try again later. So this is our rate limit error. So that's it. Our actually error handling setup is almost done. Not almost done, it's actually done in this index.ts. Now in this error middleware, we can easily set up this, and it's really easy, it's not hard. Now import this app error. So import app error from ./index. Yeah, now here let's add on console.log that error request.method, then request.url, and that error.message. Yep. Now we can return on rage.status like error.message status code, then dot JSON, the status should be error, then message should be error dot message, and then spread the error dot details with the details in the object, like error dot details, something like this. Okay, now what is this is telling us that status number. Okay, so we have to, like, in here to return something. Okay, fine, we will do that, but res.status, error.status code. And here we can say that unhandled error, and we can show that error message. And at last we can return the res.status, like 500 dot JSON and error that something went wrong, please try again later. All right, everything is done, but this response is actually giving some weird error because actually the request, response, and next function, it should be come from actually here, this express, and this was the issue. That's why the error was coming. And we don't need actually this next function. We can just delete that. We can just save it right now. And my laptop really don't have charge, so let me plug it to charge actually. Anyway, done. So what I was doing, I know you're really confused here because we were actually setting up our error handler, and we're gonna use this error handler right now in our full project. That's why we set up this error handler inside these packages. So in this full project series, we're gonna use this same error handler everywhere. Okay, this export class app error, it's extending to this error. Okay, this is like on type. You can see that this is an interface coming from our this error d.ts. Okay, now here we are like adding some like parameter like status code, is operational, and details. And here we're adding like inside constructor, we're like sending that in here, and like we're defining some common errors like not found errors or validation errors. If you want, you can add here more type of errors. Okay, this is a very common error handling setup, Now come back here in our project, like in our auth service main.ts, we have to right now continue our auth service work. So in our auth service right now, we have to actually call our that error handler. So we can say that app.use error middleware. So it's right now not giving us suggestion. Okay, this is very normal because when you are using actually NX and when you are using on monorepo, usually we cannot directly like connect everything in our projects. As this is not in our this auth service folder, that's why it's not giving me suggestions. But we can just go to this tsconfig.json, not here actually. We should go to this tsconfig app.json, and in here, this is important, the root directory should be //. Okay, now in here include // libs, sorry, not libs, packages, and everything .ts or ts or js. I think, I don't know I'm writing the correct command or not, I mean correct syntax. Actually don't need this js actually. Yeah, this is good enough for us, this code, and it should be on star, not to star. Fine. And then everything is done here, but I think, yeah, it's done actually. Now come back here and import this error middleware from packages. All right, now you can just save it, and if you right now control click in this path, then notice it's taking us to this error middleware. So perfect. So right now what we have to do, our error middleware setup is done, And almost everything is done except few things in here. Suppose app.use that express.json and that cookie parser. Okay, yeah, so cookie parser, import it from cookie parser library. So import cookie parser from cookie parser. Done. Right now you can actually start to make our API routes, right? The controllers and the routes. Yep, so let's go. So come here in this src folder and create a new folder by giving name controllers or controller. Yep, and create another folder by giving name routes. Now we also need another folder created by giving name utils. So in utils, we're going to store our all utilities function. In routes, we're going to store the routing systems or the routing functions, and in controller, we're going to write the business logic or the main logic for our backend. Yep. And assets folder, actually, we don't need that. We can just delete that because we are not storing any static data in here, or like we are not storing our pictures in our project folder like this. So anyway, it's perfect. Now, right now we have to actually set up some important thing. For example, right now we have to set up our database. So let's go to MongoDB and go to mongodb.com. Just click this first link. From here, click sign in. If you have account, then sign in. If you don't have account, then hit sign up and create an account. And here you go. After creating a MongoDB account and after doing login into that, you have to just click create a project. And from here, you have to write your project name. So for our case, we can write eShop. Then we can click this next button. And from here, yeah, it should be project owner. So then we can click this create project. And right now it's going to create our database project. And here you go. It's done. It's actually loading the preview. And yep. So right now we have to create a cluster. So click that create a cluster and select this free one. And in free version, we're getting 512 MB storage. RAM will be shared and CPU, that vCPU, that will be also shared. But if you need like more storage, like 10 GB or 5 GB, then you can select these plans, but they are paid. But for our case, this free should be good enough. Now, cluster name. Here we can write like any cluster name, but base should be eShop. Now, or e-commerce, we can say e-commerce. Provider should be AWS, and region, which is closer to you. So for me, I'm selecting Mumbai. It's not actually closer to me, but yeah, good enough. That's the default one. So let's select that. Now click this create deployment and on CAPTCHA. So let me fix this. Motorcycles, a lot of motorcycles here. Okay, next. Buses. So verify. CAPTCHA sometimes can really be a headache. Okay, still weird. I'm a human, man. Okay, done. Now create deployment. It's actually creating our database right now, setting up a connection security. It's very important. Now here for the username, you can write your database username. For me, I'm just writing this one, okay, like Shahriar. And for the password, they're giving us an automatic generated password. So let's copy this. Okay, just copy this, come back to our project and collapse everything by pressing this one. And then in our root directory create on .env file. Now here database URL, and just paste this because we need this right now, not right now. After some time we need this, so something like this. This is our username and this is the password, database user password. Now we can click this create database user. Now proceed to connect and we can like click there, then we don't need that. Okay, now from here just click this cross icon. We don't need anything like that. Just come back in this network access from the left side and add an IP address. And the IP address should be 0.0.0/0. I think we need another 0. Yeah, I think this is the correct one. Okay, so this is actually, this will allow the database access from anywhere in the world. Okay, you can see with this IP, you are giving permission that anyone can like get access to this database in our application. So definitely we need that. Otherwise, like how like our users or the sellers, how they will get data from our database. So definitely we have to add this one. Now come again in this cluster, and from here it's still being created and it's usually takes some time, and we can actually copy this one, but this is not the actual value, so we have to just wait a little bit until it's finishing the creation. But while it's creating, we can do one thing. We can come back here, we can install a new library, and the library name should be Prisma. So something like this, Prisma and Prisma/client. Okay, and be make sure that you're turning off your all running server. Okay, don't install it by running a server. So npm I Prisma and added Prisma/client. So yeah, it's right now installing the Prisma library, as we're using Prisma for making our database connections as our database ORM, that object relational model. That's why we have to install this one. Now it's still getting created. I don't know why it takes some time. I mean, it's normal because MongoDB is right now creating everything for us, and it's sending requests to their server, and it really depends as per the server speed. All right, so Prisma installation done in here. Now write this one, npx prisma db init. I think I did wrong. I did wrong command. So we have to write something like this, npx Prisma, you really forget it. Okay, npm I hyphen d Prisma. I believe this time it should create on Prisma folder in our root directory. No. Okay, fine. Let's clear the terminal now and write this, that npx Prisma init. Yeah, now it's correct. Yep, now I am correct. Now see, in here we have on Prisma folder and schema.prisma. So delete the comments. We don't need that. And instead of PostgreSQL, set it to MongoDB, and database URL, that will be our env URL. Yeah, same name. But you have to come back here, and still it's getting created. So your cluster is being created still. Okay. So we have to wait a little bit until it's finishing the creation. Alright, so it's done right now. It really took a long time. To be honest, it was really not fast, but anyway, it's done right now. So we can just click this browse collections right now. And from here, we can click this add my own data and database name. This is very important. As right now, we are making it for development mode. So we can write here development. Collection name, we can say users. And we can click this create button right now. So perfect. Yep. Now again, click these clusters and click this connect button. From here, click this proceed to connect and just select this MongoDB for VS Code and just copy this. Yep. Now come back here, paste it here, and this Shahrir and this one, this is our actually database name and password. So we can just paste it in here. And here we have to write that development. And don't use my database, because after creating the video, I'm gonna delete it. So just create your own database and use that in here, like the way I showed you. Perfect. Right now, come back here and just write nothing, because we have to right now start to making our database schema. We have to start to design our database, and this is the most important part in this project, because designing a database, it's really not very easy. I mean, it's easy for a small project, but it's complex when you're making on big project. Okay, but no problem. Let's start first. So here, write model users and ID. It should be string and underscore ID, and the default value should be auto. And we have to map it with our actually underscore ID and db.object ID. Yeah, done. Now after ID, definitely there will be on name for user, right? Then there should be email, which will be string, and the email must need to be unique. So let's add this unique decorator in here. After that, password, which should be string, and it should be optional. But why optional? Because user can create account by using social authentication method. So when the user creating account by using social authentication mechanism, definitely the user don't have any password. Or we can do one thing, for that case we can just create another password, but yeah, that's not a good practice. But anyway, fine. But yeah, it should be unique, not should be like optional, not unique. The password should be optional. Yep. Now for now it's good enough, but actually we need more data. But fine, for now just add like this, because we're gonna change it in the future when we will start to work for user profile and other things. When we'll see that, yeah, we need something more in a user database, we're gonna add that. Okay, now here date time, this type is updated at, okay, fine. But one thing, that is avatar, user avatar, which should be on object. Okay, so we have to create another model for that. We have to create model by giving them actually avatars or pictures, we can say, but I think we should create it by using name images. That should be better. Now similar type of ID, so copy ID from here. Now file ID, so file ID which should be string, and file URL which should be string. And for now it's fine, but we need actually users, and we have to make here user relation. So we have to make a relation with our users model. Field should be user ID, so let's add on user ID, which will be string optional, and db.object ID, the string type should be. Yep. Now in here we can add this user ID, and the references should be only ID. Yeah. Now here for the avatar we can add these images, but we have one problem in here, and that is the avatar should not be any array. So just remove the array sign and just make it optional string. Okay, but in here it's giving on like warning, which is normal because we have to add here an unique decorator. Now notice it's giving no error and the setup is perfectly working. Perfect. Now our avatar is ready, so we don't need anything else for now. Yeah, we need something more like following, which should be actually on array for now. So we can say string on array of string. Yeah, perfect. So our users model is done. So right now we can just open our terminal and we can write this command, that npx prisma db and push, and it's gonna add this all update in our local prisma db, in this node modules prisma client, so that we can use it. Now let's clear it, our terminal, and again run npm run dev, and just wait a little bit. Here we go. So 8080/API and 6000/API both are running perfectly. All right, now come back here and let's go back to controller and create here on user controller.ts. Sorry, I did a small mistake. It should be auth controller, not user controller, because in this controller we're gonna add all the authentication related thing, not for only user, for seller, even for admin. Yep, so let's start with a new route. For example, register a new user. So let's start with this one. Now export constant user registration, we can say registration, and create an async function, request, then response, and next. So response should be come from express, and next type it should be next function, from that express.js. Yep. Now in here, just think about it that we need registration for user and seller both, right? So that's why we can actually create some utility functions so that we can use that same function inside user and inside seller authentications, so that we don't have to write similar code for again and again. So in this utils folder, we can create an auth helper.ts. Okay, now in here we have to actually do a lot of work. So at first use here crypto. From crypto, you don't have to install it, so don't worry. It's actually known as an built-in module. So yep. Now here let's make an function by giving them validation register or registration, actually registration validation registration data, not validation registration data. It should be validate registration data. That makes sense. Now here it's gonna receive data as a parameter, so we can say any for this type, and it's gonna receive user type, which gonna be user or seller. Yep. Now receive here actually name, email, password, and phone number, and country. But here we can write some logic that phone number and country, we don't need this for user, but we need this for seller. So we can say that if not name or not email or not password, or if user type equals to seller, then only phone number or country. Okay, so if it's not available in the request, then wait, I did small mistake here. So from here actually we have to create it, and I think I did some weird mistake, I mean syntax mistake. But anyway, let's cut this and cut this everything again. Yeah, now write that if else. So if, now paste that in here. Yeah, inside here. Okay, we need another first bracket. Okay, fine, now it's fine. The syntax is correct right now. So if it's not actually available, then we have to not throw, we have to return new validation error, that missing required fields. Okay, fields. Yep. Now if our user email is not valid, so how can we check the validations for the email? We can definitely check it from the client side, but definitely we have to add that validation in backend side also. So we can create here an email regex. Okay, on regex pattern, what you can find out from Stack Overflow, from any website. This is the regex pattern. Okay, you don't have to write by yourself, you can just copy it by watching like the source code, or you can like pause the video and you can just write this. Okay, or you can like search email regex, then you'll find out this regex pattern. Okay, we usually use this for validating on email. Yeah, now email regex dot test, and let's send this email. If it's not valid, then again return new validation error, that invalid email format. Perfect. Now after this, okay, so the mistake was actually here, so I forget to run the callback. Yeah, that's why it was giving that weird syntax error. Anyway, it's done. Now our actually validation registration data, it's done, because for user data we are validating the name and the email. Okay, for now it's fine. Now we can actually use it, but it's giving some type warning, which is fine, because here we have to write throw instead of return. We have to throw error, we have to not return anything. Right now it is the all type warning gone, but the crypto type warning is coming because we didn't use it. We didn't use it, that's why. Fine, we will use that after some time. But see, our validation registration data is done, this utility function. So right now we can again come back here, and from here we can take our user name and email, and we can, so definitely we're getting this from request.body, and let's send this, wait, on small mistake. Let's call here our that validation registration data at first, and inside here send this request.body and send user. Yeah, so validation registration data imported from this utils folder and auth.helper. Now here we have to check this, that is the user existing in our database or not. So existing user, it should be await Prisma. Now we have to actually create Prisma client. So it's actually very easy, but still let me show you. In these packages, let's create a new folder by giving them libs or libraries, something like that. So in here we can create Prisma and on index.ts. So here we can import Prisma client from Prisma client, and we can declare on global namespace here for our this global this, so global this variable Prisma db, which type will be this Prisma client. Yeah, now here we can say constant Prisma equals to new Prisma client. If our process dot env dot node environment equals to production, then global this dot, sorry, not global this, it should be global dot Prisma db will be Prisma, so equals to Prisma. Now we can export this function, so export default Prisma, done. Okay, we can export this variable, not function actually. Yeah, now we can come back here and we can write import Prisma, then dot users dot find unique, where the email is email, so you can just write it for once, then it's gonna work for twice, no problem. Now if existing user is, it means if the user is available, if the existing user has any value, it means the user is already available in our database. Then we're gonna return next, and we're gonna throw on validation error, so new validation error, and message should be user already exist with this email. Yeah, now after this we have to right now check our OTP restrictions, or we have to right now send OTP. Now it's the most important thing in here actually. At first we are checking the user data, like we're validating the form with this validation registration data, right? With this validate registration data we are like validating the form. Secondly, we're checking is the user available in our database or not. So if the user available, then we're returning on error that user already exists with this email. If the user not available, it means the user is new and the user really want to create on account. So for that case, we have to right now send on OTP to the user, right? But here's the point. In our like application, we are actually adding some restrictions for user. For example, something like you are an user, or like it can happen that you're trying to doing spamming with this email sending system. So then what you will do, you will just like create an account and send an email, create an account and send an email. So it's very risky for applications, and it's gonna make our application slow, and it's gonna like waste a lot of our money, right? Because for sending email, okay, fine, for 500 emails we can use NodeMailer, the free one, but for a real business people use like, you know, other services, because they need probably a lot of emails, and if we are not properly validating the email sending, definitely it's not a business plan, right? Definitely it's not gonna work for a long time. So that's why at first we are checking that. We are here creating a new function, or we're calling here a new function, which name will be OTP check restrictions. So we are checking the OTP, and we have to send here email and the next parameter. Now create this function in our this utility folder. No, sorry, not here. Here, utils auth helper. Now here export constant this check OTP restrictions, receive here email, which type will be string, and next, which type will be next function. Now inside here, we're gonna use Redis in here. Why Redis and what is actually Redis? So as I said earlier, we are gonna use Redis as our secondary database or the cache database. So we're gonna store all the data, which data are not for long term. Okay, those short-term data, we're gonna store that inside Redis database. And when we are actually sending on OTP, we're gonna set that, we're gonna set the user informations in our Redis database. Let me show you by creating another function, that is send OTP. Okay, this is a very important function. So let me actually create this one at first, then you will understand it more easily that what's happening right now actually. So here we're receiving some parameter like name, email. Okay, we will receive some parameter in here. This is the send OTP function. We need this after some time, but let's create it right now. So here we're receiving the name, email, and template for sending an OTP to the email. Now here at first we have to create an OTP, right? On random OTP, like 4 digit of OTP. That's why we're using here this crypto, and we can use this random integer or random int. Here we can add 1000 to 9999. Okay, 9990, 9990, or what is this? Yeah, and then to string, we are making it to string. Now what is this? Here we are writing 1000, but why 1000 and why 9999? So just count it 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4. So we are writing this, so it's gonna generate on 4 digit of OTP. Okay, if we write here like 10,000 and something like this, it's gonna generate 5 digit of OTP, but we need 4 digit of OTP. So that's why 1 2 3 4 here, 1 2 3 4, from 1000 to 99999. In this number, it's gonna create a random number for our OTP. Okay, now what we have to do, so let's write here and comment right now. Right now we have to set this OTP in our Redis database, okay, with the email, like in which email we are sending the OTP. Okay, and we will set here on expiry, because the OTP is not gonna like work for long time, it's gonna work for 5 minutes. So we're gonna add here 300 millisecond for the OTP expiration time. So in Redis database, after 300 millisecond or after 5 minutes, it's gonna automatically delete the email and OTP. Okay, now actually it's time to create the Redis database, otherwise it will be very hard for you to understand like what I am explaining. So for creating Redis database, we have so many ways. First of all, we can go to this redis.io, which is their document, their official website, but you can see that Redis is not free right now. It's not completely free. So when we are using this cloud, we have to pay $5 per month, like starting from the $5. And like when we are using the cloud, but if we install Redis locally, we don't have to pay any money. But that's gonna be like a lot of work, and when we're gonna set that inside our like CI/CD pipeline, that's gonna be more hard. So I have another best solution, and that is Upstash. I like this one because Upstash Redis is not paid. You can use it for 500k commands monthly. That's free for you, and it will give you 256 MB database size. So you can create 256 MB database you can store inside your Redis database. Okay, now we can just click this logo again, and we can click this login button, and from here we can create an account if you don't have any account. If you have any account, then just do login. If you have any account, then just do login like me. So I do have an account, that's why I'm doing login in here. Now click this create database. Now from here we can write eShop, and primary region we can say Mumbai, and read regions we don't need to add anything here, and we don't need this like add a payment method because that's for paid plans. So as we are not using any paid plans, so we don't have to add any payment method. So we can right now click this next, and we can click this create button. So here we go, our Redis database creation done. Now this is our endpoint, this is our password, this is our port, lot of things. But right now we have to come back here, and we have to right now connect actually Redis. We have to set up Redis database. So again, come back to our that libs folder and create here a new folder by giving name Redis. Inside here we can create on index.js. Now here import Redis, but we don't have actually Redis library yet. So let's stop our server by pressing Ctrl+C and write this that npm io Redis and node mailer, because we also need that one. And let me see, we need any new library or not. We need actually .env, I forget it, and we need EGS, yep, for sending email template. And yeah, for now it's good enough. So just install all of these libraries right now. All right, until it's installing, we can come back here. We can import Redis from IO Redis. Yeah, now we can create here our Redis database. So I mean, we can set up our Redis database. So new Redis, here we can call host. The host should be process.env.redis host, or for like local, the fallback value we can add this one 127.0.0.0 like 1, I think 20 and 1. Yeah, then port, it should be on number, so we can add this number if the like .env variable value is string. Then so process.env.redis port, or by default it can be 6379, the fallback value, and password, so the database password, which will come from this process.env.redis password. So password, done. Now at last you have to export this function, this Redis function. Okay, now we need this Redis host, Redis port, and Redis password. So come back in this .env, Redis host, Redis port, Redis password. Perfect. Now here, let's come back here. So Redis host, let's see, 1 minute. So node, this is the Redis post, Redis port 6379, this is fine. So let's come back here. That's actually like default value 6379, fine. And Redis password, this is here, so we can just copy this. And Redis host, this is very important, so I think this is the Redis host. Yep, this is the Redis host. Right now we can just close it and we can come back here, we can save it. Now just clear our terminal and our Redis database setup is actually done. Yeah, so you can click this data browser and it's showing nothing, which is very normal because we didn't store anything in here right now. That's why. Fine. Here right now, we have to set this OTP inside our Redis database, right? As I was explaining before. Yeah. So import redis dot set. In here, we have to set up the OTP. Okay. I did opposite. OTP and the value will be this email. Okay, like who is sending the OTP, and then we have to send, this is the actually name. Okay, the key name, this is actually called this one, and here this should be OTP and the expiry, it should be 300 millisecond. Okay, so it means 5 minutes. You can calculate it. 300 milliseconds meaning 5 minutes. Not millisecond, actually it's seconds. I did mistake, it's actually second, not millisecond. So you can see that expiry, I mean it has I think more options. Expiry, yeah, but ex fine because this is 300 seconds. Now fine. Now next we have to also add one more thing, that is await redis dot set, that is our OTP at the date cooldown. So what is this actually? Let me explain. So at first add this. So OTP cooldown. In here actually we're gonna store how many times the user sending OTP. Okay, so here actually this logic is gonna work for something like when you are sending an OTP, you cannot send another OTP within the next 1 minute. So suppose you are sending an OTP right now and you just want to do like that spamming, but you cannot do it because you cannot send OTP like every click. You have to wait for 1 minute for sending another OTP request. Okay, and we're gonna set that inside our client side that yeah, we're gonna like add on time down like calculation and like a stopwatch kind of like that, and after 1 minute you can again resend an OTP request. Yep. Now the most important thing here, we was doing something like this, but we should do this after sending the email, right? After sending the email, but right now we are doing opposite. We're just setting this in our email, but it should be opposite. After sending email here, when we're sending an email, after that we have to set this OTP and that OTP value and that expiry so that we can check it. Okay, next time we can check it that yeah, we can validate it properly. Now send email, we have to actually create this function. This is gonna be another function. So in this utils folder, let's create a new folder by giving name send mail. Okay, and in here just create on index.ts. Perfect. Now inside here we need a lot of things. At first we have to import node mailer from node mailer. Secondly, we have to import .env from .env. Then we have to import EGS for actually sending an email template to our email. So import EGS from EGS. So EGS and import path from path. Yeah. Now .env.config. Then here constant transporter node mailer dot create transportation. So it's not actually giving us any suggestions, any type suggestions, because we have to install this node mailer type version. So you can see that they are even giving us suggestions to install that. For EJS actually, we have to also install that type version. Yeah, so you can install it quickly. Now inside here there should be on port like process.env, then .smtp host, Then port should be like number and process.env.smtp port. SMTP port. Our fallback value should be 587. Yeah. Now service. So we have to add that in .env. So process.env.smtp service. Then auth means authentication. Here we have to write the user, which should be process.env.smtp user. For the password, we have to write process.env.smtp password, or pass we can say. Fine. Yeah. So done. Now after this auth, after this function, we can actually, let me give here a comment so that you will understand it more better. So render an EJS email template here. Okay, we need another function for this. Now constant render email template. So add here an async function. We have to receive here template name and the template data, which type should be record and string and any. Yep. And it's gonna actually return on promise, which type should be string. Yep. Now here constant template path equals to path dot join and process.cwd. So the process.cwd method actually returns an current working directory of the Node.js process. Okay, so it's actually taking us to our project root, which directory we are right now. Now auth service, then source, like which we want, then utils, and email templates, the most important. So email templates, then at last the template name dot EJS. Yep, setup is done. You're probably feeling it a little bit different, but one more thing I forget it, and that is we have to return it. So return EJS dot render file and the template path and the data. Yeah, now it's done. So right now we have to send an email using NodeMailer or using like any other services if you want to use any other services. Now export constant send email async. So there should be two, like whom you want to send the email, right? Now subject, the email subject, which should be string, the template name, which template we want to send, so it should be string, and then data, like the email data, so record and string and any. Yeah, now we can run on callback here, and we can use here on try catch statement actually. Perfect. Inside here, constant HTML await render email template, template name and data. Oops, here it's gonna be on comma. Yeah, fine. Now here we can send that, we can call this transporter, and we can send this, we can call this send email, sorry. And inside this send email, like in here, actually this is on method. By calling this, we're actually calling this send email function. Actually it's gonna return on promise that mail options. Yeah, so inside here we have to pass the mail options, like from who is the user. So here add process.env.smtp user. Okay, meanings like this, it's gonna be our SMTP user, means who is sending the email. Okay, that one. Now to, so we already have the to value in here, we're receiving it from the parameter. Now subject and email value, which will be an HTML value, so we're also receiving that from here. We're converting that, right, with this render email template. We're calling the render email template function. Yeah, and then we are sending that HTML from here. Now we are returning that, yeah, the email successfully sent, so we can return true. Otherwise we can return this, that error sending email, and we can console log the error. Yep, and we can return that false, it didn't send the email properly. All right, so it was a lot of work, but it's done at last. The send email function is ready. We can come back here, we can call this send email, and inside here we have to pass email, which we're receiving from this parameter. Then we have to add our email subject, which should be verify your email. We have to send that template, which is we're receiving from this template, and the dynamic data, or the data. Okay, so which value will be name and OTP. So we need to send this name and OTP in this data. Okay, in this data we are sending this name and OTP inside this HTML like template. Yeah, that's it. And then after that everything is fine in here in the send OTP function. Okay, so why I created this send OTP function at first, so that I can explain these take OTP restrictions to you. Okay, now after sending email, when you are again trying to sending email, at first notice we are calling this check OTP restrictions, right? Why? Because from here we're gonna check the user email status. Okay, so at first what we have to do, we have to check that redis.get, we have to search for our OTP, and if any OTP is lock, okay, it can happen that we are making an OTP lock. Okay, when the OTP will lock, so suppose you are entering an OTP wrong for more than 3 times, then it means that you are not the real owner of the account, or you are trying to hack on account, you are trying to hack on user account. So in that case we're gonna lock the OTP. Okay, here we have to add actually an async. Yeah, so it means that you're trying to hack the account and we're making your account locked. So we cannot actually, you cannot use that email, I mean that OTP for validating the account. Your account will be actually totally locked, and we will send an email that hey, your account is locked due to multiple failed attempts, right? So we can say that try again after 30 minutes. Yep, so this is on cooldown, meaning if you're entering wrong OTP for 3 times, then you cannot even send any new OTP request. Okay, your account is gonna be locked for 30 minutes. After 30 minutes you can again send OTP request. Okay, it happened inside Facebook. You can notice that sometimes you are sending OTP request to Facebook, but you are not receiving any OTP. So sometimes probably your IP in block list in Facebook database, or you already sent so many time requests to Facebook server, so that's why Facebook server detected something unusual request, and that's why your email and your IP that's inside like lock. Okay, I mean that's like actually block listed, so you cannot like receive an email with that from that Facebook server for a certain time. So after that time, after passing that time, you can again give a request. So that same thing we're doing in here. So now next what we have to check, we have to check that OTP spam lock or not. Okay, so we have different type of lock. First lock is OTP lock, meaning you are writing wrong OTP. Second one is spam lock, meaning you are trying to spamming the email. So what is spam lock? Let me explain it first. Let me finish this. So return next new validation error. We can set too many OTP requests. Please wait on hour before sending, or before actually requesting, again we can say. Yep, perfect. So this is actually spam lock checking. So when the OTP is going to like locked, I mean spam lock. So when you are sending OTP after 1 minute, suppose it's right now 3:47 AM. I'm sending an OTP request right now. Okay, 3:74 AM. So I can again send another OTP request at 3:48 AM. Then I can again send another one at 3:49. So when you are sending OTP request for 3 times, like after 1 minute, again, and again, it means that still you are trying to doing that spamming. That same thing happens inside Facebook or like any big applications. So when you are sending again, you're trying to send OTP for a long time, I mean again and again, after 3 times, your account will be locked for 1 hour. It means that from that same email, if another OTP request is coming, we're not gonna send that email. We're gonna say this one, that 2 minute OTP request, please wait on hour before requesting again. So by this security, we're ensuring that no one can like do spamming without this email sending mechanism, because most of the platform like which has that email verification system, they suffer a lot from this spamming. So that's why we're implementing this OAuth security, and it's very important. Now at last, we also have another security, that is redis.get OTP cooldown, and let's add email inside here. Yep. So that's actually the name of the collection. So the key, the name of the the data key. Yep. How we actually store something inside local storage, we can store something similar like that inside Redis database. Same thing here. Now return here next with a new validation error message that please wait 1 minute before requesting a new OTP. Okay. So here actually, when the OTP is, you are sending the OTP, we're actually checking the OTP cooldown. If it's in our database, definitely when you are sending an OTP request, it's gonna stay in our database for, I mean in our Redis database for 1 minute, right? As per our that logic. You can see from here it is, check, it's 60 seconds. So when we are sending an OTP, we are setting it to 1 minute. So after 1 minute, it's gonna delete. So we're again checking it, that is the OTP cooldown email is available or not. If email is available, it means still it's not 1 minute. So when still it's not 1 minute, we're sending this message that please wait 1 minute before requesting a new OTP. Okay, like after 1 minute, you can send an OTP request. Okay, and after 3 times wrong, like after 3 times sending OTP, your account is gonna be locked for 1 hour. Yep. So that's the mechanism. I know you can completely, you can change this, that instead of that 3 times, you can make it 5 times, or it's completely up to you. But the mechanism is ready in here. Yep, perfect. So our this check OTP restrictions, the most big function is done here, and send OTP function is also done. Now we can come back to this auth controller and check OTP restrictions. Next, wait, next. Oh, it should be next function. What did I add here? The type, yeah, it should be next function. Perfect. Now it's done. Now, after checking the OTP restrictions from our controller, secondly, we have to track the OTP request. Okay, it's very important. It's another function. So track OTP request. And don't worry, we are creating this function. It means that we don't have to create it for seller and that forgot password and reset password. We're going to use this same mechanism everywhere. Okay, so we're creating ons and we're going to use it for like lifetime in this application. All right, so here after this check OTP restrictions, let's create this export constant track OTP request function. Okay, and here same, we have to receive email, which type will be string, and it's gonna return on next. So next function. Yep. Now here OTP request key we are checking. So at first we are actually adding here on OTP request count. How many times you are sending OTP? How can we connect? I mean, how can we connect that? Definitely you have to set it inside our Redis database. Otherwise, how can we understand that how many times you send the OTP request? So that's why we are adding this OTP request count with your email. Now here create a let variable, that let requests, and add here first integer, and then inside here await redis dot get this OTP request key or 0. Yep. Now if our OTP request key less than or equals to, I mean less equals to 2, okay, less or equals to, I mean if it's 1 or 2, fine, but if it's more than, fine. You can, like, when you're hovering it, you can see that operator, this cannot be applied to type string and number. Okay, fine, type request. Oh, it should be OTP request. I did wrong. Yeah, but yeah, it's in here. Now await redis dot set. Actually right now we are setting that all variable here. Okay, OTP spam lock. When the OTP spam lock will work? When you are sending email for more than 3 times. Okay, so your email will be locked. I mean your account will be locked. You cannot send email for actually on hour 360 seconds. So we can say lock for on hour. Yeah. So here again, let me explain. Here this is the OTP request key, just on key. Here this is just on variable. Then we are checking here that if this OTP request, okay, at first we are checking with this key that is this available inside our database or not. Okay, so if it's already in the database or if it's more than twice, then it means it's locked for an hour. Okay, so we have to lock that for 1 hour. It means that the request is more than 3 times. Okay, that's it. So if it's more than 3 times, if the account is locked for on hour, we have to return on error. So return next new validation error, that too many OTP requests, please wait on hour before requesting again. Perfect. And at last we have to send this redis dot set this OTP request key, OTP request, this is an array plus 1, and the expiry should be 600, I mean 3600, meaning on hour. So let me again explain here, because I think previously you was a little bit confused. Here OTP request, this is the key, OTP request count, and here we are checking it, the key value. Notice here we are setting the key value with that OTP request plus 1. This is an array. Okay, we're checking it from our Redis database, and every time we are making on plus 1 every request. Okay, and when it's more than like 3 times, then we are making it locked for on hour. So here it's actually tracking requests for on hour. Okay, so yep, our track OTP request is done, and then almost everything is done. Now come back here and we can call this function. Yeah, we can import it. Now after this, we have to send OTP right now. So we can call our send OTP function. We can send the email, we can send the template name. So we have to create this template right now. So the template name should be something like this, user activation dot mail. Yep, and 1 minute, it should be actually comma, and this is the username, not the template name, and this is the template name. Yep, and at last we have to send this response that OTP sent to email, please verify your account. Okay, yep, we can save it, and if it's catch any error, so in this catch, wait, I think I did some small mistake. Just cut this everything, add on try catch statement, and in this try add this everything, and in catch just return the error message. All right, lot of things, right, we did, but right now let's collapse everything, open apps, auth service, search, and inside here, inside this utils, let's create a new folder by giving name email templates. Okay, and inside email templates we have to create on template for user activation mail, then .ejs. Okay, again we have to copy this name from here, the file name, and the file name should be similar like the name, so we can again paste that in here, and this is the file name, user-activation-mail.ejs, and this is actually on email template. You have to right now add here an email template. You can see the email template. So this is the email template, like head and like a custom email template. You can copy it by watching the source code, or let me just scroll it slowly so that you can copy it by watching the video also. Done. Okay, simple, perfect. So right now we can come back here and we can send the email. Everything is done, but still one thing is not gonna work, and that is in the send email we added this SMTP user and a lot of things, but we didn't create it. So we have to create all of this in our .env. So come back here again, SMTP user, SMTP password, SMTP port, and SMTP service, and SMTP host. So everything is here. So let's fill one by one. So SMTP host should be this one, as we are creating for Gmail. SMTP service, it should be Gmail. SMTP port, it should be 465. Now the password and user, this is important. So let's go to our Gmail account. From your Gmail account, just click manage your Google account. From here, just search for app passwords. Yeah, app passwords. Then click this security and app passwords, and make sure that you have turned on that two-step verification in your Gmail account. Otherwise, that app passwords options will not come inside your Gmail account. Okay, and here we have to add your email password. So let's add your email password, and let's add my email password. From here, we can create on app password. So just write anything. I'm writing eShop. I'm clicking this create button. Let's copy this. Don't copy my app password, because definitely I'm gonna delete it after creating the video, after finishing the video actually. So yeah, this is the password, and the user should be the email account which one you created this app password. Okay, so from this account, from this email, I created this app password, so that's why I'm adding that email in here, and this is the SMTP password. Done. Right now we can actually close it. Now come back here, clear everything, and write npm run dev. Okay, it's giving some error. Where is the error? Inside auth controller. Okay, I didn't import it. I don't know when I imported it. It was my type mistake. Yeah, let's give again a restart. Yeah, this time it's working properly. But we have to test this route right now, right? We can use this Thunder client. We can click this new request. From here, we can write HTTP 8080 / actually the route should be, we didn't create the route yet. So yep, come back in these routes, create auth router.ts, and inside here, at first import express from express, then constant router, which type should be router, and express.router. Yep. Now router dot post, we can say /user registration. So registration. Yeah, and we can call this user registration function. Perfect. And at last we have to export this default router. Done. Now we have to come back to our main.ts, right? Normal thing. And here, before this app.use middleware, error middleware, here we have to right now add our routes. So we can use this app.use, and here it should be /API, and we can call this router, this auth router. Done. And right now we can actually set up our documentation, API documentation, as our own API is ready. Okay, so it's actually very easy. We have to do one thing. We have to create here on swagger.js actually, and in here we need actually a new library. So let's do one thing, close the server, write npm I swagger autogen. Okay, auto generative, this means like it will generate automatic our documentations for our API. We don't have to write that by ourselves. Okay, now import swagger autogen from swagger autogen. Now constant doc or docs, but doc is fine, and add here info. So the documentation title should be auth service API. We can add on descriptions that automatically generated swagger docs or something like that. Then version, our API version, we should be on 0.0.0 as the first version. Now here, host, like where we are running this, so localhost 6001, right? Then schemes. So schemes, yep, it should be HTTP, and here constant output file. Here it's gonna return the swagger dot, hyphen output dot JSON. Okay, now constant endpoints files dot /routes auth router.ts. Okay, so we want to generate API documentation for this route, so that's why we're defining that endpoint files in here. And now we can use this swagger autogen. We can call this output file, endpoint files, and doc. Yep, so it's ready. And right now what we can do, we have to go to our this src folder, app folder, So cd apps, then cd our auth service, yeah, then cd src. Let's see what I'm doing. This is for just the first time. And alias inside here, this is the swagger.js. So just run this node swagger.js, and here you go. Right now you can see that our swagger documentation is automatically ready in here. We didn't do anything by ourselves. It's just generated by Swagger. Notice? But definitely it's not completely correct. You can customize it by yourself, as this is a JSON file. So like example, name example, Shahriar, email example, suppose something like this, that, and yeah, as that's right now our properties. Yep. So we can just come back here now in our app.ts, I mean main.ts, and here we can create another app.use, and we can define here the paths like API docs, then Swagger UI. So Swagger UI, we have to import it from Swagger UI Express and Swagger document. We need these two things. Okay, the Swagger document is coming from here, this output. Yep. Now here Swagger UI dot serve and Swagger UI dot setup, and we can call this Swagger document. Perfect. So our API documentation is, route is ready, and this was actually setup, not route. And right now we're gonna set up the API endpoint. So /docs/JSON. Okay, like request response and raise dot JSON, this Swagger document. Yep, this one, this JSON one. Done. So that's it, and everything is done. But one more thing we can do in here, that is after running the server, after running the server, we can actually add here another message that Swagger docs actually right now available at http localhost that port/docs. Yep. So yeah, it's ready. Actually not docs, this is docs/JSON, but fine, we can actually add this inside our API, that gateway API. So then we are gonna add that inside docs. So that's why this message is /docs. But fine, it's ready. Now let's start our server again by writing npm run dev. Oops. So we have to go back to our project again. Yeah, we're now back in our project. So again, just write that npm run dev. Cannot find module swagger output.json. Why? Alright, so I actually fixed the problem, and let me show you that how can you also fix this problem. And not just on problem, I also fixed some other problems. For example, in here we're writing .. for so many times. So we can do one thing here. Instead of this .. we can use here alias, something like this. So I'll show you that how can we set up that. Then after setting up alias inside here, notice this Prisma so long, this one so long. So we can just use added packages, and it's gonna work properly. Okay, but right now let's fix this problem at first, that Swagger output JSON is not found. So let's fix this problem. So for fixing this problem, we have to do some work. At first, come back in this tsconfig.app.json. Okay, in this out dir, make it out-tsc/auth/service. Okay, not slash, it's actually a dash or hyphen. So out-tsc/auth service. Okay, so the out directory should be this one. Now ts build info file, and it should be also out-tsc/auth service/ tsconfig.app.tsbuildinfo. Okay, and then everything will be similar here. Now we have to actually create a new file here by giving name webpack.config.js. Okay, it's very important, and you can copy this file code from this one, from this API gateway, from this webpack.config.js. Just copy that, come back in this auth service and create this file and paste everything. Now it's time to change that. So the output should be similar, target compiler should be similar, the main will be also something like this, tsconfig, then optimization false, output hashing none, generate package JSON true. Okay, that's it. Otherwise everything will be similar here. Now now the main major difference, that is inside this package.json. This is the major difference. So inside package.jsons we have to almost change everything. Okay, so my suggestion is just go to your package.json, give on Control A and delete everything. Okay, and just check everything what I am writing in here. It's not so long, it's just 39 number lines. It has just 39 lines. So name should be something like this, version similar, private similar. In scripts it should be node source/main.ts, and nx here you have to just add like nx our auth service. Project type should be applications. This is the source root, which is auth service/source. Now here serve like executor will be something like this. So just copy this, or like, you know, if you have the source code you can just copy this, or if you don't have the source code just pause the video and write it by watching this. Okay, be make sure that you are writing everything completely like this. If you miss any letter it's not gonna work. So that's it. This is the major difference in the package.json, and delete that package -log.json. Okay, we don't need that package log.json. Now from here we can also delete this dist folder. Again, what I am doing, just do that same thing, delete the dist folder from this auth service. Now here everything is fine, everything is still similar, and yep. So now actually we have to open our terminal, we have to clear everything and just collapse everything, delete this .nx folder. Now write npm run dev. You will see that everything is gonna work right now. So ready steady go, notice it's working, even our documentation is working, but the Redis is giving some error. We will check that later, but it's working. So right now we can again stop our server by pressing Ctrl+C, and let's set up alias right now. What I was talking about, that alias, that instead of a lot of .. we can write @packages. So for setting up alias we have to come back in this tsconfig app.json. Okay, so inside this tsconfig app.json, actually not here because it's already everything is perfect here. We have to come back in this webpack config.js. Yeah, and here we have to add resolve. Yep, and the resolve is coming from here. Then we have to add here alias, and let's add an alias. So /packages we can say, I mean added packages. Now resolve the dir name means directory name, then // packages. Okay, this is the path. Perfect. Now we can save this, and here we can add on extension. Okay, so extensions, and it's gonna be an array like .ts and .js. Perfect. Now in plugins, everything is okay in plugins. Yeah, it's perfect. Now do we need any more things? Yeah, we definitely need more things. This one is perfect, so we don't need to go here, this tsconfig app.json, but we have to go to our root tsconfig base.json. This is very important because here we have to set up this alias. At first we have to add here base URL, and the base URL should be on dot. Now here after this target, give on comma and add here alias. Sorry, not alias, it should be path. Inside here we can add /, sorry, @packages, and something like this /star, and it's gonna be an array. Now call our auth service /src. Sorry, not auth service. It should be actually packages. Yup, something like this. Perfect. Spelling need to be similar, so packages. Yeah, perfect. And that's it. That's actually the setup. Right now we can start working with alias. So just change it and make it something like this. Notice it's working. We can press Ctrl and click of our left side of our mouse, and then it's taking us to this error middleware, meaning it's working properly. The same thing we can also write inside controller. So here, instead of this lot of // make it @ packages. Same here, @ packages. Now clear our terminal and again run npm run dev. Again write this npm run dev and just run our server, and this time it's working properly. But our that Redis is not working. So why not working? Let's see why our Redis is not working properly. Redis is giving that connection error, meaning the credential is wrong. Redis is actually telling this to us. So let's see why it's giving us that weird error. So come here, and here also lot of // so change it and add here @ packages. Now inside here, redis.host, redis port, let me do one thing. Let me console log this, because I don't know it's coming properly or not, because I'm confused a little bit. That is, the value is coming here properly or not. Yeah, it's coming, but no, I think the host is wrong in here. I think so. Come here. I think when we are actually connecting Redis with this Upstash one, the configuration should be different. Yeah, notice it's different actually. So no worries. Let's set up it differently as like their like documentation. So something like this, and in here we can add our process.env.redis database URI, we can say. So just copy this, come back to our .env, and in here just combine everything and just delete it. Copy this, our full command from this Redis CLI, we can copy this. Now paste it in here and remove this Redis CLI. Start from here and add here SS, meaning HTTPS. We're actually telling something like that. Now it's gonna work, I believe. So let's see. Just run again our server, and I believe this time it's not gonna give error. Seriously. Undefined. What is undefined? Console log. What is undefined here? Or it's taking cache again. Okay, let's restart and see. It's actually taking cache. This is the problem of NX. Alright, so we have to do one thing, and that is we have to come back in this apps, auth service, delete this dist folder, and now write npx nx reset cache. Here given comma, that something like this. Now clear terminal and again start our service by writing npm run dev. This time I believe it's not gonna give error. Yep, it's not giving error, and it means that Redis is properly working here. So we can delete this console log right now. Notice Redis is working right now with this upstash setup. Okay, so let's go to right now slash this 6000 slash docs, but res.status is not a function. Let's see why they are telling us this one. Res.status. Alright, so the problem was inside this error middleware. We make sure that we are adding this next function, okay? Because Express.js actually don't treat our error handler if we don't add this next. So we make sure that we have to add this next as a fourth parameter, 1, 2, 3, and this is as a fourth parameter, and next function it's coming from Express. So after adding this, just open our terminal, stop everything and delete our cache. So npx nx reset cache and clear everything. Now right, npm run dev. Here we go. It's not giving any error right now. Let's come back here. Notice cannot get /docs. Okay, fine. But if you write here API docs, here we go. Our API endpoint is here. Notice right now if we click here, and actually we have to do some little bit modification in our documentation, so we can easily do that. In here we should add a new field by giving them password. Okay, as that was optional, so that's why that's not showing in here, but we have to add that in here. Password should be password. Yeah, and one thing I just want to check why it's not giving us password options from here. Okay, oh yeah, because in here when we are creating account, we're just taking name, email. Because next time we're gonna take that password, like when the OTP user will try to activate the account that time. Okay, fine, it's also fine, no problem. When the user is creating account, definitely it's fine. But we can click this try it out, and from here you will see the magic. If we click this execute button right now, so cannot post /user registrations 6000 /user registrations. Okay, so we have to just do a little bit modifications in our this Swagger output JSON. For example, it should be /API and /user registrations. This is the endpoint. Otherwise, we can delete this password for now, no problem. So that's it. That's the modifications. Give on reload and let's see. Okay, perfect, instantly working. Now try it out and click execute. Missing required fields. Why? Name, email. Okay, let's see why showing missing required fields. Let's come back here. We need name and email, and from here we are sending name, email. Yep, I don't know why it's then showing this missing required files. Okay, yeah, so here is the password, so we have to actually send password from here. Okay, so password something like 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Yep, now hit execute. Something went wrong, please try again later. What is this? See, invalid value provided, something wrong in Prisma. Okay, where email should be email. Now perfect. So we make sure that you are adding this second bracket. Okay, otherwise it's not gonna work, but this time it should work. So hit execute, and here you go, OTP sent to email, please verify your account. But no such file like this. Utils email templates. Okay, where this is users eShop auth service source utils email templates. Let me see why that template is not available. I mean, they are trailing this source. Again, see the path, that source utils email templates user activation email .ejs. It's actually here, I don't know. Okay, yep, I understand it right now why this error is coming. So let's fix this. Just come back in our auth helper from this send email function. Here, where is the path name? 1 minute. So it should be apps then auth service. Okay, now it's gonna work. So this is inside apps. Okay, fine, we don't need to give any restart. Now hit execute. I believe it should work. Okay, no recipients defined. Another new error. Let's see why. Okay, so this is because here at first it should be name, secondly it should be email. Why this is happening? If you come here, notice name is first, email is second. That's why the problem was happening. Instead of email, it was taking name. So this was the issue. But right now it's gonna work properly. Just come here and hit this execute button and let's see. Too many OTP request. Alright, because we already tried more than 3 times. But just clear our terminal, again run npm run dev, come to this Redis dashboard, database. From here, from this data browser, you can see everything is here. So we can do one thing, we can actually delete this from here, delete key again, just delete the key, same delete key, and done. But this time it's gonna work. This is very normal. We can delete this console log, open our terminal, come here, hit execute, and let's open email and see the magic. And here you go. You can see, welcome to eShop. Hello Shahrir. Thank you for registering with eShop. To activate your account, please use the following activation code. Please enter this code on the activation page within the next 5 minutes. If you did not register an eShop account, please ignore this email. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to contact us at support@becodemy.com. So it's actually sending email perfectly. And now after sending email, you can see that here it's gonna add that OTP cooldown, and you can see the TTL, like after 7 seconds, we can again send another OTP. And this is the OTP request count. We sent OTP request for 1 time, that's why it's showing 1. And that's previous one deleted. It means right now we can again send OTP. And this is the OTP, the value. Okay, so we are storing it inside our secondary database. Perfect. Now we can clear it from here. We can click this cancel button. Now let's start our second routes. That's also very important. And this is called actually API documentation. You can definitely add more thing in here. Okay, as this is on JSON data, you can add here whatever you want. Okay, if you want to add like more details, descriptions or anything like that, you can just add that. Yep. Now since our register a user is working, I mean it's sending OTP, right now we have to make another function to verify this, another route actually. So let's create our second route, and the most important route, that is verify user. So verify user with OTP. Now export constant verify user. I can add here asynchronous function. Request type should be request, res type should be response, and we don't need any next function. Okay, yeah, we need a next function actually. So next type will be next function. Add on try catch. If catch any error, then turn that in here. Okay, now for verify user, at first we have to check that same field again, like email, OTP, password, and name from our request.body. If email or OTP or password or name, none of them is available, then return on validation error that all fields are required. Okay, it's really easy. Yeah, now constant existing user await prisma dot users dot find unique via email. Yep, I did a small mistake. It should be here after this second bracket. Yep. Now after this, if existing user available, it means that the user already have an account. So then in that case, we're gonna return another validation error that user already exists with this email. Yep. Otherwise, we can call verify OTP function. Okay. So verify OTP, we have to create this one. Just come back here, not here actually. We have to go to that utilities, this auth helper. Here, after this send OTP, we have to right now create verify OTP. So constant verify OTP, it's gonna be an async function. We have to receive here email, OTP, which gonna be string, and next, which type will be next function. Simple. Now at first, what we can do, as we already stored our database, our OTP into our Redis database, so we have to like fetch that, right? So redis.get, we can say OTP, and we can send the user email. So we need this user OTP. Okay. If not available, then what will happen? It means that the user actually didn't request for any OTP. So invalid or expired OTP. Because if the OTP is expired, then we're gonna delete that. So that's why invalid or expired OTP we can say. Now after this, we have to store all the failed attempts. Okay, failed attempts key. How many times the user is entering wrong OTP. Okay, so OTP attempts and enter the email. So we're storing it right now. We're going to store it right now. So failed attempts, add here parse integer, await redis dot get failed attempt keys. Yep. Or fallback value should be 0. Yep, by default. Now if our stored OTP is not matching with our OTP, it means that if it's not matching, first logic, if the OTP is not matching, or secondly, if the user entering the OTP, wrong OTP more than 2 times, meaning 3 times, in that case, we're gonna log the OTP. Okay, so await redis.set OTP log. We're sending the email, we're setting the email, and we're making it locked, and we're making it locked for 30 minutes. Yep. To provide an extra layer of security. Now redis.delete, so OTP and email, then that failed attempts key and this failed attempt keys. So when the account is locked, then we don't have to like again count it, like how many times the user is entering wrong OTP, because the account is locked. So we don't need to do anything. We're gonna just send an error that, hey, your OTP is, your like account is locked, you cannot send request for the next 30 minutes. Perfect. Now return next new validation error, that too many failed attempts. Now your account is locked for 30 minutes. Yep. Then after this, await redis.set, add that failed attempt keys and failed attempts +1, and expiry should be 300 seconds, meaning 5 minutes. Yep. So then return next, new validation error, incorrect OTP, and 2 minus failed attempts left. Now let me explain. At first finish it, then I can explain it. So here actually, when you are entering wrong OTP, we're not gonna like block your account directly. At first we will give you an warning that hey, you entered incorrect OTP, 2 times left or 2 attempts left. If you enter more wrong OTP for more than 3 times, your account is gonna be locked. So like incorrect OTP, 2 attempts left, incorrect OTP, on attempts left, incorrect OTP, account locked. Okay, so I think you understand it now. Now after this, await redis.delete with this OTP and email and that failed attempt key. Okay, attempts key, this one, OTP attempts how many times. So when everything is fine, I mean like account is verified, then we can delete this, right? Because we don't need that anymore in our Redis database. So we can save it right now. Now come back here, just call this verify OTP function, and from here send email OTP and next. Yup. Then we have to make the password hash, right? After validating the OTP. So we can use Bcrypt for this. So Bcrypt is actually a new library. We have to import it or install it right now. So let's stop our server and write this npm I bcrypt.js, I think. Yeah, bcrypt.js and JSON web token. We have to know about JSON web token, that's JWT token. Yeah, so we can just like import that from JWT token and bcrypt.js. Yep. Now we can again start our server. Now just come back here and bcrypt dot, oops, I forget to import it. Yeah, so import bcrypt from bcrypt.js. Yep, so bcrypt dot hash, add the password and make it 10 digit of hash. Okay, we're providing a value like 10. Now after making the hash password, we can right now create the user account in our primary database right now. So see how much security we are providing. After this lot of security checking, at last we are sure that yeah, this is a real user. So we are adding that inside our primary database. Okay, so the password should be this hashed password. Yeah, what's going on here? Images ID is declared here. 1 minute, let me check one thing from Prisma schema. So avatar, okay, that's optional. Following is optional. Password is string but optional. Yep. Oh, images ID, why it's in here? I don't think we need this images ID. Yep, I don't know, when did I add this? We don't need that. Just open a new terminal and write this npx prisma db push. Yep, now notice the error gun. So yeah, perfect. Now we can send on status, I mean response, that yep, the user creation success. So success true, and on message that user registered successfully. Yep, perfect. Now we can save it, and then actually we don't need this user, so we can make the remove that variable. Yeah, for now it's done. So let's do one thing. I like to do one thing which will help us to generate our like documentation every time. Okay, that is, just come back in our root package.json. In here add on script like auth . Okay, and it's gonna run node, then go to our apps auth service src, and what was the path? Let's see, src and src and swagger.js. Yep. So now run npm run auth docs. Here we go. So it's updated right now. You can see our auth docs should be different right now. Come back here, give on reload. Oh no, it's not different. Oh yeah, it's not different because here we forget to add our routes, and as we are actually controlling our documentation from routes, so that's why we have to must add the route to generate the documentation. So verify user, done. Now again generate docs, so npm run auth docs, done. Come here, give on reload. Here we go, verify user. Now here we have to try it, but let's try, okay, because I know this time it's gonna not work because the data is, the OTP is expired. It has just 5-minute limitation. So here just add a wrong OTP. So not wrong OTP, this one, 1275, add it. Password, suppose anything, we can say this one. Name, suppose same. Now hit execute. See, oh, cannot post / verify user. I am again giving that wrong documentation here every time. Okay, base path should be /API. Okay, then it's gonna generate with /API all the time. Anyway, just do it manually for now. Yup, come back here, give on reload. Perfect. Again, try it out. Email should be the same email. Perfect. So OTP is 1275, password and name. Yep, execute now. Cannot post /API /verify user. What? How? 1 minute. /verify user. Why twice? Oh my god. Why it's coming for twice? Because here base path is /API. Okay, fine. Just delete this from here now. Now hit execute and it's gonna work, I believe. Okay, we have to give reload to see the changes. And OTP. Now notice invalid or expired OTP. So the error message is properly coming here. Notice. And by the way, it's telling us an error that cannot set headers after they send to the client. Interesting. Alright, so I found the problem why that error is coming. It was just on warning, and the problem is that in here, instead of returning next new validation error, we have to actually throw the error. It means that when we are calling that return next new error handler, this validation error, then it's actually passing this function and it's again coming back here. So that's why it was giving us that error. So instead of return next, we have to throw the error, throw new validation error, throw new validation error, throw new validation error. Okay, so be make sure that you are updating it with this code. Yep. Now come back here and again test it. So from here, let's again click this try it out button and click this execute, and you can see that invalid or expired OTP, and it's not giving us any that weird error that cannot set headers after it's going to client side. That's like normal error. Okay, fine. When that error actually usually come when we send to response. Okay, that time it's like give us that type of error. But right now it's not giving us any error. Even you can see that the database, if we check our database, no user is here. Now actually the OTP is expired. That's why this error is coming. So let's send OTP again. So just copy this email from here. From here, just click this, try it out. Name should be Shahriar. Email should be this one. Now hit execute. Missing required parameter file. Okay, yeah. So missing because we have to add password here. So let's add same password, parameter in here, that password. Yep. Now hit execute. So 3 fields, name, email, and password. Yep. Now OTP sent to email. So check our email now. And here we go. 1412. This is the OTP right now. Now come back here. Just cancel it and open this one. And right now add here 1412, but add wrong OTP. Suppose 1411. Now hit execute. Now see, incorrect OTP, 2 attempts left. Even open our terminal, no any weird that cannot set headers after it's sending to client side. Okay, not that type of any error. Now we have only more 2 attempts left. So again, suppose add something like this. This one, which is also wrong. So on attempt left. Right now let's enter the correct one. On 4, on 2. So on 4, on 2. Perfect. Now hit execute. And here you go. User registered successfully. So just come back here right now, give on reload, and here you go. This is our name, email, and password. So the user is right now creating perfectly with our all verification. Yep. Now it's working properly. Now we can come back in our controller, and as our verify user with OTP is done, meaning our account creation work is done. Right now, what next? We have to right now make our login informations like user login. So that's also very easy. Just write here login user, give on comment that login user, export constant login user, and it should be an async function, request response, and next. Now inside here, let's add on try catch, and for doing login, we're gonna receive email and password from user side from our request.body. Yep. And here we can just add that return next error. Yeah. Now here, if our email or password is not here, not available, then we can return on error that email and password are required. Okay. Now, if they are available, in that case, we can search our user with the email. That is the user available in our database or not. So if the user available in our database, then we can check for the password, but if not available, then we can return another error that not validation error, it should be auth error, that user does not exist. Okay. Now this time, if the user is available in our database, then verify email. Yep, sorry, verify password, not email. So you have to check the password. Now, is the password is matching with the request.body password? So we have to use await that bcrypt.compare method, and we have to use here password and that user.password. Yep. If it's not matching, so if not is match, in that case, return next new validation error, that invalid email or password. Okay, or instead of actually validation error, we can add here auth error. Now after actually when the user password is also correct, in that case what we have to do, we have to generate access and refresh token for the user, right? So generate access and refresh token. Now constant access token, so we can use here jwt.sign method. So jwt, we have to import it from JSON web token. So import jwt from JSON web token. Now JSON web token, okay, we have to install the type version. Okay, so stop the server and run npm I save types and JSON web token. Now clear everything and just write npm run dev again. Okay, now here jwt dot sign, use the sign method, and you have to sign the user with the user dot id, and user role should be user, and when we are signing it we have to define on secret key, right? Normal. So process dot env dot jwt secret edge string. Yep. So and here we have to add on expiry. So expires in, we can say 15 minutes. Done. Now we can do the similar thing for refresh token. So just copy this, come back here, and for the refresh token, actually here it should be access token secret, okay, not jwt secret. Here it should be refresh token, same thing. And here instead of jwt secret, we have to add here refresh token secret. Okay, and expires in, it should be 7D, meaning 7 days. Now we have to store the refresh and actually access token. Okay, yeah, we have to store the refresh and access token in an HTTP only secure cookie. Okay, so we are gonna store it. So for that's why we have to create a new function. Okay, so we can create that in this utils folder by giving a new folder, I mean for creating a new folder by giving name cookies, and just create here set cookie.js. Import here response from Express. Now export constant set cookie and response name, we should be string, and value we should be string as well. Yeah, inside here raise dot cookie name value and some options like HTTP only, it should be true, secure, it should be true, same site, it should be none, cookie maximum age, it should be 7 multiply 24 multiply 60 multiply 60 and multiply 1000. So it means actually 7 days. So 7 days. If you want to increase it, you can do it. So 7 days, 24 hours, 60 minutes, 60 seconds, 1000 milliseconds, the format. Yep. And that's it. This is good enough for now. Now from here, from this auth controller, we can call the set cookie, and we can send the response. We can say refresh token, and the refresh token we can send it. So we can copy it, we can paste it in here again, and instead of refresh token, make it access token and call the access token. Yeah, that's it. So it's actually sending on cookies. Yep. Now we have to send on response. So we can say res.status 200.json. We can send message that login successful. Yep. And we can send the user. So user ID will be user.id. Email will be user.email, and username, which should be same, user.name. Done. So we have to just make this access token secret and refresh token secret. So come back in this .env, add this in here, and same, but it should be refresh token secret. So right now we have to generate on JWT secret key. So we can go to Google Chrome, we can search for JWT secret key generator. We can come this website, we can make it 32, we can click generate button, we can just add that in here. Let's generate a new one and add that in here. I think similar, wait, so 32 and different this time. Yep, perfect. Now let's regenerate our docs. So we can say that npm run auth docs, come back here, give on reload. Okay, so it's not coming still because of here we have to add login user. So it should be login user. Done. Now I think it's gonna work. Okay, no, not working. Fine, just give on reload. I mean npm run auth docs. Now it's gonna work. Give on reload. Yeah, here you go, login user. So try it out. Suppose hit execute, cannot post / login user. And to check one thing, Swagger output. Okay, base path is again wrong here. It should be /API. Now again hit execute, give on reload actually. Now try it out and hit execute. So user doesn't exist. Fine. Now suppose I'm writing my email like this one. Now hit execute. Invalid email or password. Now write the correct password. And here you go. We're getting our data. Even with the cookies, you can see that it's actually giving us all response. And I think we can check cookies from here if I'm not wrong. I don't know. Is it possible with this or not? So okay, let's see here. Notice refresh token, access token is here. So it's actually working properly. Perfect. So our login logic is properly working. It's very simple. We don't have to do hard work for this. Anyway, after login user, what we have to make? We have to make our another function, which is very important, but we can skip it for now. That is refresh token, but we can make it later when we're gonna make our middleware. At that time we can make that. So right now let's make user forgot password. So export constant user forgot password. Make it asynchronous function. Add here request response next function, and inside here we're gonna directly call our handle forgot password. Okay, so I know you're feeling a little bit weird, but there have a reason. That's why we are doing this. So handle forgot password, just come back here, and from here let's create it. So in here, in this handle forgot password, we have to receive that request response next and user type. So request response and next function is already here. Here at first, let's write on try catch statement. Now constant email equals to request.body, because it's coming from our user side, that email. If the email is not available, then throw on validation error. That email is required. Now we have to find the user or seller in DB. Yep. So constant user type, if it's equals to user, in that case await prisma dot users dot find unique, where email is email. Okay, but let's add here and sign instead of that, like, you know, if else logic. Okay, by the way, for now just make it something like this, because we still don't have our seller part. Wait, it was my mistake. Here it should be async function. Yeah, now it's correct, but for now it's fine. Okay, now if user is not here, in that case we can throw new validation error, that user type not found, like user or seller not found. Now we have to check OTP restrictions now, because for forgot password we're also sending OTP, right? So check OTP restrictions with this email and call this next. Now we have to check our track OTP request with this email and next. Now if everything is like the security is passed, in that case we have to generate OTP and we have to send email, right? So await send OTP, add this email, add the user dot name and user type, if it's equals to user, then only forgot password user mail. Okay, yep. Let's do one thing, just add something like this. Yeah, for now, as we don't have any seller model yet. So res.status 200 JSON message should be OTP sent to email, please verify your account. Yep. If it's catch any error, then just next the error. Yeah, that's it. Now just call here our handle forgot password. Our work is done in this user forgot password. Now we have to make our receipt user password. So export constant receipt user password. It should be again on async function, and in the parameter list it should be as always similar, that request response and next, and on callback function and on try catch, and something like this. Now here for the receipt password, we're gonna receive the email and new password from our user side. If the email or new password is not available, then we have to throw the same error, that email and password are required. So you must have to enter your email or password for resetting your password, which is very normal. Now we have to search the user in our database. So prisma.users.find unique, where email. okay, where email is our database, I mean user email. So if user is not here, in that case we can return on new error that user not found. If user is here, then we can compare new password with the existing one, because user cannot enter same password. Okay, so we can say that constant is same password. So we can use here await bcrypt dot compare. We can add the new password user dot password. So we are like comparing the password and the user dot password. Okay, add here this. Yep. Now if our same, I mean each same password, then return next new validation error. Error message should be something like this, that new password cannot be the same as the old password. Yep. That's it. And after that, if everything is fine, then we have to modify the user password. So we can say hash the new password again. So constant hashed password await bcrypt dot hash that new password, and we can use this 10 digit what we was doing before. Now we can update the user database. So user await prisma dot users dot update. Inside here, where we have to update it, where the email is the user email, and the data should be password, which value will be this hashed password, the new one. Yep. And at last we have to give on response like 200 JSON, and message should be password reset successfully done. So our reset user password is also done. But one important thing I forget, and that is we have to verify the forgot password OTP, right? So verify forgot password OTP. Now export constant verify user forgot password. It should be an asynchronous function, and the type should be something like this. As always, inside here we can call another function, so something like this one, verify forgot password OTP, where we have to send request response next and user type, which will be user in our case. Yep. So just copy this, come back here, export constant verify forgot password OTP. You might be thinking why I am writing this same logic here also, because we need this same function for user and seller. So that's why we're like making that ons in here, so that we don't need to write it for twice. Okay, I hope you understand now. So here constant email and OTP get take it from request dot request, I mean just copy this one, and at last the user type, we should be as always that similar one. Yeah, now here it's coming from request.body. If the email or OTP is not available, in that case throw on error that email and OTP are required. Otherwise we can call our verify OTP, this one again, and we can send that email OTP and next, and at last we can send on response that OTP verified. Now we can reset your password. Yep. And at last, if it's catching an error, then we can like return that error. Yep. And here we don't need this user type actually, I think so. We don't need this user type anymore. So forward password OTP, and here we go. Done. A lot of things we already completed. See, user forgot password, verify user forgot password, reset user password, a lot of steps. In this auth router, we can add one by one everything. So router dot post slash forgot password user, and we have to call this user forgot password. So save again, I mean copy and paste that in again here, and this time it should be reset password user and reset user password. Then again here, this time it should be verify. Actually, I think I did opposite, but fine. Verify password or verify forgot password actually. Verify forgot password user. Yeah, I know it's a little bit big, but this is gonna be the API route. Yep. So verify forgot password OTP. Yep. So all are done. You can see a lot of routes done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my god, 6 routes. We finally completed. So registration, verifying that, login, user forgot password, verify forgot password, and reset password. All are done. Even seller on is also done at the same time, because it's gonna be very similar with this all setup. All right, so right now we did a lot of work, but it's time to start the front end right now. So we will definitely do that, and we're gonna right now start working for the front end, and we're gonna test everything from our front end right now. So let's start our front end work now. All right, so let's go to NX dashboard again, and from here just click this logo and click this get started again, and from here now select Next.js, because for our front end we're gonna use Next.js. So just copy this command, that nx add nx and next. So come here, stop our server, clear everything, and add this, that nx add nx/next. So just wait a little bit until it's finishing the installations of next. Perfect. So done. Right now we can just clear our terminal, and we can again come back here, and we can see that from here, for creating a new project, we have to copy this command. Come back here, and instead of my new app, write here user UI and press enter. Now, which style sheet format would you like to use? So we want to use Tailwind CSS. We can select this Tailwind from here. Which linter would you like to use? We don't need any linter for front end. We don't need any testing like libraries. So we can select none. Which would you like to use the app router? So yeah, definitely. Would you like to use the source directory? Yep, we want to use it. And right now it's actually creating our project. You can see in here, it's gonna create our user UI. Yeah, here it is already, user UI, and it's getting created. So just wait a little bit until it's finishing the installation. Yep, perfect. So at last it's done. So right now we can just clear our terminal, and we can open our apps folder again. This is our user UI, and everything is here. You can see this is the source folder, that page.tsx, everything is here. Right now we can actually start our this user UI front-end service. But how? Let me show you. In here we can create another script in our root package.json. Okay, and it should be npx nx serve user UI, and let's see that is it working or not. So npm run user UI. So just wait a little bit. Yep, but something is wrong. Cannot find configuration task for task user UI serve. All right, so for front-end service, I think we don't need this serve. Okay, so let's do one thing. Instead of this command, change it, add here something like this, that nx run many target should be development and all and projects. The project's name will be user UI. Now again run the service by writing same command. Yep, npm run user UI, and this time it should work. Let's see. Yeah, it's working right now. We can right now go to localhost 3000 and here we go. Yep, so welcome to user UI. You can see this is here. Hello there, welcome to user UI, and this is the basic like NX documentation here, the by default one. So right now we can close this package.json, we can close this auth helper, we can actually close almost everything, and we can come back in our user UI in this page.tsx. We can remove everything and we can write rafce and simple page, come back here, and perfect. Now at first in our user UI, definitely we're gonna make the login sign up, but for login sign up, in our login sign up page we have that, that header, so that's why it's better to make the header component at first. Okay, and the header component is very simple, so let's make it quickly. Now before this children, in this layout.tsx we can add the header, because header will be almost everywhere in this user UI website, okay, the main website. Yep, so copy this header name, and by the way, here we can say eShop, and we can like give on descriptions that eShop I don't know eShop I'm writing here, just write like something related to e-commerce or related to your business. Now inside this src folder, let's create a shared folder, and let's create widget folder and header, then header.tsx, so rafce header, and here we have to must add on index.ts, where we are gonna export the default from header, something like this. Now here we can come back again here and we can import header from this shared widgets and header, and here we go. Now in this headers, come back here in this header, let's start to designing. So at first w full meaning width 100%, background should be white. So yeah, now inside here make width 80%, so 80%, py meaning padding top bottom, it should be 20 pixel, m auto meaning margin left right auto, not left right, everywhere auto, display flex, align item center, justify space between, and yeah, that's it. Now inside here we need another div. Inside here we need on link, then link from next/link, and here we can add on href, something like this one. Now inside here let's add on span or anything like that, like eShop, like for the logo. Definitely in the future it's gonna be dynamic, like admin can update the logo from the admin dashboard. Okay, so we're gonna implement that feature definitely, but for now it's gonna be static. So here we can say text excel font 600, and we can save it, and let's come back here. Here we go. It's looking very small, so make it 2XL. A little bit better, but not perfect. Oh, by the way, it means that Tailwind CSS is not working. Fine, let's solve the problem. So the problem is happening because in here, source, pages, components, app. Let's do one thing. In here, write this /source and everything, something like this, ts Here it should be on dot, yeah, TS or TSX or JS or JSX or anything at the tailwind CSS properly. Yeah, now see, it's gonna work, I believe. It should work. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me try that, is it working or not? So text rate 500, let's see. Okay, it's working actually. Perfect. Now text 3XL. Why then text size is not working? I am sure that it's not working. The text size, let's see. It's working, seriously. But font width 600. Okay. Now it's actually working. Okay. So make it 2XL. I don't want to focus a lot in here, but yeah, 3XL is more good. Anyway, and make it 500 then. But for now, we can skip this and we can come back here. After this, let's add class name like W50%, position relative, and input, which type should be text, on placeholder like search for products. Yep, or dot, yeah. Then we have to add some class name like W full px4, font family should be Poppins. We have to add this, so we're gonna add that, no problem. And font weight should be medium, meaning 500. Border will be 2.5 pixel and border color will be this one, this 3489 FF. Okay, this is the color code. Outline should be none and height will be 55 pixel. Yep. Now you can save it and you can come back here, and here we go. It's actually perfect. Now after this div, wait, I forget one thing, and here that is in here you have to add another div like with 60 pixel. Cursor need to be pointer, display flex, align items center, justify content center, and height should be 55 pixel, similar, and similar background color. So just copy this, and position should be absolute, top should be 0, left should be, sorry, right should be 0. What we are making here, actually we are making here on box side of this input, okay, that blue box. So you can save it right now. You can see that it's already in here. Inside here we need on search icon. So for actually icon, we are using a new library. So stop our server and install that by writing npm I lucid react. So we're using this one for our icons provider. So lucid react. From here you can like search for icons. Yeah, but it's taking a little bit time, which is very normal. And we have to actually install some more libraries, okay, which is very important. So for example, just write npm I next font Google. I think it's built in, I mean provided by already Next.js, but I don't know. A next font, okay, next font, just write next font. Let's see now. I believe it's gonna work. Seriously. Okay, then I think it's inside Next.js. Let's see. So import something from next /font / Google. Okay, it has the already, I mean it has already in the Next.js. Okay, so Poppins and Roboto, we need these two font family actually. So let's import it from next font Google. Now here after this metadata, let's add Roboto, and Roboto, the subsets should be Latin. and font weight, where we can define like which font weight we need. So 100, 300 and 400, 500, 600. Like we need all the weight, we can say 7 and 900. Yeah. Then after this, wait, I think I did a mistake somewhere on 300, 400, 500. Okay, 600 is actually not available. Yeah. Now we have to define a variable for our font family, like font roboto, we can say. Yeah, we can copy this one, we can paste it here instead of roboto, make it Poppins. Same here, it should be Poppins. Subset should be similar, Latin. And for the font weight, add here 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, and everything. Okay, like this. And this time it should be font Poppins. Yeah. Now come here and in this body just add on class name, add here template string and roboto dot variable, same Poppins dot variable. Perfect. We can save it. We have to right now come back to our tailwind config.js, and here in this extent we have to add font family and roboto, which should be where that our font family variable name. So roboto, copy this and paste it in here, and Poppins. So same, but instead of roboto it should be Poppins. Done. We can save it right now. We can come back here and the font family will start to work automatically. You can check it that it's working now. Anyway, even if you hover it, notice variable font Poppins. Perfect. Now inside here we need actually search icon. So search, and the search icon is actually coming from Lucid React. So search, import search from Lucid React. So search, and the search color should be white. That's it. You can save it now. And here we go. Oops, it's not here. Give on reload. Oh yeah, because I forget to start the server. Anyway, that's why I was thinking I'm not feeling that yeah, everything is working properly. Anyway, just run the server again. And yep, but I did opposite. My goodness, we don't need to run npm run dev. Okay, fine, just clear it and write this npm run user UI. Yeah, and here you go, click reload. Perfect. You can see this is the search icon. If I add something, write something, then it's taking the proper font family. Perfect. I know the logo is looking very bad, and we're gonna change that. No, don't worry. So after this div, we have to add another div. Okay, where we put in class name like flex item center, gap should be 8. Now on link href, which gonna link us to login actually, and inside here we're gonna add profile icon. Now this profile icon is actually not any icon. This is actually on SVG, and in this app folder, sorry, not app folder, in this src folder, we can create a new folder by giving them assets, and we can create here an SVG folder or SVGs, like plural, and in here we can create this profile icon.tsx, and here let me copy the SVG code, and this is the SVG code. Actually it's not possible to actually write it, but I found it somewhere, and this icon was really good. That's why I was using this icon. Okay, So you can copy it from the source code and let's import it. So profile icon, and the suggestion is really weird. Just go back like this. Yeah, fine. Now notice it's perfect. Wait, where's that profile icon? Okay, give on reload. Okay, here it is. Anyway, the design is not okay, fine, because this div is here and this is another div. Because just cut this, add here another div with flex, item center and gap 2. Now inside here add this. Now here we have to add another link with href/login. Inside here we're gonna add that span with a class name, that display block, font width medium. Yep, and it's gonna be hello. So hello, I don't know why then it's not in the same row. Wait, flex, this one. Okay, so I did a small mistake. Just cart this all div from here. Okay, all div meanings from here after this search div, and from here just click here, it's finishing here, collapse it and cut it. Then this is the middle div. Now come out from the middle div and paste it in here. Now notice it's perfect actually. Yep, it's really perfect. Now here after this hello, we have to add another span where class name should be font semi-bold, and inside here we can say that sign in. Yeah, perfect. And the icon is not looking properly beautiful. Yeah, because in here we have to add some class name like border 2, which should be 50 pixel, height should be 50 pixel, display flex, item center, justify center, then rounded full, meaning like border radius 100%, and on border color, which should be this color. Yep, now you can save it, and here you go. Now it's looking really beautiful, not bad. Anyway, here this is the gap, and I did another small mistake. This div should be ending here. Okay, yeah, now it's looking properly perfect. So the div should be ending here, not in here. Anyway, after this div, come out and create another div, and the class name should be flex item center gap 5, and add here link with href/wishlist, which we still don't have, but in the future we'll have this wishlist in here. And here the class name should be relative. Yeah, now here we have to add our heart icon, and still here import the heart icon from Lucid React. Now save it, and here you go. Actually no, not from Lucid React, because here I'm again using on custom SVG. Okay, because it's more beautiful than the Lucid React one. Okay, so heart and icon dot tsx, so we can just paste that in here, that code, that SVG code. Now come back here and import this heart icon. So from here, so similar path should be similar, dot dot slash, something like this. Yeah, now see, it's looking beautiful. Now after this heart icon, let's add another div with class name w6h6, meaning like width 24 pixel, height 24 pixel, and then border color should be white, bg will be red 500, and rounded should be full, and flex item center, justify center, position absolute, top 0, not 0 actually, it should be 10 pixel, minus 10 pixel actually, and right should be minus 10 pixel. Yep. Inside here, inside this we can add suppose 0, no problem, like this is static for now, and the color should be white, but wait, let's do one thing, just cut it, add on span and add this, and here we can add that class name, that text color should be white, font weight should be medium, and text size will be small, like only SM, meaning 40 pixel. Yeah, now it's looking beautiful. Perfect. Now after this wish list, we can copy this, we can paste it in here again, and instead of this wish list, this time it should be cart, and instead of the wish list heart icon, this time it should be cart icon. Okay, so just add here the cart icon .tsx, and here you go, this is the svg. So cart icon, add here cart icon, same, just copy it. Yep, beautiful. Otherwise everything should be similar. Yeah, so here we can add like 9 plus or anything, but 0 for now. Yep. Now after this, after all this actually div, I mean from here, even from here, we can add another div with a class name border b, and border b color should be like slate 200, sorry 600 I think. Let's see, and let's try to see the 200 one. Yeah, it's looking beautiful. And inside here, or let me add another one, I don't know is it better or not. Let's add this color code. Wait, border b. Yeah, it's better I think. Yep. Now after this, add here header bottom, so we have to create this another file. Okay, header bottom, so here we can create this header bottom .tsx, not ts, it should be tsx, typescript xml, and use here rfce, and header bottom we can save it, and from here we can import it. Done. So header bottom, beautiful. And one small mistake I did in here, that is this div should be on self-closing div. Okay, yeah, something like this. Now perfect. Now in this header bottom we have to again do a lot of work, so let's start one by one, but for now okay, let's make it actually for now, no problem. So this one need to be actually use client, or it's need to be must client component. Okay, because we're gonna use here use state hook, that's why. So import use state and show set show. Initially the value should be false. We need another state for actually is sticky and set is sticky. Initially it's gonna be false, And that's it for now. And yeah, we have to make on use state hook for tracking the scroll position, because after 100 VH only this part will be visible. Okay, so something like this, we can create an use effect hook in here and constant handle scroll. Inside here, if our window dot scroll y is less than 100, then set is sticky, it need to be true. Otherwise, set is sticky, it need to be false. Yep. Then window dot add event listener scroll and just call the handle scroll. Now we can return here window dot remove event listener and scroll. This is like on scroll setup. Okay, handle scroll. Let me show you how it will work actually. Let's finish it at first. Okay, now here let's add class name. Class name should be dynamic, like at first w full transition all, the transition duration should be 300 millisecond. Then if is sticky is true, then position should be fixed, top should be 0, left should be 0, z index should be 100, so 100, and bg should be white, shadow lg. Otherwise just position relative. Yep. Now come back inside here and let's add another div with class name, and with dynamic class name width should be 80%, position relative, margin auto, display flex, items center, justify between, and if is sticky then pt3, otherwise py0. Perfect. Now inside here we have to add our all drop downs. Okay, we can say so on div class name width should be 260 pixel and each sticky, if it's true, in that case minus 2 MB, meanings margin bottom should be minus 8 pixel. Yeah. Otherwise normally cursor pointer, flex, item center, justify between, px5, height 50 pixel, and bg should be that 3489 ff color, that same color. Yeah. And here if anyone press here on click that set show, it's gonna be opposite of show. Perfect. Now inside here we can create another div with a class name, flex, item center, gap 2, and align left on icon. So align left from Lucid React, color should be white. Yep. And it should be self-closing tag. Yeah. Span, let's use here now. Inside here we can say that all departments. Okay, categories, departments, same thing actually. So all departments, then text white, font medium. Now let's come back here and let's see the magic that what we were doing actually in here. So all departments. Perfect. Now after this we have to add this chevron down icon. So chevron down icon from Lucid React, and the color should be white. So perfect. Now after this, let's add our drop down menu, but as we don't have any categories, like because the category should be definitely dynamic, so here let's make on simple model. Okay, let's make a simple model for now. So model means model, not model actually. Let me show you. Absolute left should be 0 and it's sticky, then top will be 70 pixel, otherwise top should be 50 pixel. Yep. Then at last width should be 260 pixel, height should be 400 pixel, bg should be f5 f5 color. Yeah, for now it's fine. Okay, so when we're clicking, notice nothing is happening. Wait, and because of the slow server, let's see now. Okay, weird. Let me do one thing. Okay, it's really weird to see that it's not exactly working how it should work. So show, set show, by default false. If it's true, then I'll show this absolute left 0 with, okay, so pixel px. Yeah, now it's breaking. Okay, so the background color was perfect, that f5 f5 f5. Yeah, this is a perfect color. Done. So all departments, this drop down is done and drop down menu is also done. Now what next? Next is our navigation links. So navigation links, it should be on div with class name, flex and item center. And here we have to use nav item. So we can actually do one thing. We can create a new folder in our user UI src and just create a new folder by giving name configs. So configs, inside here let's create a new file by giving name constants.tsx, and here export our constant nav items, and here we have to actually define on type. So for the type, let's make on global d.ts, and here let's define the nav item types. Now here it should be nav item types and an array. So on array, let's add title, which should be home, href, which should be slash, then title like products, then href should be slash products. Yeah, after this just copy this one, and then next one should be shops. So shops and shops, then copy and paste. Next one should be offers and offers. Then next one, the last one, it should be become a seller, and the URL should be something like this, that become seller. We can just save it right now. Now in here, in this navigation link, we can use it. So navigation link, so nav items dot map I, which type should be this nav items types, index, which type should be number. All right, so here it should be on callback. Now inside here, let's add on link, import from next link, not from Lucid React, and class name should be px5, font weight should be medium, text color will be, sorry, text size will be LG, meaning 18 pixel, and href, it should be i.href, and key should be index. Yeah, inside here we can write i.title, and we can save it right now, and here we go, 1 2 3. Perfect. Now after this div, we can actually create another div, and for now it's gonna only work for when it's sticky. Okay, and this div we can completely copy from here, okay, because it's gonna be completely similar, but when we're scrolling it, then it's gonna just available here, then it will be available in here. Okay, now import profile icon, import heart icon, same for the cart icon. Yeah, now save it, and it's not in here. Fine, but let me show you one important thing right now. Suppose in here I am adding class name height 200 vh. Okay, now scroll, and here you go. Give on reload at first. Yeah, scroll. Okay, it has one problem. Let me see what is the problem. Okay, the problem is in here. Instead of screen Y, it should be actually scroll Y. Yeah, this was actually the small syntax issue. I mean, I added here wrong spelling, and it should be scroll Y, not screen Y. Now it's gonna work. Give on reload, scroll, perfect. Now go to top, here you go. So scroll, go to top, here you go. So it's looking perfect. You can see it's fully perfect now. Yeah, so that's it. This was actually our header, and it was very important because for our like login sign up screen, we're also adding this header, so that's why it's very important. Now remove this 200 vh, just make it nothing for now. Now when I'm clicking this sign in, notice it's giving error, which is very normal because we don't have any login route yet. So come back in this app folder, create here an organizations folder like routes, and create on login route, and create on page.tsx, so rfce and page. So yeah, right now we're inside login screen. So let's start to work for the login screen right now, and we're gonna right now start to work like with the dynamic style. I mean, here our backend ready, so we can make our form, and then we can like start working. Alright, so for actually working inside this login screen or the login page, we need on new library. So we can just stop our server, and we can install a React hook form. It's actually for validating our form. Okay, and it's really a very cool library. I really personally like to use this one. It's very lightweight, and we don't need that much hard like coding to set up this. And another one that's very, very important, and that is TanStack and React query. Okay, so TanStack / React query. So we're actually using TanStack query for fetching our data or for sending like any request to our APIs. So TanStack query is very powerful. Like it has like lot of features like built-in cache features and a lot of things. By using TanStack query, we can make our applications more faster, and it's really very easy to work with TanStack query. So that's why I personally love to use TanStack query instead of that RTK query or Redux or the other like, you know, state management libraries. So yeah, we can use here TanStack query. So TanStack / React query, you can install it. So at first React hook form, and second one is TanStack query. So just install it. So yeah, done. Now actually we can write npm run user UI again to start our frontend server. Now start to work in this login screen or login page, actually, not screen. So at first add here use client, because a lot of event we have inside here, so it must need to be an client side components. Okay, now here we can at first define on type like form data. For example, email, which should be string, password, which should be string as well. Yeah, ready. Now here we can make it directly login. So login. Inside here, at first let's add some use state hook here. For example, password visible or server error or remember me. So just make here 3 use state hook. Then we need use router from constant router equals to use router from next/navigation. Okay, not router, next/navigations. Yep, so very basic setup for now. And let's define our React hook form. So constant something from use form. So use form, it's coming from our React hook form, and the type should be form data. And use form, so import it, import use form from React hook form. Perfect. Now inside here we have to add the register, the handle submit, the form state. Inside form state we'll get these errors. Yeah, perfect. Now we can add here another function like on submit, like the form submit function. It's gonna receive data, which type should be this form data. Yep. Now here in this return, in this div, add on class name like w full py10 minimum height 85 vh. Yeah, and bg should be f1 f1 f1, and add on h1 inside here with a class name text 4xl actually. 4 or 5. Okay, 4 is fine, I think. Then inside here we need to make our font family to Poppins. Font should be semi-bold, like 600. Font weight. Text color will be black. Text align will be center. Now login. Add here on paragraph. Add class name like text center, text LG, font medium py3, text color will be 000099. Okay, 10 extra I added here, now fine. So then inside here it should be home, then dot and login. Perfect, we can save it now and you can see that it's gonna come here. So just give on reload. It should appear here. Yeah, here you go. So login and home, login. Then after this, we can create another div with a class name w full display flex and justify center. Now inside here we can add on another div with class name w 480 pixel from like 786, from tablet screen, that's 768 pixel, and padding should be 32 pixel. Background color should be white. Add some box shadow with some border radius. Now inside here let's add on h3 with class name text 3xl, font semi-bold, and text align center MB2. Now here we can write log into eShop, our project name, or eShop name, like website name. So log into eShop. I don't know why it's instantly not showing the rest. Instantly it's not showing it. By the way, why it's not? Okay, 480. Yeah, log into eShop. However, it's not showing font size because it should be text. Yeah, now it's a little bit better. So padding MB2, everything is fine. Now after this history, let's add another paragraph tag. Then text should be center, text gray 500 MB4, and here it should be don't have an account, then get lost, then create an account, right? So link href, and we can send it to sign up the user. But you don't have any account, then go create an account, and text color should be blue, so text blue 500. Inside here, sign up. Yeah, but it needs some space, so yep, now it's looking perfect. After this, we have to add on Google button. Okay, Google button, so it's gonna be again an SVG Google button, because I didn't find out any beautiful Google logos there. So you can, like, download the Google SVG button, or you can like go to this website. Let me show you this one, SVG viewer. You can like copy an SVG code, you can add that in here, or you can upload that. Even then you can copy this React code. Okay, that's how I created all of my SVGs. So Google button, and yep, but no, actually it's not an SVG. I am doing a little bit mistake here. It's not an SVG. Sorry, pardon. It's actually a component. Okay, because we have to make it like controllable, so that's why in here in this shared folder, let's create a new folder by giving them components. Inside these components, create a new folder by giving them Google button, and then index.tsx or ts, no, it should be tsx. Yeah, and then we can add this in Google button. Simple. You can see on SVG, still SVG. It's not like that we're not using SVG, still SVG, but the implementation is a little bit different. See that height 46 pixel, cursor pointer, some border on little bit blue background, I mean border. Let me show you how it's looking. Yeah, it's completely like this. By the way, I think the border radius is a lot. I mean, it's not 4 pixel. Now it's perfect. So sign in with Google. It's looking beautiful now. Yeah, so you can just check it. This is an SVG with on span text and on div. Perfect. Now after this Google button, after this, let's add another div with the class name displayFlex. Align item center, margin top bottom should be 20 pixel. Yep. After that, text gray 400, and text size should be SM, small text. And inside this, let's add another div, then flex 1, border T, border gray 300. Yep, and it should be an actually self-closing tag. We don't need any element inside this. Yeah, after this, let's add span and add here or sign in with email. Yep, and here the class name should be px3, and we can copy this same div and paste it in here for once again. And here you go. This is what we are making. Now after this div, let's add another form where we have to add on submit actions. So on submit, let's call here handle submit with this on submit. Now inside here, let's add on label with class name, display blocks, text gray 700 MB1 and email. Yeah, after this we have to add input, which type should be email, and name ID. Okay, fine, we don't need that. Add here on placeholder like support@becodemy.com. add on class name, so w full p2 border gray 300, outline 0, rounded, and MB1. Yeah. Now the most important thing, so register and email. Here we're actually using that React hook form. So if user is not entering the email, it's gonna show an error that email is required. If the user is not entering any valid email, it's gonna throw an error. So the value should be on regex pattern, like that similar regex pattern what we was using inside our backend, that similar regex pattern here. So if the email is not valid, then invalid email address. Yep, perfect. So at last, if errors.email available, then let's show that in here in a text red 500 with text sm. Yeah, and add here string, because sometimes the type can be different. So emails error.emails.message. Yep. Now still I don't know why this like rounded is not working. I mean, it's giving not 4, it's giving like full. I don't know why. Let's see again, try it. Yeah, like from somewhere it's like, you know, conflicting the styling. Otherwise it should be same. Yep. Now it's actually looking beautiful. You can see it's really looking beautiful. Now we can actually copy this email, because next one should be similar like this one. So let's add another level like this, and this time it should be password. Yeah, so password and similar type of input, but let's add on relative class name. And in this input we have to add some little bit extra things, but styling should be similar. Okay, first of all, type, if password visible is true, then text, otherwise password. Placeholder should be something like this, that minimum 6 characters, and you must have to add at least 6 character password. Okay, and if you are not entering password, it's gonna throw you an error that password is required. Now let's add that button here. So button type should be button, and one click it's gonna set the password visible to opposite of password visible. Yep, and the class name should be a little bit different. So class name absolute inset y0. The meaning of this that top 0 bottom 0. Okay, then right 3 flex display flex items center text gray 400. Yeah, now inside here we can use that password visible. If password visible is true, then I icon from Lucid React, otherwise I off from Lucid React. Now let's see what I was trying to do, and here it must need to be important in this rounded. Yeah, now see 1 minute. Yeah, give on reload actually. Yeah, so here suppose I'm typing something, I can see that perfectly. Yep, then as our password is done also, now after this password, after this div, after this button, I forget to add that password error message. So errors.password, if there are any error messages for password, show that similar like this paragraph. So here, but instead of email it should be password. Yep, we can save it now. Now after this here we can create another div with class name display flex justify between item center my4, another label and it should be similar. Okay, the styling, something like this. And inside here we have to add on input, and this type should be checkbox. Okay, class name should be mr2 checked, and add here that remember me. On change, set remember me, and opposite of remember me. Yep. And here we can add that remember me. We can save it now, and here you go. Perfect. But one thing, I think we have to add this after this div. Yep, now perfect. So after this label, you have to add on link that href / forgot password, and class name should be text blue 500 text sm, and that's it. And inside here it should be forgot password. Like if you forget your password, then click here, something like this. After this link, after this div, let's create our final submit button. So button type should be submit, and class name should be something like this. The tableau full, text LG, cursor pointer, background black, text white, some padding top bottom, and rounded should be LG. Now inside here, let's add on simple text that login. Yep. And if there any server error, then that's gonna show in here. Okay, so if any server error, then that same style paragraph tag like red color and server error. Yep, so our login form setup is done. Alright, so our login setup is done. Right now we can start to work for the sign up, because at first we'll make the sign up functionalities, then we'll make the login. So let's finish the front end part at first, then we can look at the functionalities. So let's copy the everything from this login page.tsx, and inside this routes, let's create a new one by giving name sign up folder. Inside sign up folder, let's create a page.tsx and just paste everything in here. And instead of login, just change this name to sign up. Okay, so just copy this name and come back to this bottom and paste it in here. Now you can just save it, and instead of login, it should be sign up, and it should be sign up. Yup. So let's click this sign up right now, and here you go, sign up, home, sign up. Now we have to definitely change here. First of all, home, sign up, fine, and instead of login to eShop, it should be sign up to eShop. And instead of don't have any account, it should be already have an account, then login. Okay, and it should be /login. And Google button, yeah, it should be similar still. And now we can save it. Now here, notice this is already have an account, then login. If you don't have any account, then sign up. Perfect, but this A should be capital actually. Yep. Done. Now let's come back to this form, because here we have to right now start working. Now here at first, let's copy this label and input everything, and let's add another one here. Name should be at first, label should be name, and input should be, input type should be text, placeholder it should be Shahrir, or like your name, anything you can add in here. Register, we have to register here name, and name is required, and pattern, we don't need any pattern here. Yeah, now name here we have to add this in here in this form data. So name, which type should be string. So now we can actually save it. Now if we come back here, then name, you can see it's looking a little bit weird. Just give on reload and perfect. So name and email and password. Now everything will be actually similar, but we have to right now start to making few things. I mean, you have to start to change few things. For example, we don't need this remember me or forgot password, so we can delete this. So just delete this div. We don't need this one, so we can just delete it. Instead of login, it should be sign up, and otherwise yeah, everything is same, but here we have to add on empty 2. Sorry, not 2, it should be 4. Yeah, perfect. Now let's set up 10 stack query. Okay, it's very important right now. And by the way, before setting up 10 stack query, still one thing is not done yet, and that is after actually adding suppose name and email and password, then after hitting the sign up button, it's gonna redirect us to OTP screen. Okay, and that should be inside the same sign up page, and we have to make that form, that OTP form. So we can easily make that, but for that's why we have to actually create here some more use state hook. At first we don't need this remember me or set remember me. We can make here can resend and set can resend, and on timer and on OTP. Okay, all are very important here. Also on user data and input reps. I'll explain later one by one why do we actually need this. I'm hiding here twice the user data. Anyway, we need here input ref, not user data. So import use ref from React, and otherwise everything should be similar. Perfect. Now a lot of state, new state like can resend, timer, OTP, user data, input reps. So don't worry, let's start to work right now, and then I'll explain you why do we need this. So here after this div, okay, after this Google button, after this div, after finishing this div, before this form, cart this form at first, okay, and add here if show OTP is false. Okay, if show OTP is false, then show this, otherwise show another form. Okay, not form, here we can write on simple div that we don't need any class name here. We can add here on h3 that enter OTP, and inside here the class name should be text XL, font semi-bold, text align center, MB4. We can save it now, but why this cannot find name h3? Just reload our developer window by pressing Ctrl Shift and P, I mean VS Code window. Anyway, show OTP is not defined. Seriously, show OTP is not defined. What? Seriously? But we created on state here. Okay, I forgot to create this show OTP state. Yeah, here it is. Now it's perfect. So OTP, show OTP and set show OTP. Initially, this value will be false. Yeah. Now, as it's false, that's why it's not showing our this enter OTP. So for testing purpose, make it true now, so that we can check it. Yeah. So enter OTP. Now after this enter OTP, after this h3, create on div with some class name like display flex, justify center, gap 6, and OTP dot map digit and index. We can give here like some parameters, which is very normal. Now here this OTP, if you check this OTP, you can notice 1 2 3 4 string. Why 4 string? Because we are making our OTP to 4 digit. That's why here by default we're writing 4 empty string. Okay, now add here on input and the type should be text, yeah, and the key, it should be index, yeah. Now most important, that is reference. Okay, so for the reference here, just define a parameter. Now if our el, that parameters, and if that input reps dot current index then equals to el. Okay, just make it, I mean change this actually input reps value. Okay, yeah, this is important to like actually track which part right now the user is. Okay, for example, you are entering on OTP, then it's gonna redirect you to the second input automatically. Okay, you don't have to click. That's why actually this reference is important. Now after this reference, we can add maximum length, which should be 1, class name width 12, height 12, text center, border gray 300, outline none, and that rounded important, yeah. Now after this we have to add that value, so we can say digit. Okay, and on change value, so on change value that handle OTP change, we have to create this function actually, and we have to send this index and this e.target dot value, yeah. So make this handle OTP change here actually right now. So go to top, come back here, constant handle OTP change, and here it's gonna receive index, which type will be number, and value, which type will be string. Now if here another regex pattern, okay, to check the OTP. Okay, so you can see this is another regex pattern like 0 to 9, and this is like the pattern to test it, that is the OTP is correct or not. It's actually for changing the focus in the OTP. Okay, like from one to another one, yeah, not for testing. Anyway, then new OTP, we can just create here a simple variable like new OTP, and we can spread this OTP array from here. Yeah, now new OTP, so new OTP is right now an array, so new OTP, and the index, change this value to this parameter value. Okay, which one is coming from here, then we can set this OTP to this new OTP. Yep. Now here if value and index, then input reps dot current dot length -1, then input reps dot current index +1 and focus. Yeah, we have to call this focus actually. Oops, here I added wrong syntax. Yeah, now it's correct. So if value available and index is less than this input reps current dot length -1, then change this input reps dot current index +1, and then change the focus actually. Yeah, now another one very important, that is handle OTP key down. Okay, so it actually, when you are clicking backspace from your keyboard, it's gonna go to previous OTP automatically. Okay, so that's why we need this function. So we can make it, I mean, we're receiving here input as a number, and E, which is actually react dot keyboard event, and HTML input element actually. Yep, so it should be on callback function. Yeah, inside here, if our E dot key equals to backspace, then, and if the OTP index and index is not, I mean more than, index is not more than 0, sorry, less than 0, not more than 0, I'm saying opposite. Yeah, then input reps dot current this index -1, and change this focus. Yep. Perfect. And our on submit is ready already at the top. Yeah. For now, it's perfect. We can save it. Now we can come back to this bottom again, scroll down. After this on change, add here on key down. Okay. And that's similar, call here handle OTP key down, send this index and E. Yeah, now we can save it, and here you go. Notice when I'm typing something, it's automatically going to the next one. I'm not clicking the next input. And when I'm pressing this backspace, automatically it's going back to the previous one. But when it's on first index, it's not going back anywhere. So this was the logic what we was writing from the last few minutes. Anyway, it's done right now. So after this div, we can just add another button, that submit button. So button, and not actually submit, it should be different. Yeah, because this is not in the form. Here it should be in class name, like w full empty 4 text lg cursor pointer bg blue 100, sorry 500, not 100, and text white py2 rounded lg. Yeah, then here the value, the element should be something like this, that verify OTP. Now we can save it, and here you go. It's looking really beautiful. Now after this, we need another paragraph tag, that text center text sm empty 4. Yeah, and inside here we have to add another logic, that if can resend is true, when can resend is true, after every 60 seconds the can resend will be automatically true. Okay, yeah, otherwise something different. But when the can resend is true, the value will be reset OTP, otherwise resend OTP but in our that timer is. Okay, now here we can add on click that resend OTP. We have to create it actually. Then class name, this is on function resend OTP. Class name will be text blue 500 and cursor pointer, not default. Yeah, so copy this resend OTP, come back to this top and constant resend OTP, and for now just make it simple empty, but otherwise it's in here resend OTP, because right now it's nothing. When I'll click here, it's gonna happen nothing because it's not dynamic yet, that's why. Okay, but after this, if there any error in the verifications type, then from the verifications, then we can show that in here, that verification OTP mutation, but still we don't implemented that can stack query. So right now we have to actually implement can stack query. So for implementing can stack query, we have to do one thing. We have to again come back to our user UI layout.tsx. So layout.tsx, and here we have to add providers. So providers, and so create here on providers.tsx and on RFCE and providers. This is very important. We must have to create on providers here. Yep, and perfect. It's giving some type error. Earning, not earning error, but fine, we can save it. Now come back in this providers, and here we have to receive actually the children. The children type should be react.react node. Notice now the type earning or the error is gone. Now from here As we want to set up 10 stack query, at first make it use client. Now here actually we have to set up on query client. So make it on use state hook and now new query client. Query client is coming from our 10 stack React query. Okay, query client and query client provider. And then after that, instead of diff, make it query client provider. Same in here. And here we have to set up the client. We have to set this client, which should be this query client. Now inside here, we can add this children and that's it, right? We can save it and our provider setup is done. We can start to using 10 stack query right now. All right, so make this show OTP to false right now because we're gonna make it dynamic right now. So at first in this on submit, console log the data and check that we're getting everything perfectly or not. So I'm suppose writing my name, this email and this password and check our console. So inspect and console and here you go. So name, email and password. Okay, everything is coming properly. It means we can send request to our server right now. Perfect. So in here after this use form, let's create on sign up mutation. So create here, use here use mutation hook. So import it from 10 stack React query. Inside here mutation fn, which should be an asynchronous function. It's gonna receive the data as a parameter, which type will be form data. Inside here constant response and await Axios. We have to actually import Axios from Axios. So import Axios from Axios and we also need this Axios error. So yeah, import it right now. Now here Axios dot post and here we can say that process dot env dot next public server URI. Okay, so we have to create this .env variable, then slash API slash user registrations, as this is our API route. Yeah, slash registration, API registration, and we have to send here the data. Perfect. And after that we can return the response dot data. Then from here actually, when we're getting the data successfully, meaning when the request is success, then we can call this on success. Okay, then from here we will get our form data because we need this, otherwise we cannot send it inside our that form. So set user data, which value will be this form data. Set show OTP, which will be true this time. Notice after getting the data, it's definitely when you are sending the email, we have to make the OTP screen to true because you have the email, you have the OTP in your email. So just enter that and activate your account. Like simple, common sense, right? Now set can reset, make it false. Okay, at first. And this timer, this is the timer function, make it 60. Okay, now actually it's gonna work properly. And then start recent timer. Okay, this is another interesting thing. So we have to actually make this function start recent timer. Okay, so just come here and constant start recent timer, make on callback function constant interval set interval, then here add on set timer. So then add here pref, and if our pref is less than or equals to 1, then clear the interval and send this interval. Otherwise set can resent, make it true, and return 0. Yep. So it's giving on small type earning. Okay, I understand why, because from here we have to return that prev -1, then gun, and here at this 1000 millisecond actually. Yeah. Now let me explain what did I do here. So here actually this is on set interval function. I think this is basic JavaScript. If you know JavaScript properly, then I think you know about set interval. So here we're adding on set timer for actually this prev. This prev is actually just working as a parameter here, and we are actually calling it from here. Notice we are like starting it after 60 seconds. It's gonna make our this resend to true again. Okay, that's it. It's nothing else actually. 1000 milliseconds actually, so meaning 60 seconds. So yeah, perfect. Now actually our this sign up mutation work is done. Now we can actually copy this. We can come back in this on submit function, and from here we can call our sign up mutation dot mutate, and we can send this data. Yep. But definitely if we right now hit our route, it's gonna give us error. First of all, we didn't start our backend server yet, that's why. So npm run dev. And secondly, the most important thing, and that is we still didn't create this next public server URI in your project.env. okay, and it must need to be inside this user UI. So this user UI create on .env, and next public server URI http://localhost 8080. As I said earlier, we're gonna use our API gateway URL everywhere. Okay, so 8080 then /API/user registration. Okay, it's gonna work properly, because if you check our API gateway again, then all the requests we are forwarding in this 6001. Notice, so 8080 and 6001 meaning is actually same here. Yep. So that's it. Right now we can do one thing, that is from here we can actually write name like Shahriar and email, and this time let's do one thing. Let's delete the user from our database. We're gonna create it again. So Shahriar and Shahriar at the date like Becodemy.com, and on password. Now hit sign up and let's see what happens. By the way, I'm gonna check one thing. Okay, it's actually sending email. Let me show you. You can see it's already sent an email in here, but it's fine that it's sending email, it's normal, but still I want to actually set some more security in here. Okay, a little bit more security, and that is in this submit button, this sign up button. Okay, that is if the sign up mutation dot is pending, meaning is the request is pending, in that case signing up. Okay, not signing up, signing up, and dot meaning it's actually in loading state. Otherwise the normal that sign up. Yeah, and here it's gonna be disabled. Okay, the button will not work when the sign up mutation dot is pending is in the state. Okay, when the sign up mutation that is pending is true, then yep, now perfect. Anyway, we have to work with this enter OTP right now. So you can see that recent OTP is already in here. I don't know the enter OTP is working or not. Wait. So the timer, where is the timer? Timer, okay, set timer. Okay, yeah, I understand it right now. Okay, fine, but it's gonna work. Just 1 minute, I just want to check one thing from here. Yeah, everything is done, but let's make our verify OTP mutation. Yeah, and it's important and it's a little bit complex. Why it's complex? Because first time we had everything in this like data sign up mutation, and we're just sending that in this mutation and fine. But this time we have still the data. How? Notice that's why in this set user data I added this form data. Okay, because we need that same data again. In here user is not adding that name, email, password, but we need this inside our backend. So that's why I stored that inside this use state hook. Okay, so that we can use that again in here. Now come back here after this sign up mutation, collapse it, make here verify OTP mutation. Use here use mutation, and inside here mutation fn means function. It should be an async function. If no user data, then return. And if the right now let's like send on await Axios post process dot env dot next public server URI slash API slash verify user, right? That was our endpoint. So here send our user data so we can spread the object. Okay, so inside this user data we had the all feature, all fields, but that was inside. Let me explain why I'm using here spread, because it can happen that you don't understand it yet. So suppose name Shahriar, email, I'm just giving an example. Okay, email Shahriar @becodemy.com or something like that, and password, suppose anything. Okay, now when I will use here just user data, then it's going this name, email and password with this object. Okay, but when I'm spreading it, this gun, so I'm just sending name, email, password, not with that object. So that's why we use this spread operator. Okay, so yeah, and definitely we have to send the OTP. So OTP dot join, and because the OTP was a string, so we have to make it like, you know, on like single digit, on single number or single string, not number. Then after that we can return this response dot data. Now one success, so one success, we can call this router dot push, we can call this login. Yeah, meanings after actually the verification done, when the verification is done, we're going to redirect the user to the login page because your account creation is done. So yeah, you can go to the right now to the login page. Simple. So verify OTP mutation, just copy this name, come back to bottom here in this enter OTP, and here's the verify button, verify OTP button. Here at first add on disabled button. So verifying OTP mutation dot is pending, and when someone is clicking here, it's gonna call this verify OTP mutation dot mutate, means it's gonna call over that function, this verify OTP mutation. Okay, yep, it has a lot of similarities with RTK query, this can stack query, but it's more easier than RTK query. You don't need to write a lot of code. Yep. So yeah, otherwise everything is done here, but same mechanism I want to still add in here, and that is verify OTP mutation. If that is pending is true, it means the request is going right now. So then we can say that verifying, or if you want you can add on like, that spinner if you want. Okay, like that loading spinner in the button. So it's completely up to you verifying what you want to add, because you can also add that with like Tailwind CSS easily. I think we have a class name as spinner. I am not sure, but I think we had something like that in Tailwind CSS. I forget the class name, but yeah, we have something we can make on spinner with Tailwind CSS. So verifying, otherwise verify OTP. Now for the error, if our that verify OTP mutation dot is error available. Okay, and if the verify OTP mutation dot error instance of Axios error, okay, it should not be capital. Yeah, now perfect. Then show on paragraph that like similar paragraph, that error paragraph. So text smmt2 inside here, this verify OTP mutation dot error dot message dot response dot data dot message, or verify OTP mutation dot error dot message. Yep, so here it should not be any message. So verify OTP mutation dot error dot response data message. Yeah, now perfect. Now it's ready to use. Yep, let's see. We used everything, but what we didn't use yet, just set server error. We don't need this server error anywhere. I don't know why did I add this server error. Let's see, why did I add this server error? Okay, we don't need this server error. Yeah, now everything is gonna work, but we have to send again another email, otherwise we cannot use it because that's already expired. So now hit sign up. So signing up, and it's loading, and here you go, verify OTP. Now notice this resend OTP in 56 seconds, or like it's on countdown. Now 6122, so use this 6122 and hit this verify OTP. So verifying, and here you go. Now let's come back here, give on reload, and our account is here. It means our sign up is perfectly working. So our sign up work is done. Now let's come back to login, as our sign up is working. So let's finish the login, because login is very easy. It's not hard like the sign up. And sign up was also not hard, I think. That was also very easy. Anyway, here let's create our login mutation now. So constant login mutation, use mutation, and constant response await Axios dot post process dot env dot next public server URI slash API slash login user. Yep. 1 minute. Constant response. Yeah, everything is fine, but okay, not fine. It has a syntax error. After this given comma, send the data. So the data is actually, oh, it has some serious syntax error. Just cut this, add here a mutation function. I forget to add that. Now async data, add the form data. Now add in here. Yeah. Now after data, we have to add here with credentials true. Okay, otherwise cookie parser will not work, and the cookie will not store in our application. Okay, that's why this with credentials true, we must have to add this. Now at last you have to return the response dot data. Now on success, set server error. So set server error, make it null, and send our user to the home screen when the login is successful. If any error, so on error Axios error and constant error message error dot response dot data as message string dot message or invalid credentials. Yep. And at last, that's set server error and set this error message. Perfect. So ready our login mutation. Now when someone is submitting the form, call this login mutation. So login mutation dot mutate and send this data. Perfect. Our work is done in here, and here we can just make a little bit dynamic. I mean this button, this login button. For example, we can make it disabled when the login mutation is pending, right? And same thing we can do in here. When the login mutation is pending, we can say login in, or that fallback, I mean the default value login. Yeah, now suppose I am entering wrong password. So hit login, notice invalid email or password. Now let me enter the correct password. Now hit login, and here you go. It's redirecting me to this home page. And if you right now come back here, see our refresh token, access token is perfectly storing in here. So our user login sign up is properly working, right? All right, so for making the forgot password screen, let's come back in this routes folder and create a new route by giving name forgot password. Inside here, create our page.tsx, copy everything from the login component, I mean from this login page, and just add here forgot password. Yeah, at the end just make it forgot password. Simple. Now when we will click this forgot password, here you go, forgot password. Now we have to change it with the forgot password screen code. Yeah, so at first here it should be forgot password instead of login this time, and home and forgot password. Yep. Now we don't need this login or anything like this. I mean this history login to, no, we need this history actually, but we don't need this one. Delete this p. No, don't delete this p. Add here that go back to login. Okay, so slash login. And Google button, we don't need this one, and this one as well, we don't need this one. Inside form, everything is fine, we need just the email, otherwise we don't need anything else. So delete this password, delete this div also, so we don't need this inside forgot password screen. And here it's gonna be submit. Okay, so for now just make it submit. See, perfect. And here empty 4, just add this. Yeah, so you can just add your email and then submit, and then it's gonna redirect us to the OTP screen. Okay, so instead of login mutation, delete this login mutation now. We don't need this login mutation, just console log the data for now in here. And in this forgot password, we need another use state hook. For example, this one, step and set step. So here the value should be email or OTP or receipt. Okay, 3. And we have to right now make another use state hook like OTP and set OTP. Like previously, it's similar like the registration one. Okay, and now we have to make another one like user email and set user email, then that can resend and set can resend. Okay, like this. Now timer and set timer and input reps. It's completely similar like the sign up one, the registration one, and that server error. So yeah, password visible, we don't need this. Server error, we already have it twice. Remember me, we don't need this. And import this use ref from React. Yep. Now here everything is fine, but we need that timer function here too, like similar. Okay, that start resend timer, same function. You can copy it directly from the sign up. Then we need to make on request OTP mutation, right? So use mutation, and here that mutation function, it's gonna be an asynchronous function, and it's gonna receive just an email, which email type should be string. And inside here we can write constant response. Oops, I forgot I did a colon. Yeah, constant response await response, sorry, Axios dot post and process dot env dot next public server URI slash API slash forgot password and user. Yeah, then send this email from here. After that it's gonna return our response, so return response dot data. Now on success and email, and that same callback function here again. Now set user email, it's gonna be this email, this parameter one. Set step, it should be OTP. Set server error, it's gonna be null. Set can resend, it's gonna be still false. Okay, it's gonna be still false. I mean, yeah, it's gonna be right now false, because by default it was true, but right now it's gonna be false. Yep. Now start resend timer, just call it. Now if it's catch that any error, then we can add the error message in here, something like this, that error.response.data as message or invalid OTP, try again later, like the fallback message. Yeah, so set server error, this error message, done. Now we need another one for verify OTP mutation, so we can use that use mutation again in here. That mutation function inside here, if our no user email, then return constant response await Axios dot post, use this same process.env dot next public server URI, then slash API slash verify forgot password. And yeah, the API URL should be something like this, password user. Yep, we created like this, our API route, that's why. Then we have to send here email, which will be the user email variable one, that that use state variable, and that OTP should be OTP dot join make the string as like the previous registration one. Yeah. Now here return the response dot data, and on success just set step will be reset and set server error will be null. Okay, and for the on error it's gonna be similar like the previous one, like this one. So you can just add that like this. Yeah, perfect. So now we need the last one, that is about that's one is actually about reset password mutation. Okay, after resetting the password, so mutation function, it's gonna be callback as always. If there is no user email, not actually email, it's gonna be if there is no user password, then return and constant response await Axios dot post. We can copy it from here actually. And here it should be API slash reset password user. Okay, and here you have to send email and new password. So new password, which value will be this password simple, and then at last return response dot data. And for the on success, when the forget password success, then we can show on toast message that password reset successfully, please log in with your new password, and we can make the set server error to null, and we can send the user to login screen. But toast is not set up yet, so toast is actually another library. This is actually React hot toast, so we have to set up it. We can do one thing. Instead of this, we can just send the user to login page. But yes, showing on toast is important. So let's do one thing, stop our server. Now write npm I react hot toast. Yep. Now clear it and run our backend server, and here our frontend server. Yeah, done. Now import toast from React hot toast. So add it in here, that import toast from React hot toast. Yeah, then everything is done in here. Perfect. And at last, if it's catch any error, so we have to show that error message as like the previous one. It's completely same, that server error. Yeah. Now we need that handle OTP change, what we can copy from here, this same function. Something like this. Then handle OTP key down. So this one we can copy it from here. And at last we need on submit email, which will call this request OTP mutation, and on submit password, which will call this reset password dot mutate and this password. Yeah. And one thing I just noticed, and that is in here actually I forget it, that if our user data is available, then sign up mutation dot mutate and this user data. Okay, and then everything will be actually same again in this sign up. Okay, forget it, but fine, now done. Now come back in our forgot password, a lot of error we have to fix one by one now. So in here, after this 480 pixel, I mean this div here, just cut this everything, like from this history to this form, cut everything and write this, that if step equals to email, then add this add-on fragment and this one. Okay, if the step.email then step.email then this one. Now here in this form on submit, it should be on submit email. Yeah, and this one will be request OTP mutation that is pending. Okay, and here will be request OTP mutation that is pending, then sending OTP, otherwise submit. Yeah, done. Now this one is done, so we can come back to next one. If step equals to actually OTP, then we have to show the same UI again as like our sign up one. So we can quickly add that, something like this, that enter OTP, OTP.map, that same thing, but this will be verify OTP mutation.mutate, otherwise everything will be same. Yeah, now the last one, that is our step equals to receipt. So if the step is receipt, then in that case show another fragment, and I mean we need another fragment because yeah, it's like, you know, like empty div. Now on history, like receipt password, and we need another form which on submit will be handle submit, and this on submit password we have to call this function, and we can actually copy our label from the previous form. Okay, because same like style we're using everywhere. Then after that we need that input like this, that password, enter a new password is required. It's similar as like our login input, login password input, and then if it has any error, then just show that like form validation error. Yeah, and then at last the button for sending request, that receipt password mutation is pending. Okay, yeah, then receiving password or receipt password. Right now if we try to send request, it's gonna work, but still I want to check one thing. So we don't need this one, and we don't need this Google button. Yeah, so let's try now. Come back here, and by the way, I just want to check one thing, and that is in our auth service source controller, auth controller, especially this user forgot password, handle forgot password. Okay, fine. From here we are sending email. This is the email template, that forgot password user mail. So forgot password user mail, is it available really email templates? No, notice not. We just have user activation one, but we need this forgot password email template also. So let's add it quickly. So here just create that forgot password user mail .ejs. Yeah, now paste that similar code. I mean the HTML template is same, but in here just a little bit different. You can see just a little bit different in here, otherwise everything is same, the styling. Yep. Now 1 minute, let's check the name again. Forgot password user mail. Okay, perfect. So it should work, but still let's remove our cache as we updated something. So npx receipt, npx nx receipt, meaning it's resetting the cache. Now we can run npm run dev. Perfect. Now come back here, write on email like this one, which we have an account, or try with something which we don't have any account. So suppose this one, we don't have any account. Now hit submit, user does not exist. Now enter this one. Now invalid email or password. What is this? Wait, where it's sending request? 1 minute. So forgot password If email, then request OTP mutation. Let's come back here. Given reload actually, Control Shift R, then it's gonna be fine actually, because right now it's taking cache. Just give on reload, it's gonna be fine. Now write email again and hit submit button. Okay, it's giving an error, but I don't know why it's not showing here. Or okay, again write this. Now hit submit. Okay, now it's sending the OTP. Notice it sent an OTP. Let's see. Okay, in our terminal it is giving this error that forgot password user email.egs is not available. I just want to again make sure that we're adding the correct spelling, because sometimes it happens that we are writing wrong spelling. So rename, and I think I did some mistake. Okay, let's see again. Come back here, and that weird thing, we have to fix it now. So round it. Just copy this and search for simple rounded. Rounded. Add here important. Yup. Perfect. Now again come back here and go back. Then write the name, email, now sending OTP, and let's see, is it working or not? Okay, still that same error. No recipients defined. Seriously? Wait, what's happening? But it's giving response, but how? No recipient defined. Okay, it's our actually backend error. Our backend is not sending any error. That's why it's not giving any error. Anyway, let's see why our backend is speaking like this. At first, let's check from here that request OTP, we are sending email. So auth service, controller, user forgot password, email, user.name. Okay, that opposite thing I again did in here. Very, very sad. Very, very sad. So at first name, then email, then template. So from here you can see that I am sending email at first, which is the wrong thing here. Okay, it should be user.name at first, then email, and then this template name. Now it's gonna work without any problem. Let's try again. We can click resend OTP. It's gonna work like similar. Too many requests, please wait. Okay, so it's happening because we already requested more than 3 times. But yeah, this is our OTP 9175. Okay, let's enter it 9175. Now hit verify OTP. Okay, perfect. All are perfectly working. Now add a new password. So let me add the previous one. Now hit reset password. New password cannot be same as the old password. So let's add a new password now. Perfect. Now hit reset password. Done. Cool. It's taking us to in this logins page. It means that password actually updated. So right now if you give on reload, you can notice that password updated. So yeah, everything is working right now properly. So our forgot password is done, reset password is done, account creation done, almost everything done. But on very important route we have to make right now, and that is our refresh token route. Okay, after that we can like make our website completely dynamic. I mean that homepage, our user homepage. Okay, so let's make this refresh token function. Okay, so here give a comment that not in auth helper, sorry, we have to come back in here, this auth controller, and here after, before this auth, sorry, user forgot password, after this login user, we can make this that refresh token user. Now export constant refresh token. It's gonna be that same callback function as always, and as well as that try catch statement. Perfect. So from here, at first we are searching for our refresh token from the requested browser. Okay, so we're checking for the refresh token. If the refresh token is not available, then we're gonna send on return res, or return, or actually throw on JWT error, so JSON web token error, not JSON web token error, it should be in validation error. Yeah, that unauthorized no refresh token. Yep, so throw new validation error, unauthorized no refresh token. Now if the user have refresh token, then decode it equals to jwt.verify. You have to verify the refresh token. So refresh token, now verify it with this process.env.our refresh token secret. Okay, which one we actually used before. So as string. Now actually after this here, I have to add the as id string and role string. Okay, so then we can get proper suggestion here from TypeScript. Now if not decoded, or if the decoded dot id, or okay, it should be or, and or if not decoded dot role, then we can return another JWT web token error, this time that forbidden invalid refresh token. Perfect. And you have to add here new. Okay, return new, we can just add this one. Okay, instead of throw, return new validation error, simple. Then after this, we have to ensure that is the seller or user exist in the database or not. Okay, so let account if decoded dot role equals to user, because we are using this for seller as well, that's why. Then account await prisma dot users dot find unique, where id will be this decoded dot id. Yeah, and 1 minute for now, just comment out it, because we don't have any seller collections yet, database collections, that's fine. But now we can say that constant user for now. If no user, in that case we're gonna again return another auth error, that forbidden user or seller not found. Okay, so here we can add this new. Yeah, we have to add this, add that new, as this is on middle, I mean error handler here. Now after the everything, when everything is fine, then we have to generate a new access token for the user. Okay, so we are generating again a new access token, but JWT secret is wrong. We have actually access token secret and refresh token secret. So for access token, we have to use this access token secret, and the expiry date should be 15 minutes, and set this new cookie. Okay, then after that return this with a 201 status code, then JSON success true. Perfect. Now we can actually use this route. This is very important for our front end. Now in our auth router, we can call this router dot post / refresh token user. Yeah, so we can call this refresh token right now. Simple. Now we have to make one very important thing in our server, and that is called middleware. So why do we need middleware right now? As we have our user token right now, so we have to actually check the user informations from that token, right? So that's why this time we need a middleware. From the middleware, we're gonna check the user informations and we're gonna show that in here, like the user first name. Okay. And if the user is logged in, then it's gonna redirect the user to the /profile, not /login anymore. So that's it. So right now, that's why we have to make our middleware. So in these packages, this middleware, let's create our middleware right now. So here we can say that is authenticated .ts. Yep. So constant is authenticated, create an async function like request, we should be any response, we should be our response from express, and for next it should be next function from express. Yeah. Now here add on try catch statement. And inside this try catch statement, at first we are getting our token from our user browser, from the access token, from the cookies, or from the headers. This is especially for testing our like authentications mechanism, for writing that end-to-end testing. Yeah. Then if no token is available, in that case return res.status 401 JSON and message that unauthorized and token missing. Okay, if the token is actually missing, then after that we are verifying the token. So constant decoded and JWT dot, so we have to actually import this JWT from JSON Web Token dot verify and use our this token and match it, verify it with our this process.env dot access token secret. Yep, perfect. Now after this, by the way, here actually you have to add some type, that as ID should be string and role should be user or seller, because we're gonna use this middleware for seller too. Seller, yeah. If not decoded, then return res.status 401 dot JSON message that unauthorized or invalid token. Okay, if the token is, when you are verifying the token and the token is not like correct, not matching, then it means that the token is actually not valid. Yeah. And for now we can just search for the user. So await prisma dot users dot find unique, where ID is our this decoded dot ID. Yeah. And here we can make it account or like user or something like that. Now after getting the data, we can set that inside this request dot user. Yep. And at last, if actually no account is available, then what can we do? In that case, we can actually return another error, that account not found. Yeah. But otherwise, if everything is done, then we can return the next. Okay, if everything is fine, then we can return next from here. Perfect. And if it's catch any error, we can just return that error. By the way, we can also use here that that error handler, but fine, same things, no problem. We can use it manually also. Yeah. And at last we have to export this is authenticated middleware. So export default is authenticated. Now we can save it. Perfect. Now let's come back to our user controller and let's make our wait. I think I did some small mistake here. Verify password OTP. It should be verify user forgot password. Okay. Yup. But it's gonna actually call the same function, so meaning is actually same, but yeah, definitely we should call it from the controller. Yeah. Now from here, after this refresh token, we can create another route that get logged in user info. Okay, something like that. So we can see that get user simple and constant user equal to request.user and raise.status 201 and just send the user. Okay, so we are getting the user from the middleware, so that's why just request.user. And if you notice that again in here in our middleware, we are actually setting our user from here, right? This request.user account, this user account. Yep. So that's it. This route is also ready, and this route was very important. Now after this refresh token user, let's add it, and it should be a little bit different. It should be actually logged in user. Yep. And we can call here or is authenticated middleware, and we have to call it because it's mandatory, and then that get user. Yep. So that's it, is authenticated middleware, then get user, and it should be get, not post. Yeah, so logged in user. Our route is perfectly ready. Now since it's ready, we can start working in our client side because everything is ready now. So in our client side, we have to actually make some utility function, okay, in our users UI, which is very, very important. Not only important, so in the shared folder, or not actually shared, we can create it inside this source folder, that utils. So inside this utils folder, we can create on file by giving name Axios instance.ts. Okay, it's very important. At first, import here Axios from Axios, then create here on simple Axios instance like this, that base URL should be this next public server URL with credentials true. Okay, now let is refreshing by default false, and let's refresh subscribers, okay, who is gonna be on array and which is like on callback array. Okay, yeah. Now we have to create on function for handling logout and prevent infinite loops. Okay, so this is the function that handle logout. The window.path name is /login, then it's gonna take us to not /login, then it's gonna take us to /login. When the user is not, when the user is log out, then it's gonna automatically take the user to the /login page. Next one, we need another function to handle adding a new access token to the query request. Okay, so actually here we are adding our refresh token to this subscribe token refresh here in this array. Okay, sorry, this is a function in this one, this refresh subscribers dot push and this callback. Okay, now we have to execute the queued request after every refresh. Okay, so we can make this function. So yeah, constant on refresh success. So refresh success subscribers for each, as this is an array, so we're running here on for each loop, and we're using this callback. Okay, then refresh subscribers empty array. Now we are actually handling the API request. This is very important. So handling the API request. Now here we can use that Axios instance and interceptors Okay, then request.use this config, and we're like, adding this in here. Okay, we're rejecting it when it's giving an error. Yep. Then we are handling expired token and refresh logic this time. So for that's why we have to create here another interceptors response.use like this. Here it's gonna receive one parameter like response. Now response, and create here another async function like error. Don't worry, this function is a little bit weird, but at first let me finish it, then I will explain this clearly with you. Okay, but it's a little bit weird because this function is actually working behind our that refresh token mechanism. Okay, so error.config, because when the token is expired, this function will automatically like refresh the token behind the scene. So you cannot see this, like what's happening. So the user will not understand that the token is actually refreshing behind the scene. Now we have to prevent infinity loop, because it has some infinity loop problem because of that, like when it has some error. Okay, so that's why we are like doing a proper check every time. Yep. And original request dot retry true is refreshing, need to be true, and we need another try catch inside here. Just call our this API refresh token user API. Okay, I mean send on post request when the refresh token is expired that time. Then is refreshing, not refresh token, actually when the access token is expired, then we're sending this request to this refresh token, and it's going to generate our new access token. Yeah, and then at last return this Axios instance and this original request. If it's catch any error, then is refreshing should be false. So refresh subscribers will be empty array, and call the handle logout and return the promise. Then here we have to return that promise dot reject error. And yeah, but why this is giving a type error? Refresh error. Oh, I think I did spelling mistake. Yeah, it should be actually error, not refresh error. Fine. Now we can save it. Now we did a lot of things here. Notice like almost 70 lines of codes. So let me explain the code base right now, what I was doing in here. At first, this Axios instance, it's actually creating a custom Axios instance. Okay, we are actually using Axios for sending requests, so that's why here we are creating a custom Axios instance. Okay, and after that, here we are setting up like logic for our refresh token, like let is refreshing and refresh subscribers. Refresh subscribers actually stored the all failed request. Okay, it's stored all the failed request, and it's wait for the new access token so that they can again retry after it's refreshed. Okay, this let refresh subscribers array. Now this is simply our logout handler, like it's that when we are checking that the user, like the website path name is not login and the user is not like logged in, then it's going to redirect to the /login if the route is protected. Then okay, then after that in here actually we are checking that if the token is being refreshed, and then the new request that failed with 401 will wait. Okay, and this pushes their retry logic callback to the queue, this one. Okay, yep. Now this on refresh success, once the refresh is successful, this will actually retry all waiting requests. Okay, it also clears the queue. Yep, and now here it's actually handling the API request. This runs before every request. Okay, this handle API request. So when you are giving an API request by using this Axios instance, it's going to run before all the request. Now this is the response. Notice this is the request inceptors, and this is the response inceptors. It has difference. Now in here, first of all, we're checking the original request. Okay, this part actually handles the failed response, especially that 401, that unauthorized error. It grabs the original failed request, that original request, this one. Okay. Now, if our error response status is 401, then mark is as a retried to avoid an infinity loop. Okay. So here we are actually making is that, the API is giving us like, error response. So don't call it again and again. So that's why we'll just like, returning it, something like that. And when everything is fine, then when the API is not giving any error, then we are actually refreshing our token. And that's happening at the end. Okay. Like is refreshing making false, and it's calling this on refresh success from here. So that's it. I know it's a little bit complex because it's completely connected with Axios library. Okay. We are writing some custom code for configuring the Axios configurations. Okay. We are just configuring the Axios configuration. That's it. It's nothing else in here. Okay. Now we can actually use this. Where we can use this? Let me show you. So let's do one shortcut now. Let's create some custom hooks for like, storing our data. So we can create an use user.ts hook, and in here we can import something from our TanStack React query. Okay, and here we can use that use query, and we can use out that Axios instance. So Axios instance, I think I forgot to export it. Yep. So export default Axios instance. Yeah. Now come back here and Axios instance. Yeah, here you go. Now at first we have to fetch user data, right? This use user from our API. So we can just create a function that constant fetch user from, just make it an async function. Constant response tab await Axios instance dot get, and here we don't have to add that process.env dot next public server URL because that's already in here in this base URL. So instead of Axios, we're right now using Axios instance. Okay, and it's the main difference. Now API slash that logged in user, that protected route, I mean that like it will return us our user information. So then return the response.data.user. Yeah. Now let's create our use user function or hook. So constant something from our use query. So use query and use here on query key. This is like on unique key what we can write for this. So here we can give this name to user. Okay. Now query function, we can call out that face user, which one we just created. Then stale time. So stale time means like caching time. Okay. So we can cache this user data for 5 minutes. Okay. After every 5 minutes, if the user is active, then it's gonna send again on request. Okay. Retry after once it's fail. Okay. Then retry again. So retry only once on failure. That's it. Now here we can return the user is loading. So we have to create this is loading. Is loading. So is loading is actually coming from here, not only is loading. The user is also coming from here. So data is this user is loading, then is error, and that refetch. So refetch, and yeah, perfect. So after is loading is error and refetch. Now we can save it, and at last we can export this function like this, export default use user. Yep. Now we can use this use user hook anywhere where we need our logged in information data. For example, suppose we need this inside our header, right? We need this inside our header. So let's come back in here. Let's click this header. Let's go to this header bottom, and suppose constant something use user, and console log here our user. So user. Now let's see the user data. So come here in our console, browser console, notice this is the logged in user data that created at email, following, ID, everything is in here. So right now we can come back here right now and we can show here our dynamic data. So let's show it right now. Let's make it dynamic right now. At first, we have to make this header.tsx to also use client, okay? Because we need our client side some data in here, this user data, okay? We have to make it dynamic. So remove this console.log for now. We don't need that anymore. And come here and add this one, this use user. So import it. And then we also have to add here is loading. This is very important. So is loading. Now here in this third one, in this like link href login, we can do one thing. We can just cut that and we can write this: if is loading is false and if user is available, then only show on link, okay? Otherwise show this one, that like basic one, okay? And definitely we have to add this one too. I did a small mistake here. We have to add this one too, and then we have to add here on fragment. So we can just cut the fragment and we can just add that in here. Okay, now it's the main thing, and that is if the user is logged in that case here it's gonna be redirect the user to profile, okay? Yep. Now inside here we can add this same like span, this same thing, but I think I did some small mistake. Okay, yeah, because we have to add here on fragment. So cut the fragment, add that in here. Yeah. Now here, hello, instead of sign in, it should be the user name. So user dot name. For now, we can just add something like this. Yeah. Then you will see the magic. I know it's looking a little bit bigger and a little bit weird. And wait, for this link, we have to add this class name. Yeah, I mean, not weird, but it's showing two name, but we want to add here single name. So we can just do that. I mean, just first word in the name. So it's very simple actually. We can just split it. You can give a space and we can call the first object. Yeah, now you will see the magic that Shahrir, okay? It's showing the first name. Yep. Now notice when I'm hovering it, it's not showing me login. Okay, it's still showing login because I did opposite. It should be profile, not login. Yeah. Now see, profile, profile. And when I will do logout, it will show me that login options, okay? So that's it. Right now notice it's showing our logged in user informations. So it's perfectly working. And one thing, and in this header bottom, we have to also add that same data, okay? I mean, we have to make our like data dynamic right now. And by the way, one thing I just want to check still here, and that is, yeah, I did a small mistake. That is in here. If is loading is false, then fine here, but otherwise it's gonna come in here. And here we can say that if the is loading is true, then dot dot dot, otherwise this sign in. Yeah, meanings when it's loading, notice when I'm giving on reload dot dot dot, then it's showing the value, okay? Otherwise it's gonna be undefined at first. That's why. Let's add this header bottom. I mean, let's make it dynamic right now, this header bottom. So actually we can make it dynamic now from here, this one. So we can just copy this, we can come back here, we can just add that in here. Yep, done. And oops, I forget to import that is loading from here. Yeah, now fixed. Perfect. So yep, our work is done for now. So now what we can do, as our we can definitely start to work for the user part, but without the seller we cannot actually do anything in user part, right? Because without seller we cannot create product, without creating product we cannot do anything. So that's why we're going to start the seller part right now. That seller account creation, seller account activation, and that seller dashboard. Because after finishing that, making this user part is not hard, because we have to do most of the work inside the seller part. So right now, no wasting time, let's start the seller part. Alright, so let's open our terminal again and stop all the servers and come back here and stop the server and just clear the terminal. Come back to NX website again, and from here just copy this comment that for creating a new Next.js project, and just paste that in here, and this time just write seller UI as our service name. So just wait a little bit until it's creating the seller UI service. Now which unit test runner should be used? So we can select none. We can select none from here. App router true, source directory true, and here you go. So it's done right now. We can just clear our terminal and we can just open from here, from the left side, and you can see our seller UI is ready in here. So it's fully perfect. Right now, what we have to do, we can close our this user service, all the files, because we don't need this right now. Alright, so now let's go to our package.json. From here, we can create another script for running the seller UI. So we can actually copy this command from here, this value, and we can paste that in here. And instead of user UI, just write here seller UI. Now close this package.json and run this npm run seller UI. But yeah, we can run it in 3000 ports, so we can just run this npm run seller UI, and let's open a new terminal and we can run the server. So npm run dev, or actually at first we don't need the server because we're gonna make the front end part at first, and then when we need the server we can make that later. But yeah, just give on reload right now, and here you go. This is our boilerplate setup. So perfect. Now we can actually go to our that seller UI, and from here we can delete everything and we can just write this rafce and we can write this page. Just give on reload, and here you go, just on simple page. Now we can come back here, and inside here we can make it eShop seller, okay, something like that. Or even we can write the seller like name, but by default it should be eShop seller. Yeah, so yep, it's right now ready. And let's come back to in this app folder and let's create a new folder by giving name routes, okay, something like this, on organization folder. And inside here let's create our login folder and that page.tsx. Yep. And here we can just create an rafce, that React Arrow functional export component, and page. Now we can go to /login, and here you go. So we're right now inside the login page. Now for start working with login page, we're also using here that same things, that Tanstack query and that React hook form. So we don't have to install it again because we already installed it in our root directory. So we can just use that same library in here without reinstalling it again. So at first add here use client, as it should be on client side component, and then here we can import use form from React hook form, and we can import that use mutation from Tanstack React query. Now we can do one thing, and that is we can actually go back to our user UI again, and from here, from this src app routes login, we can actually copy this everything from here and we can paste that in here. And definitely this Google button is not available here, and we don't want to provide any Google authentication for seller because seller must have to provide a lot of information. So for seller, you don't have any Google authentications. So otherwise everything is done in here. And if we save it right now, we can see that, okay, use mutation, query client. Yep. So we actually have to set on provider right now. So let's go to our layout.tsx, and inside here, just cart this and add our provider. So provider, and we have to create this provider. It should be completely similar like the user UI provider. So we can say provider.tsx. Even we can just go back to our user UI provider and we can just copy this. Yep. And we can come back here and we can paste it. So it was actually providers, but fine. Provider, you can keep anything in here as this is just a file name. So yeah, then we can just save it. We can come back here and we can import these providers. And here we go. Right now, after giving on save, you can see that it's perfectly working. But in here, we have to right now do some modifications. First of all, here, instead of 85 VH, it should be minimum height screen. And otherwise, otherwise the login UI is, yeah, it's perfect. Yeah. So login and sign up. Now let's create the sign up one. If you want to like modify the design, definitely you can do that by yourself. So sign in, and inside here, sorry, not sign in, it should be sign up. So sign up and create on another page.tsx, and we can again copy this from, we should not copy this because the sign in should not be similar like the account creation one as like the user one. Okay, it has a lot of difference, but for the first time, like for saving time, we can again go to our user UI and we can copy the boilerplate and then we can modify that. Okay, so then we don't have to write all the code by ourselves again from scratch. Okay, because you can see that it has already more than 268 or 269 lines, so a lot of code. So here we can just come here and we can just paste all of that, and definitely the Google button, we have to delete that. We don't need that Google button here too. So we can just delete the Google button, and here you go. Now hit this sign up button. I mean, from here, just click that sign up and perfect. And it should be screen, not 85 VH. Yeah. Now in the sign up, we have to right now do some modification. So for the sign up, actually, we need few informations here. Okay. I mean, few things we have to do in here. So for example, cut everything from here, add on W full, display flex call, items center, PT10, minimum height screen, and then we can just paste that, like what did we just cut some time ago. Yeah. And then after this we can, okay, this is done. And then after this, we have to make on stepper, okay, like that onboarding stepper or something like that. So here we can right now create on div with like class name relative, display flex, align items should be center, justify between, and width should be 50%. And the 50% width should be from tablet screen. Otherwise, it's gonna be like normal. Okay, like 100% for mobile screen. Now MB8, like some margin bottom, and here let's add another div with class name position absolute. Top will be 25%, left will be 0%, width will be 80%, and from MD it's gonna be 90% the width. Then height will be 1, meaning 4 pixel, and background color should be BG gray 300, and Z index will be -10. Yep. Now inside here, we actually don't need anything. It should be on self-closing div tag. Okay, so we can make it something like this. Yep. So after this div, you can come back here, and here we can create on array like 1, 2, and 3, just on like dummy array, I mean static, and here step, and here we can create that div again, and we can define the key like step. So here actually we are setting up like our stepper, like that 3 stepper. You can notice already on top banner in here, I mean top like fixed position, unfixed div in there. Now here we can add another div, and here for the class name, it's gonna be on dynamic class name. So we can say W10 at first, W10, H10, align item center. So item center, justify center, and round it full. Then text color will be white. Then font weight should be bold. And then if step is less equals to the active step, so we have to actually make this step and active step state. Okay, so we have to just go to this top, and here we have to add this step and active step state. Okay, active step and set active step. Yeah, so now if step is less equals to active step, then bg blue 600, otherwise bg gray 300. Yeah, so right now we can save it, and inside here we can just add that step. Perfect. Now you can see 3 step in here. Now after this div, after this one, we can add another span, and here we can add on class name something like ml minus 50 pixel, and inside here if the step value equals to 1, in that case it should be create account. If it's 2, meaning if a step equals to 2, then set up shop. If step equals to 3, then it's gonna be connect bank. Yep, actually we don't need this step equals to 3 because after 2 it's gonna be always 3, right? So that's why we can just delete that. And yeah, everything is perfect, but I think I forgot to add here the flex. Yeah, now perfect, but still we did some small mistake. All right, so I found the problem. It should be actually absolute, not absolute. Okay, so the spelling was wrong in here. The position should be absolute in here, this self-closing one. Okay, now notice it's looking completely perfect. Now even if we uncomment this, it's gonna be right. Notice it's looking perfect, but still let's write something in here, and that is if our, at first add here and comment that steps content, and inside here let's add on div with class name with 480 pixel, and it's gonna be from just md. So padding, some padding like p8 bg white, border box like box shadow, little bit box shadow, and rounded lg, meaning 8 pixel I think. Yeah, then inside here if active step equals to 1, now here show OTP. So if show OTP is false, then only show on form in here. Okay, so we can say form and something like this. Otherwise we have to add on div. Okay, so I think we already have this inside here. First of all, we don't need this, so we can delete that, and then from here show OTP. Yep, so we can actually copy this one from here. Yeah, perfect. So then come here and just add this, that show OTP. Yep, actually you can right now save it, and we don't need this one. We can just delete this diff one now. Yeah, now save it, come back here and create an account. Perfect. Yep, but I think we should add on h3 in here. Yeah, like create account or something like that. Okay, so let's add on h3 here, that create account. Perfect. Then we can start to add this label. Yeah, like name, email, password. Definitely not name, email, password. We have to add more, like, input in here, definitely. And show OTP, let's make it true for now. So yeah, it's also perfect now. Perfect. So make it false again. And let's start to work in this create account part right now. So at first, name, which is completely perfect. We don't have to edit anything in here. For email, it's also perfect. We don't have to edit anything in here. Now after email, passwords. Okay, so before password, we have to add phone number in here. Okay, we can create on label, we can copy this actually, and we can change this value to phone number. So then after this level, we can add on input, and which type should be telephone, so TEL, and then on placeholder, something like, I'm adding my country codes like 880-01785, suppose 83, like anything number. So here I'm just adding something like this. Yeah. Then class name, which should be completely similar as like our previous all inputs. Then after this, we can register our phone number. So phone and number. And here, let's add record message. So the phone number, if user is not adding it, I mean seller, then the phone number is required for seller actually. So phone number is required. Then secondly, we are checking the phone number pattern, okay? Because it must need to be a valid phone number. So that's why we are checking the validation. Okay, so this is like on regex pattern. You can also use this one. It actually follows E.164 format, which means that it will ensure that you are entering a correct phone number. Then after that, we can add on minimum length validation, that the phone number must need to be at least 10 characters. Okay, so phone number must be at least 10 digits. Yep, and maximum length, it cannot be more than 15 digits. Yep, so something like that. Now after that, the error for the phone number, that form validation error, we can just show that like similar all the time. Now here it's giving some error, which is very normal. We have to go to this top for this use form. Okay, and here we have to delete this type. Yeah, we don't need this type right now, so you can just delete that. And now come back to here. And right now it's giving an error from the on submit function, because in here we added that form data, so we can make it any this time. Okay, and for now, okay, this is fine because we're gonna change it later. Yeah, so phone number is ready. Notice the phone number is ready here. We cannot type like number. Yeah, we can definitely type number, but when you're pressing sign up, notice phone number must need to be at least 10 digit. Okay, I'm adding 10 digit invalid phone number format. Okay, so it's giving a proper validation in here. Now after phone number, we need on country list. Okay, so we can actually copy this level here again, and here we can right now add country. Then for country, we need actually on select options, right? Like you can select the countries. Now here we have to add on select. The class name should be similar like the input one, and here we're registering the country, and like on record message, country is record, and here we are using on array, countries array. Okay, so the countries array is actually coming from, let's go to this source folder, src folder, create a new folder by giving them utils, and inside here we can create this countries.tsx. okay, and let me actually add all the countries list in here with the country code. Now For you, if you have the source code, you can copy it from the source code, or you can ask it to ChatGPT. Then ChatGPT will give this country list to you. Okay, so you don't have to worry for this. Now let's import these countries, and perfect. Now come back here and you can see that select country and it's giving the all country list. Perfect. Now after this, we have to add that country error message. So yeah, just add that in here. Yeah. Now after that, password. Okay, fine. And that's it actually. But one thing I just noticed, and that is in here, I forget to add that sign up mutation error. So we can just add that in here like this, that sign up mutation.is error, and sign up mutation. If the error is available when we're registering on for a seller account, then that will show in here with on red text. Yeah. So that's it. Actually, we don't need any more input in here. This is good enough for us for creating on account. Okay, for creating on seller account. By the way, in seller account, we have 3 steps. This is just the seller information. Secondly, you have to set up on shop. Okay. And for the shop setup, it's different. Okay. It's not similar like this create account. In setup shop, we'll ask for the shop name, shop descriptions like that, biodata, and shop country, shop address, and many more informations. Then the seller have to connect the account with Stripe. Okay, as you saw in the demo video. Yeah, so that's it. Right now this sign up is perfect. Now one thing is important, and that is after this button, you can see that we don't have any button here for going back to the login page again. So that's why we can actually come back to this button, and after this paragraph here, we can add another paragraph tag for on simple message that if you have already an account, then you can go back to the login page from here. So here we go. Okay, it's still not coming. I don't know why sometimes it's coming very slow. Wait, where did I add this? Oh, sorry, I did a small mistake here. It should be here, not in the enter OTP. Yeah, now it's here. Perfect. So already have an account, you can click this login. All right, so everything is done in here right now. And right now what we have to do, we have to again start our backend for making the seller account. Okay, but don't worry, in the backend this time we don't have to do a lot of work, because previously we completed almost all the work for authentications inside user. Right now we can use that same function for creating seller. So let's come back here right now. So let's come back to our auth service controller and auth controller, and here we can give a new comment that register a new seller. Okay, so export constant register seller, and on async function request response next, as always what we are doing. Then inside here, let's create a try catch statement and that catch error. Yeah, now here validate registration data, and we can send the request.body the data which is coming from the front end side, and we can this time send this to seller. Okay, definitely we have to modify this function a little bit. We will do that right now. And constant name, email, and request.body. Yep. And then we're gonna check that is the seller is available in our database or not. But guess what we didn't do yet, and that is we still didn't create our seller schema in here. So right now we have to actually start to make our database design. Let's add model sellers, and in here let's add the ID, then the seller name which should be on string, seller email which should be on string, and just add here an unique decorator on seller can create account. I mean no seller can use on email for multiple time. Okay, so the email must need to be unique. Then phone number which is string, and it should be also unique. Okay, but sometimes few applications some applications don't allow it to be unique. I mean they keep it yeah, it can happen that one seller is having another account, and multiple shops, then the seller can have same phone number. So that's why we can keep it that yeah, it can happen that sometimes the phone number is not unique. It's okay, no problem. Then country, which type should be string, and password, which will be string. And most important thing is here, and that is Stripe ID. So we need this for connecting the sellers with our Stripe connects. Then here we need shop. Okay, so we have to right now create another model for shop, and we're gonna create that actually. So not shop, it should be shops. Yep. And then created ad when the seller created the account. So created ad, and default it should be now, and then updated ad, and it should be also date time, and default value will be updated ad. Okay, sorry, I think I did mistake. Yeah, not like this, something like this, updated ad. Yep. Then shop ID, which gonna be on string, and db dot object ID. Yep. Now let's create our shops model. So model shops. Yep. Now inside shops model, at first add that ID as always. Now name, like the shop name, and then bio data, we can say. So bio or biodata or bio, fine, like string, and it should be actually optional. Then category, which is string, and it's not optional, the seller must have to add on category. Okay, like the shop must need to be on category, must need on category. And avatar, and for the avatar actually we can use these images as like what we did for our these users. Okay, similar things we can add in here. Okay, but optional. And in images we can add that seller ID, sorry, shop ID, I think seller or shop ID, shop ID. So shop ID, which will be string, add here unique decorator, and db dot object ID. Yeah, so shops, and this is the images, sorry, avatar. By the way, I didn't create any relations in here. I don't know why it's automatically creating on relations, which is wrong. So here just add something like this, that shops and relation fields, it should be that shop ID, and reference will be this ID. Yep. Now come back here, and we don't need to add this relation, we can just delete that. Even we don't need this images ID. Yeah, right now notice everything is fine without any warning or errors. Yeah, user ID and shop ID all there, and this is our shop with the avatar images. Yep. Now cover banner, which we can add string for now but optional, and then address, which is string but not optional definitely. Opening hours, the shop opening hours, which gonna be string, and we can keep it optional for now. Shop website, so which gonna be string but optional. Social links, which will be on JSON array, so JSON array. And then after that product, so we still don't have the products model, we can keep it normal like this. Ratings, which will be actually on float, and default value should be 5. Okay, the shop always rating should be 5 by default. Now reviews, not 5 actually, we should keep it 0. Yeah, reviews, shop reviews, we have to create another model for this. So model shop reviews. Yep, so shop reviews, create here that ID, add on user ID for creating reviews. Definitely there's need to be on user, and we have to make on relations with the user right now. Yep, so users. Then after this we have to add rating, because for adding on reviews there will be on rating, right? Definitely. And reviews, which will be optional string. then created at, which will be date time, and by default the value will be now, then updated at, which will be date time, and updated at. Then we have to right now add relations with the shops, so we can say shops, and we can make a relation here that fields our shops ID. We have to create this field and reference should be ID. So shops ID, which can be a string optional, and db dot object ID. Yeah, so shops ID actually, not OD. Then after this, shop reviews is actually done in here. Now in here in this reviews we can add this shop reviews. Okay, so shop reviews and array. Then seller ID, which gonna be on string, and the seller ID need to be must unique, so we can use this unique decorator. After this we can call this that db dot object ID. Yep, that's it. Seller ID is ready. And for sellers we have to actually make on relation here. So relation fields will be this seller ID and references will be only ID. Yeah, then at last we can actually add created at, which gonna be date time, and default it's gonna be now, updated at, which will be also date time, and updated at. Now the sellers is giving on warning that error persisting the relationship sellers on model shops, and shops model and sellers both provide the reference argument in the relations. 1 minute. Okay, so here we don't need actually any relations. Yeah, now it's perfect. Now you can see our sellers model, our shops model, our shop reviews, users, images, all are done. Perfect. Now on last model, which is very important, and that is our product models. And the product models should be so big, so it's better to create it right now. No problem, we can create it right now, or no, we should create this when we will work in the product page, so that I can explain you more better about the model design, because product model is gonna be the biggest model in this project. Okay, and that's gonna be very big, which is very normal because in products we have to add a lot of fields, a lot of custom options for the sellers. Yeah, now we can come back here. We can actually run this command, that npx prisma db push, and here you go, our DB database is right now up to date. Yep. Now here we can say constant existing seller. We can call here prisma dot sellers dot find unique, where the email should be the email like coming from our front end side. Yeah, then if the user seller is available, then we can throw on validation error that the seller already exists with this email. Yeah, otherwise we can check the OTP restrictions and we can track the OTP request, and at last we can send an OTP. And when we're sending an OTP, we have to send this email name and this seller activations templates. And by the way, 1 minute, so name email template, and so email should be second, not first. And you have to create a template. We will do that, no problem. And at last we have to send on response that OTP sent to email, please verify your account. Yep, so it's done right now. And this time we have to come back to our that auth helper again, and as right now we have our sellers model, so we can finish our this auth helper all work. So start from the first one, this check OTP restrictions. In here actually everything is fine, we don't have to change anything. Okay, Now track OTP request, yeah, everything is fine, we don't have to change anything. But send OTP, here it's gonna be similar actually. We don't need to change anything here also. But verify OTP, yeah, same, we don't have to change anything. And handle forgot password, I think here we have to modify something. So here actually, in here we can say that if the user type equals to user, then only this forgot password user email, otherwise forgot password seller email. Okay, we have to create that template. We will do that right now one by one. Otherwise everything will be same here except that one. And this forgot password OTP, verify OTP, yeah, this is also perfect. And here instead of and, let's add if. Okay, and then here after this let's add else await prisma dot sellers dot find unique, where the email is the provided email, yeah. And here you have to add another first bracket. Yep, now it's perfect actually. Yeah, done. So we can come back here and now register a new seller function is ready. So now let's make the verify seller OTP function. So verify seller with OTP. Now export constant verify seller. So you can use here async function, request response next. So that normal function setup. Now in here you have to receive email, OTP, password, name, phone number, country from request.body. Yep. Now if any of this field is not available here, then you have to return an error, that new validation error, that all fields are required. Yeah, that's it. Now after this we have to check the existing seller if it's available or not. So if the seller is available, let's check it. So prisma.sellers.find unique, then where email is gonna be the email. Yep, if existing user is available, in that case throw an error that seller already exists with this email. Otherwise verify the OTP, so call this verify OTP and send this email OTP and next. So again let me see, email OTP next. Yeah, perfect. After that we have to hash the new password like what we was doing in the user creation account on the user verifications. That same thing we're also doing in here. Now we have to create the seller. So seller await prisma.sellers.create and data like name, email and password, which gonna be this hashed password, and country, then phone number. Yep. And then at last we can send on response that seller registered successfully. Perfect. So our seller registration done. Right now we have to create another route for creating a new shop. So simple, here in this function we have to receive a lot of data from request.body. For example, our shop name, shop bio, shop address, then opening hours, then website, then category and seller ID. Yep, from request.body. Then if none of these, those like required datas are not available, in that case we can return on validation error that all fields are required. Okay, so one mistake, it should be bio, not descriptions. Perfect. Now add here shop data. Create here an object by giving them shop data, and inside here we can add all our fields like that: name, bio, address, opening hours, category, and seller ID. Yep. Now if website and website dot trim, so definitely you have to check it that if the website dot length is empty string, then not empty string, then we have to add that. Okay, like shop data dot website equals to website. Okay, and here give one type. For now use here any type. Yeah, and then constant shop await prisma dot shops dot create, and data we can use the shop data. Yeah, and at last we can send the shops like after creating the shop. Simple. So shop creation is also done. Yeah, so shop creation done, account registration done, like verifying done, and shop creation is also done. Right now we have to make the last route, which is very important, and that is for create our Stripe connect account link for seller. Okay, so for now just keep this function empty. We're gonna create it later, because for this we need a Stripe API key, and I'm gonna show that after some time. Let's check out this all features are working properly or not. Okay, so just come back in this routes folder, and this auth router, and copy this and add it in here, and this time just write here actually seller registrations, this one, and call here seller registration, or the register seller function. Yeah, then next one should be verify seller, so we can add here verify and hyphen and seller. So verify seller. Yeah, then next one create shop, so create shop, and we can call the create shop function. Perfect. Now we can actually save it. Yeah, now we can come back here, and in our sign up mutation, when we are pressing this submit button, we're calling this sign up mutation, and it's actually sending to user registration, which is wrong. It should send request to the seller registration, and otherwise everything should be similar, and this time it should be API/verify seller. Yeah, that's it. Perfect. But we have to check few things from here. Okay, we have to modify few things, because previously when we was creating account inside user registrations part, that time we didn't have these steps. Right now we have 3 steps, so we have to right now do a little bit modifications in our code. Okay, so we're gonna do that right now. First of all, this sign up mutation, this is everything fine, but in here, instead of actually user data, we can say that set seller data. Okay, so we have to modify this set seller data and seller data. So we can do one thing, we can search the user data, all variables, we can change that to seller data. Yeah, same for set seller data, sorry, set user data, not seller data. So set user data. Okay, none of them are available here. Perfect then. So seller data, set seller data. Yeah, perfect. Now here, after this set OTP, perfect, true. This is perfect. And yeah, now after verifying the OTP, this time after one success, previously we are redirecting the user to login page, but this time we cannot do that. We have to set the seller ID. Okay, so this is important. We have to create a new state for this, that ID, and set seller ID, something like this. Okay, and here we have to set the seller ID. So data seller ID, and here we have to receive the data. Then after that, we have to call this set active step, and we have to make it true right now. Yep. So our API is ready right now. We can start to use it. So let's create here like shop account or seller account. Just give on reload, enter here name, enter here like seller email, seller phone number, suppose anything. It can be anything. Don't try with this number. Okay. So then here I am selecting my country. And one thing actually, when I added the country list, I actually checked one thing, and that is this country list is not the all countries. Okay, it's not the full like 196 countries list in here. It's those countries which countries is supported by Stripe. Okay, because we are actually using Stripe as our payment gateway for sellers. So that's why for now we are only accepting the sellers who are from the Stripe supported countries. That's why we have this option. So for example, I can select like India. I'm not from India, but let's select it. And then for the password, let's add something like this. So then hit sign up. Mobile number is not validate. Okay. Yep. Now hit sign up. Request failed with status 404. But why? Oh, yep. Seriously, we just forget to start our server. So just write npm run dev to start our server. And oh yeah, by the way, this next public server URI is not available in our seller UI because we have to create on .env in our seller UI, and we have to define this next public server URI. We can copy it from this user URI also. Okay, the value. Perfect. Now come back here and click this sign up button again, and it's getting signing up, and I think it's gonna give an error because we forget to create that email templates. So let's come back to our apps, auth service, and source, and this utils, and this email templates. And here we can right now create our seller activation dot sorry, not JSX, it should be EJS. Yeah, so seller activation dot EJS, and we're using that similar type of email templates again, but just the content is different. Here you can see the content is different, otherwise styling is always same. So that's it. Our email templates is ready right now. We can stop our server. We can actually clear our cache, that npx nx receipt cache. We can clear it, and we can write this npm run dev. We can again come back here. We can actually click this sign up again, any country, then password, sign up, all right. Yeah, this time we're gonna get an email, and here you go. You can see, hello Shahir, thank you for registering with eShop. To activate your seller account, please use the following activation code. So this time we can use this code 6846. So 6846. Now if I hit this verify OTP, here you go. If we come here, if we give on reload, you can see that the sellers is here, the shops is not in here, because the shops will come right now. We have to create the shops UI right now. So yeah, we will create that right now. Alright, so right now we have to actually start to work for this second step, this setup shop and connect bank. Okay, second and third step. So we can like call up this one, this active step. So right now we can say that if the active step equals to 2, then we can actually create here another component, okay, or another modules, because otherwise it's getting so big. You can see that already 330 lines. So we can just create here another like modules so that the file will not look so big. Yeah, so create shop we can say, and we can create here actually in this source folder, we can create a new folder by giving name shared, and inside here we can create on modules, and inside here we can create another folder by giving name auth, and then we can create this create shop.jsx, yep, and rfce, and this create shop. Now we can import it, and here we go. Now in this create shop we have to receive the seller ID and set active step, okay, as a parameter. And for the type, the seller ID type should be string, and set active step, the type should be number, and it will return on void. Yeah, so then right now in here we can add our use form configurations like this one. You can see like this one. So just add that in here, and then use form from React hook form, and then after that we can create here our shop create mutation. We can add this one, then use mutation, then here we can add our mutation function. We can create directly here that like async function, and here we can add on form data. Now constant response equals to await axios dot post, and our that process dot env dot server URI slash API slash create shop, and here we can send this data. Yeah, I mean still we have to create the input, but fine. Here we will send the data actually, then return the response dot data. Yeah, and on success we're gonna make our set active step to 3. Yeah, that's it. Now here constant one submit, it's gonna be an async function. It's gonna receive data as parameter whose type should be any. Then here constant shop data, we can spread or the shop data, and we have to add this seller ID, so we can add something like that. Then in the shop data we have our all data, then shop create mutation and mutate and shop data. Yeah, done. Now we can start to working in this form, okay. And by the way, from here we have to send our parameters like seller ID, which gonna be the seller ID, and secondly we have to send this set active step, which gonna be this set active step. Right now we can save it. Yep, we can come back here now, and let's create here on form, and on submit this will call the handle submit and the one submit like normal. Yep. Now inside here we can add on h3 like setup new shop. Styling should be similar like the previous, like sign up styling, sign up history styling. Yeah, then we have to add on input level that name like our shop name, and then we have to add here on input and that error message. Input type will be text, placeholder will be shop name, styling will be similar like the previous one, and then name is required, and this is the error message. You can see we cannot see it because from here we can do one thing, we can change this active step to 2 by default, so that we can check that from here properly. Yeah, name, it's looking beautiful. Now after this we have to add our bio. Okay, so let's add that quickly. Just copy that and add that in here, and instead of name it should be bio or biodata actually. Now here we can add that, and we can say shop bio is record, and here you go. This is our input, I mean text area, because for biodata it should not be any text area actually. Perfect. So this is our shop bio, like the status or something like that, which will stay in the profile page. And here we have to actually add on validation, which is very important, and that is on value validations. Okay, so here we can use count words on function. I mean, we have to make this function, this count words. This is actually very simple. Here we can just create it, count words. It's gonna receive text, and text.trim and split, and it's like, we are, with this count words, we're like, just getting our biodata words, like the length. Okay, the words length, like how many words is available in this sentence. Yeah, so here the biodata cannot be more than actually 100. So 100, or bio cannot exceed 100 words. Okay, this is like on earning or a limitation. Yeah, and here we can do one thing. Here actually we can add bio and maximum 100 words. Yep, on earning. Perfect. Now after this we have to must add this error message, that error.bio, and here it should be bio. Yeah, now after this we have to add address, like the shop address. So level input, and we can add that error message because everything is gonna be similar here. Okay, something like this, that shop address, and here the placeholder should be shop location. You can see something like this. Yeah, then after this we have to add the opening hours, the shop opening hours. Okay, something like this, the shop opening hours. For example, Monday to Friday 9 AM to 6 PM. Okay, something like this. Yeah, then after this we have to add on website, I mean website input, that seller can add on website. Now this is the website and this is the input. Now in here I added some validations. For example, you can see that's the pattern, the website URL must need to be on URL, on valid URL, like start with HTTPS. You must have to add on valid URL. I cannot add something like this and I can press enter. No, it's not gonna work. It will give me error that the website is, I mean the URL is not valid. Yeah, that's it. And it's not mandatory, like it's optional. You can see website is not mandatory because it can happen that you don't have any website yet. Yeah, and then category, our shop categories. For this we have to actually create another utilities function as like our countries. Okay, so in this utils we can create categories.tsx, okay, for shop, and this is on array for shop categories. You can see this is the array for shop categories. Yeah, and here we can just use that categories, so shop categories, and then everything will start to work. So select on category, you can select on shop category as per your shop. Yep. Now after this everything we need on submit button. So we can create here on simple button, and inside here we can add this create button. Yeah, so create shop button. Okay, so shop name, shop biodata, address, opening hours, website, category, and create button here. So perfect. Now here we can say type submit. Yep, as this is on form. Yep, done. So our work is actually done in here, and if we start to create the shop, it's gonna work. But still we have to make our last one, this connect bank step. Okay, so let's make it 3 right now, static. I mean, for now just add here 3 so that we can start to work for this connect bank, and it's very important. So here let's write that if the active step equals to 3, in that case we have to add here on div with class name text center, and here we can add on h3 that withdraw method, and inside here we can add some styling like text 2xl, font semi-bold, and here we go. Right now we can save it. After this we can adjust on line break, and we can add on button, and for the button styling it should be something like this: w full, m auto, flex, item center, justify center, gap 3, text lg, on background color like this, text white, padding top bottom 8 pixel, and rounded lg. And inside here we can add something like this, that connect stripe. Yep, and here you go. This is how it will look like. And here if anyone click this, it's gonna call connect stripe function. So we have to actually create this connect stripe function right now. So here let's create this connect stripe function. Yeah, and after this connect stripe button, actually we can add on stripe logo. Okay, so this is also actually on SVG. I found from, I think, Stripe website or somewhere else, and then I just transferred that in a SVG format, and I used here on SVG logo. So let me show you that how it's working. And this app folder, not app folder, actually in this source folder, let's create a new folder by giving them assets. And inside this assets folder, create on SVGs folder and add this stripe -logo.tsx and just paste it. I mean, if you have the source code, then you can just paste it. Otherwise you can like search about the stripe logo on like Google, you'll find out the stripe logo. So stripe logo. Now let's see how it's look like. So it's really looking like beautiful, that connect stripe button. Now if you can click here, it's gonna call this function, and we have to start to work for this connect stripe function right now. So here we can add on try catch statement again, and constant response await Axios dot post, and await is giving an error because we have to make this function async function. Yeah, and then here we have to add our API endpoint. So process.env slash dot next public URI slash API slash create stripe link. So we have to right now create on API route for working with this stripe connections. Okay, yeah, so here we can say that if the response dot data dot URL is available, in that case we can send the user to that URL, that location window.location.href. It's gonna be the response dot data dot URL. Yeah, if there any error, then we can just console log the error. For now, that is stripe connection error and the error. Done. Right now let's come back to our auth controller again, and let's finish our next API routes. So here we can just create on stripe connect link. Alright, so now in here, at first we're gonna receive the seller ID, which we're receiving from frontend, right? Request.body. Now if no seller ID, then return new error that seller ID is required. Yeah, And now actually for creating on Stripe Express account, we need our seller information. So we can like fetch the seller informations from our database. So prisma.sellers.find unique where ID is our this seller ID. Yep. So if no seller, we can return a new error that seller is not available with this ID. Yeah. Then after that, we have to create on Stripe Express account. Okay, if seller does not have one. So here you can use this await Stripe, and we have to actually use a new library. Okay, we have to install a new library. So let's stop our server, our backend server, and install a new library which name is Stripe. So npm i Stripe. Perfect. Now import Stripe from Stripe, and then we have to right now set up Stripe actually. Okay, so constant Stripe new Stripe process dot env dot Stripe secret key. So we need our Stripe secret key, which we're gonna add, no problem, and we have to add here on API version, something like this. Yep. Then here Stripe dot accounts dot create, and the type should be express. Okay, and email, it should be seller dot email. Okay, country, this is very important, and as I am creating the account from actually UK, I mean my Stripe account, that's why I'm selecting the country as GB. Okay, for you have to select the country, which country, from which country you just created your Stripe account. And then card payments requested true. Yeah. And transfers, which is the most important thing, that must need to be also true. Yep. That's it. Now we have to actually store our this Stripe account ID. Okay, so we can say that prisma.sellers.update where ID is seller ID and data is this, the Stripe ID should be account.id. Okay, something like this, that sellers.update and where the ID is seller ID. Okay, and then update the Stripe ID with this new account.id. Yeah. Now we have to generate on account link for our seller onboarding. Okay, so Stripe dot account links dot create, we can define here an account, so account dot ID, we need a refresh URL here. So for now we can use here something like this, that http localhost 3000 / pending. Okay, meaning the account creation is under pending. Okay, so for now we are adding something like this, but wait, let me finish it. Not pending, we can right now take the user to success. Actually I said something wrong. Yeah, it should be success. Now type, which type will be account onboarding. Okay, we make sure that you're adding this account onboarding. Now res.status res.json URL, we have to send this account link dot URL, yeah, as a response. Now this success is when the actually account creation, I mean when seller is actually connecting his Stripe Connect account, then it will automatically redirect the seller to this success URL, okay, like /success. You can definitely define here any URL where you want to take your user after creating or after connecting the like Stripe Connect account, okay. And for creating Stripe Connect account, it's not like that you must need to be a businessman or you need a lot of information. It's totally not like that. You can just add your like bank account. Stripe Connect is for like, especially it's for taking payments, okay. So that's why we're not using the like that raw Stripe. Yeah, we are using it, I mean the admin is using it, but for the seller they can just create on Stripe like account instantly by using our this platform, okay, because they are partnered with us. Yeah, now after this, on more route is important, what we can copy from our user side, okay, I mean from the user auth, and that is our login seller. This is important because we forget to make it. So login seller on simple function, email and password we're receiving from request.body. If no email or no password, then that validation error that email or password and are required. And then we're searching that is the email available in our database or not. So if not, then invalid email or password. And then we're like matching the password. We're like verifying it. If the password is correct, then fine. Otherwise, something is wrong, like invalid email or password. And after that, we have to right now generate access token and refresh token, okay. So we can right now generate on refresh token and access token, something like this, that access token for 15 minutes and refresh token for 7 days. So that's similar function as like our user one, okay, user login one. That's why I'm quickly adding this because it's completely similar. And then store refresh token, okay. So right now we're gonna store the refresh token and access token, actually not only the refresh token. Yeah, so now set cookie. Now on important thing, and that is, as we are actually using on microservice and as our front-end services, for example the main website probably it will be one, suppose eshop.com, then the seller one will be on seller.eshop.com. so we are using actually same domain everywhere. So that's why if we use here same cookies, then if we do login inside user, the seller will automatically log out because the cookies name is same, okay. So if you want this security, you can add that same cookies name, okay. But if you don't want this security, for example, yeah, you can log in inside your user account. Also, you can log in the seller account, no problem, in the same browser, okay. Then you can change this name. Otherwise, it's not gonna work properly because the cookies will be replaced. So here we can say that seller refresh token, okay. We can change the name. So seller refresh token. We just changed, updated the name. So refresh token and set cookie, which gonna be where we are sending that like response, and seller access token. Yeah, and at last we can send a response. Simple. And one thing I forget, and that is our that get logged in seller, that protected route, okay. So simple function, something like this, that get seller and just send on response, and that's it, done. Okay, now again come back in the login seller and see everything is fine. In here we are sending a different cookies this time. Yep. And definitely for this we have to modify our middleware, and we will do that, no problem, but it's fine. Now we can save it, and we have to right now go back to our .env, our main root.env, and we have to add this Stripe secret key. So how you will find out your Stripe secret key? It's simple. Go to stripe.com. All right, so you can right now see me inside the Stripe dashboard. So you have to actually create a Stripe account, and then after that you can just come back in this like Stripe testing mode. We make sure that you turn on this test mode from here, and then we need our API secret. So we can click this developer from here, and then from here we can actually search for API keys, okay, this API keys, and we can click this one, And notice here, this is our API key. Now here, don't use my secret key, because after clicking the video, I can click this role key and it's gonna like, generate a new one for me. So I am just copying my secret key from here, and you have to also copy your Stripe account secret key. So be make sure that you are doing this. And then after that, everything will be fine actually. Yeah. Now we have to come back to auth router. So let's add on new route. So router.post/ create Stripe link. So create Stripe connect link. We can just add this one. Then router.post/login seller, and this login seller. Yeah. And then last one, that is logged in seller. So logged in seller, and we can call here get seller. Yeah. And we can call here our is authenticated middleware too. Yep, and it's need to be get route actually. Now let's go back to our is authenticated route again. Alright, so in this actually middleware, after this request.cookies.access token, we can actually do one thing. We can actually delete this, and instead of this, we can add this line. What is this? This is actually request.cookies access token and request.cookies seller access token. So we are actually getting the token from the both side, because from here you can see that when we are doing login, especially the seller, then the seller is setting the token like this, that seller refresh token and seller access token. So that's why we are also checking that is it available in the cookie list or not. Okay. And then token, okay, fine. If not, then we're like giving an error, and then verifying the token. This is also fine. And then as we are using same secret key, so that's why this is also completely fine. And then after this here, we have to right now modify this code a little bit. So let's do one thing. Create here an let variable like let account, and then if our decoded dot role equals to user, then just cut this part and set this, that await Prisma users dot find unique, then this one, and then request dot user, it should be this account. Okay. Now else if the decoded dot role equals to seller, then account will be I did a small mistake here. It should be, yeah, account should be await sellers prisma.sellers.find unique, and everything will be similar like this. And if we want, I think we can also do one thing here. We can include our shop, okay, as we added on relation there. Yeah. So then we can add that inside this request.seller, this account, we can attach it. Yeah. And if no account, then we can just throw this, that account not found. And then at last we can add this another request.role. Okay. Sometimes we probably need this, that who is the role right now. I mean, who is using this. Okay. So that's a request.role equals to decoded.role. And then at last return next. Perfect. And after this, actually, we have to make another important, like we can say authorize roles checking middleware. Okay. So if we want, we can create that in here also. That is actually export. Wait. Let's do one thing. Let's create it inside a new file by giving them authorize roles.ts. Okay. And here we can create it as export constant each seller. Okay. So we are like checking it, that is it seller or not. So request, which gonna be any, response, which gonna be our like express response, and next, that same next function what we are always running again and again. Now if our request dot role is not seller, then we are gonna throw on we're gonna return on new auth error, okay, that access denied, seller only, okay, something like that, or you can say anything, whatever you want. Yeah, seller only, that's it. And here we can also add something for user also, so we can just copy this one and we can paste that, because sometimes we probably need this like only for user. So is user, yeah, and this time this will be only user, otherwise everything will be same. Yup. Now we can come back to our auth router, and here you can add that each seller, so it must need to be from seller. Yeah, now we can save it. Perfect. Now in this seller UI, we can right now come back to here. In this sign up, we can right now make everything dynamic, as our all routes is done right now. Our API work is done right now. So actually for front end side, I think we don't need to do anything else in here because everything is done. And we don't need this router also for now. Yeah, we can just delete that. Yep. Now come back here and try it again from, oh yeah, we have to start the server. I forget to start it. So clear and npm run seller UI, another on npm run dev. Yep. So this active step right now, just make it 1. And let's do one thing, come back to our database again. From sellers, we can right now delete it, as we were just testing it. Right now we can start everything from scratch again. Yeah, just give on reload. And here, suppose I'm adding this one. And for the email, let me try with a new one actually. Phone number, suppose this one. Country, suppose anything, okay, any country we can add. Password, and hit sign up. Now OTP, so let's see the OTP. It's 9519. So 9519. Now hit this verify OTP. Now here we have to enter our shop name, shop bio, and like the other information. So for example, let's just test it. So we can just write Becodemy, and we can say that you will get anything related to programming. Shop address, like anything we can add here. For example, let me add my country like address. Yeah. Opening hours, suppose Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to suppose 10 p.m. or anything. Now website, let's add website. And category, like the shop category, which will be actually software and technology services. Yep. Now we create. Now from here we can click this connect Stripe. So let's click it and let's see what happens. All right, you can see that it's redirecting me to this connectstripe.com/setup. From here we can actually right now set up our Stripe account. So it will actually redirect the seller to set up Stripe account page. Okay. Now from here you can click this use test number, because right now we're testing it. We can click this use test code. Now here, type of your business. So you can select like individual or sole trader, or like any type of company or non-profit. So you can click this individual or sole trader. Fine. We're not like own any business right now, we can say. Now legal name, here we can say Shahriar Islam. I mean, this is my name, I'm just adding my name. Date of birth, like something, anything we can just write here. Oh, by the way, it's not valid. Like anything we can add here. Then address, so here let's add Becodemy address actually. Yep, so something like this. Post town, it should be Manchester. I'm like I'm writing everything like testing, so like on zip code or postfile code, and phone number, like anything, whatever we want. Then continue. Now industry, like which industry you're from, so you can select software and website. If you have, you can like add that. So we have one website, we can just add that, like Becodemy.com. Now we can click this continue. Now from here, like we can use here test account, test bank account, and then this is our website, personal details and payout details, and we can click this agree and submit. Okay, all informations we filled right now, that's in here. And right now notice it's redirecting us to localhost 3000/success, as that this was our redirect URL when the account will be activated. Then now notice sellers is here, shops is here, and everything is here. The shop, all information like the website ratings, bio, then category, address, name, everything is in here, you can notice. And the Stripe ID. Even let me show you one thing from here, and that is from here. Oh, I have to give my Stripe password. Now from here actually we can search about customers, and not customers actually, it should be connected accounts. Yeah, just search for connected accounts from here, and you can see this is the new account which one we just created. The all information is here, and that is, you can see, like just sometimes ago we created it, and you can see like the bank informations and everything in here. Okay, profile from here, this is the email, this is the website, country, and all the informations. Okay, you can see from here, this is the our Stripe account, not the seller one. Okay, this is the admin Stripe account. Anyway, fine, everything is working. So now we don't have actually any design for the success page yet, but we're gonna do that later. So here in this src folder, in this app folder, in this routes folder, let's create a new folder by giving them success, and create here on page.tsx, and add here page. Yeah, here we go, /success. What is this? It's perfect, but I don't know what's going on. Even reload. Yeah, now it's perfect. It is like a cache related error. Fine, but yeah, it's working. Now let's try to do the login. So for login, everything is same, but from here we have to change it to login seller. Okay, now go back to /login and check is it working properly or not. So let's right now log into our seller account. So let's try with this email, because we created the account with this email. Now you can hit this login button, and here you go, it's taking us to home page. It means the login is done. Let's see the cookies from here. You can see seller access token, seller refresh token is here, so it's working properly. Perfect. Now we can actually start working for our seller dashboard, as it's working properly. Yeah, so let's close almost everything from here, and let's start to work for our seller dashboard, the main one, because our authentication wall work is right now done. We can start to work for the main task right now. So let's go. All right, so actually for our dashboard, we're gonna not keep the dashboard inside this localhost 3000 or this root route. Okay, so we don't want to keep the dashboard in this root route. So instead of that, we want to keep our dashboard inside this /dashboard. So for that's why we can do one thing in here, that is in this routes folder, we can create a new folder by giving them dashboard. Inside here, we can create on page.tsx and another one underscore layout.tsx. Okay, because for dashboard we're gonna add here on sidebar only for /dashboard. If the URL is starting with /dashboard, it means we're gonna add on sidebar in there. Otherwise, in this localhost 3000, like the root route or the like /login/signup, we don't wanna keep that sidebar. So that's why we're making here another underscore layout.tsx inside this dashboard folder. And in this page.tsx, at first we can just create an RAFCE, something like this. And now in this underscore layout.tsx here, let's create on simple layout, just like on simple function here, like on callback function, but it's gonna receive children, which type should be React node. Now inside here, it's gonna return the children, okay, like the basic setup. So we can right now save it, and we can come back here. We can give on reload /dashboard. So here we go. Perfect. You can see it's working. Now inside here, at first, let's add some class name like wflex. Height should be 100%. BG color should be black. Minimum height, screen. And for our dashboard, we're gonna using here actually dark theme. So that's why I'm using here BG black. Now here, let's add a new comment that's sidebar, because we're gonna create here on sidebar, and use here aside tag, which explains that yeah, it's sidebar and it's good for creating on sidebar. Yeah, then width should be 28 pixel. Sorry, I mean 280 pixel. Then minimum width should be 250 pixel. Maximum width should be 300 pixel. Border right 1. Border right color should be slate 300. Sorry, not 300. It should be 800. Yeah. Then text color should be white. Padding should be 4, like 16 pixel. Now inside here, let's create another div. And here, let's add a new class name that's sticky and top 0. Now inside here, we can create our sidebar wrapper component. Okay. So we have to right now create this. So sidebar wrapper. Let's come back here in this shared folder. Let's create a new folder by giving name components. And inside here, let's create our sidebar folder and sidebar.tsx. Now here RFCE sidebar, and here we can give this name to sidebar wrapper. Yeah. And we can import it from here. Yep. So now in the sidebar wrapper, you can just come back here and you can just give on reload. Okay. That Tailwind CSS is not working, which is very normal. Just come back in this Tailwind config, and from here, at first we can delete these all comments, and then after that here we can add our that new routes. I mean that new pages link, not routes actually. For example, /seller UI source, and everything inside this source folder, give TypeScript, give here our Tailwind CSS support. Yep. So TSX and JSX. Yeah. Now it's gonna work. The Tailwind CSS, you can see. If I give on reload, nothing is happening, because in here you can see that this is minimum height screen. All right. Let's see why not working. BG is black. It should work. Give on reload. Okay, I think it's happening because of this weird setup. I mean our setting up issue. So here let's add our main content area here. Okay, add another main tag, and here the class name should be flex 1, Inside here, we can create a div with class name overflow auto, and then we can add this children right now. Alright, I did a stupid mistake. That's why it was not working, and the mistake is it should be layout.tsx, okay, not underscore layout.tsx. We write underscore layout.tsx inside expo, okay, inside React Native, not inside Next.js. So this was a syntax mistake of mine. I usually work with expo and other frameworks, so that's why I did this small mistake. But yeah, it should be layout.tsx, not underscore layout.tsx as like that expo setup. Anyway, now notice it's working properly. So the Tailwind CSS setup should be also something like this. Now let me see. Yeah, everything is working perfect. Now one thing, and that is we have to set up our font family in this project also. So as like I mean, it's completely similar like the previous one, like our user service. So here we can add Poppins, or wait, here we actually need only Poppins font family, okay, we don't need that Roboto. So yeah, import Poppins from next Google font, and here let's add this, that at first minimum height should be screen bg slate 900 font sans and initialized, and send out this poppins dot variable. Yep, that's it. This was the setup. Now inside Tailwind config, let's come back again inside Tailwind config. From here in this extent, let's add font family and that Poppins and that variable font Poppins. Yeah, now you can save it and it's done. Perfect. So our sidebar wrapper is ready and this sidebar content is also ready properly. Now we can actually start working in our this sidebar. So yeah, our layout work is also done, so we can close it right now. We can come back in this sidebar. So in here actually we have to right now make some more files. For example, sidebar dot styles dot tsx, first one. Second one should be sidebar dot menu dot tsx, and the next one sidebar item. So sidebar dot item dot tsx. So you can just create one by one and then we can work here later. So sidebar item or items. Yeah, fine. It can be item or items. Yeah. Then that's it. And actually for working with sidebar, we need some more libraries. So let's install it one by one. So let's stop our all server and let's install it. At first we need our styled components. Okay. Secondly, we need yotai or jotai in English, and but this is on Finnish language library. You can see that this is the library. It's super cool to work and it's actually for state management and it's very easy to set up. You don't have to do a lot of hard work to set up this one. You can see this is the library and it's not an English library. I even didn't know this before, but when I was checking the Google Translate pronunciations for this one, I just got shocked because it's not English. Notice it's Finnish. Jotai. Not jotai. All right. So anyway, we can install this and then that's it. Actually, you don't need anything else. Styled components and yotai. Yeah, so just install it and restart our backend server again. Okay, it's still getting installed, so just wait a little bit until it's finishing the installations. Yeah, done. Now we can clear it and we can run our frontend server like npm run seller UI, and for backend npm run dev. Perfect. And this is our front-end server ready again. Give on a reload. Yep, perfect. Now we can actually come back to our this sidebar styles and we can finish this. So for the sidebar styles, we don't have to add a lot of things, just these few stylings, and not also like little bit, it's still a lot. You can see that this is the stylings, and I actually also copied it from somewhere because this design I found somewhere in like on internet and I just like that. That's why I'm using that similar type of design, even like some pre-made things from their website. Anyway, you can see nothing because I didn't do anything. I have to do something, then you can see that. Yeah, so sidebar styles should be something like this. If you have the source code, you can just copy this. Otherwise, you can write it by yourself if you want, slowly. Yeah, that's it. So then after this, we have to make our sidebar menu. Here, it's gonna be a little bit different. Here, it's gonna receive title and children. Which type we can create here, like type or interface props, title, definitely it's gonna be string, and our children, which is also normal type, that react node. Yeah, now here class name should be block, and then on h3 with alongside this children. Yeah, we can send this children as the value, and class name should be text xs tracking means the line height 0.04 rem, and then pl1, and sorry, it's not gonna be children, it's gonna be title. I did a small mistake. Yeah, then after this it's gonna be our children. So our sidebar menu is ready, and for the sidebar item, let's come back here, and in the sidebar item we have to receive icon title is active href as our parameter. Yep. So here let's define an interface. That interface props title, it's gonna be string, icon, it's gonna be react node. Yeah, age active, it's gonna be boolean, href, it's gonna be string. Now inside here we can add on link instead of div, so link from next/link, and here the href should be the href, class name it should be my2, and display block. Inside here we can add on div with class name flex gap2 w full minimum height 12, then h full item center, padding left right 13 pixel, and rounded lg, cursor pointer, a lot of styling, then transition, like some basic transition, then hover. When someone is hovering, the background color should be 2b2f31. Yep. And now it's the dynamic thing that if is active, in that case make it a little bit zoom, so scale 0.98, not zoom actually, we're taking it to back zoom. Yeah, and background color should be 0f3158, and fill color should be blue 200, and after hovering the color will be 0F3158DC, this color code. Yup. Then that's it done. Now inside this div, at first add that icon and that h5 and the title. Yeah, and h5 class name should be text slate 200 and text lg. Yeah, we can save it right now. That's it. Our sidebar item is ready, our sidebar menu is ready, styles also ready. So everything is almost done. Now we can come back in the sidebar wrapper, and from here we can start working. So right now actually we have to come back in this src folder. We have to create a new folder by giving name hooks. Okay, so hooks, and inside here we're gonna create our use sidebar.tsx hook and use seller for like storing that seller data. So use seller.tsx hook. So at first finish this use sidebar, where we have to make it use client at first, then rfce, and everything is fine here. Now we don't need anything written like this. Here we have to use active sidebar and set active sidebar. We have to create here on state. Okay, and we have to import it from use atom, not use state, because this time we're using here UTI library. Okay, yep, and we can just add it in here, and we can delete this import from React. Yeah, use atom, and inside here we have to give on value like active sidebar item. Okay, so we don't have this active sidebar item yet. We have to create it right now, and then we're gonna return this active sidebar and set active sidebar. Now come back in our this source folder again, and let's create a new folder by giving them configs. Inside here create our constants.tsx, and inside here let's add our that sidebar active item. Okay, so it's gonna be on atom value, import from that UTI library or UTI library, and that type should be string, and this is the active sidebar default value. Now here we can import this active sidebar item, something like this. Right now we can save it, and our that use sidebar hook is done. Yeah, now use seller, this is important, and this is kind of similar like our user fetch. Okay, that use user one. So we can come back here and we can copy it from our use user, and then we can modify it. So use user, we need this Axios instance again. We have to create it right now. So in our src folder, in this utils folder, let's create our Axios instance .tsx, and we can copy this code also from this user UI. Okay, this Axios instance, but this time for the seller, this is important, for the seller it's not gonna be the same one, this API/refresh token user. But why we cannot use the same one? So let me show you. Let's go to our that auth controller.ts, and from here we can see that here refresh token user, we are refreshing the user token. Okay, here we was trying to do like the user seller one, but still it's possible actually. Yeah, it's possible here, notice, because we are verifying the refresh token. But here is the problem, the refresh token is not, it should not be something like this. Let's do one thing, come to our that middleware again. So middleware, that's inside this packages middleware, and this is authenticated, and copy this. Yep. And the refresh token, it should be this actually seller, sorry, not seller refresh token. At first refresh token, and secondly seller refresh token. Yep, something like this. Then we are verifying it. Since we're like signing with same secret key, so we can verify it properly, like either it's the seller or the user, no problem, it's gonna be always same. Then here let account, if the decoded.role equals to user, again see this type that user, in that case we can add this, but instead of user it's gonna be account, and here it's gonna be account. Else if our decoded.role equals to seller, then you can just copy that same thing again. It's completely like our that middleware setup. We can also copy it from here actually. This line, let me show you this line. Yep, something like this. So request.seller, we don't need this one actually, request.seller. Yeah, so we are actually searching for our seller. Okay. And we are storing that in the account. Now new access token, this is important. So new access token, fine, but this time if actually the request is coming from user, then it's gonna be this one. Otherwise, else if the request is coming actually from seller, in that case it's gonna be this actually seller access token. Okay, not only access token, so seller access token. Yep, and at last we're sending the response. So yeah, now notice it's actually perfect. So refresh token is perfect, so we can say refresh token, not user and seller. And one thing from this routes, then we can actually change this route to refresh token, not refresh token user. Okay, yeah, and then since we updated the route, definitely we have to update it from here, that only refresh token inside seller UI, even inside our user UI, because we are calling this same function, same routes, not function. So refresh token. Yep, now we can come back here, we can just come back here, use seller, and we can import this Axios instant and logged in seller. Yeah, this time logged in seller, and query key should be seller, data should be seller. Okay, not user. Yeah, and fetch seller, not user. So fetch seller, data response.data.seller. And yep, so it's gonna be use seller. Yep, our work is done. So we modified it properly. Now it's gonna work, and it's gonna send us our profile information, so the user logged in user informations. Yeah, so we did a lot of work. Right now we have to start the main sidebar wrapper work. So at first we can extract, or we can call our use sidebar at first from this seller UI source and this hooks. Okay, and here we're getting that active sidebar and set active sidebar. And here let's add use client at the top. Yep. Then we need actually our path name. So we're gonna get that from this use path name hook. So import from next/navigation. Then we need our seller information, that logged in seller information. So we're getting that from this use seller hook. Yep. Now let's use here use effect hook, and inside here set active sidebar at this path name, and path name and this set active sidebar. Yeah, that's it. So we are actually updating the active sidebar based on the current URL. So we are getting the current URL from this use path name hook, and we're updating the active sidebar with this path name. Okay. Yeah. Now we need actually another functions for getting the icon color. So get icon color. Here we're gonna receive one parameter like route, and the active sidebar is matching with route. Then the color should be 0085FF or 969696. Yep. Now just remove this, and here instead of div we have to use here box. So don't worry, we're not using here material UI, but still this box is a custom component. Okay, so we have to right now create this inside this components folder. In this components folder, let's create a new folder by giving them box. Oops, not bigs, it should be box. Yep. And we can create your own index.tsx, and it should be very simple. At first add use client, use here our style components, and define on interface for box props. Then we can create this box. So simply like this. At last we can export this box. Yep. So here actually we are styling the CSS prop as inline CSS. Okay. Yeah. So this is the box. What is the power of this box component? Let me show you. At first import it. Oops, not from Lucid React. We make sure that /box. Yeah. Now here in this box we can write dynamic CSS. Okay. I mean directly we can add here CSS like height, which gonna be 100 VH, G index. Don't tell me that here we can use here like tailwind CSS. Yeah, we can do that, but this was like styling in that like template. So that's why I'm using that similar styling here. I don't want to like modify the styling, that's why. So padding, which gonna be 8 pixel, top should be 0, but add your string. Yeah. And overflow Y, which gonna be scroll, and scroll bar width, which gonna be none. Yeah. And here we can actually use your class name, that's sidebar wrapper. Now here we can create on sidebar. So import sidebar from /sidebar styles. Okay, sidebar dot header. Here we can add our like that logo. So we can use here box again. Inside here we can use link from next/link. The href should be slash, as this is the logo. Yeah. And here we can add a class name like flex, justify center, text center, and gap 2. Yep. And we need here actually our logo. So for the logo, for now, let's do one thing. Let's use on simple SVG, because SVG was good, so that's why I'm using it. But dynamically we're gonna use here like the picture, okay, later. But right now we don't have the picture, so that's why we're using here on SVG for now. So in this assets we can add that SVG, that logo dot tsx, and we can just add that in here. This is on simple SVG. Yeah. So logo, and we can save it, and we can see that This is the logo. It's looking beautiful. Now after this, we need another box. So box, inside here we can add an h3 with our that seller dot shop dot name, and it's not appearing because of styling issue. Add here text XL, font medium, and the text color should be ECED EE. Okay, this is the text color, and a little bit weird, but this is the text color. And which seller is coming from here? Let me console log the seller actually. So it's getting undefined, but why? Seller only. 1 minute. I think I was doing a small mistake. 1 minute, just a minute. First of all, come back to our auth service. This routes, and this is the each seller. Okay, here the request.role. In the middleware, we were setting up this one, yeah, request.role to this recorded.role. But we're not setting up this inside our controller. So this is the problem. This refresh token, we make sure that after this set cookie, after everything, we're adding this one, request.role. And by the way, this request type is request, make it any. Yeah. So request.role with this decoded.role. Perfect. Now it's gonna work actually. Give on reload and let's see what happens. It's refreshing the token. Here, access denied, seller only. Alright guys, I fixed the problem. To fix this problem, at first you have to understand the problem, why it's actually happening. First of all, try to understand it that when we are doing login as a seller, fine, we're doing login as a seller, but still we are keeping our that access token and refresh token that user one. So this is definitely a problem, because if you check our middleware, not only middleware, everywhere, at first you are checking that, yeah, which token is available in the cookies, the user, that access token, refresh token, or that seller access token and seller refresh tokens. So that's why when the seller is doing login, we have to make sure that we are removing this access token and refresh token. Again, when seller is doing login, we have to make sure that we're adding this two line, that res.clear cookie, access underscore token and refresh underscore token. So we are deleting the access token and refresh token. The same thing we have to do for user login. Okay, when the user is doing login, we have to make sure that we are deleting that seller access token and seller refresh token. Okay, so we have to make sure that we are deleting it properly. It's very important, otherwise it's not gonna work properly. Yep. Then after this, everything is fine. Now one major mistake I want to show you right now, and that is inside our this authorized roles. Here we forget to add this next. So here, suppose if the requested role is not seller, then it's gonna give an error, fine. But if not, if each seller, sorry, if each request.role is seller, then what happened? We didn't do anything. So definitely we have to call this next. It means that we are like telling the API that, okay, fine, it's perfect, you can go to the next route or next actions, not route actually. You can go to the next actions, like how the middleware actually works. So we have to make sure that we're adding this next in this is user, also is in this, also in this is seller. And after that, we have to run this npx next reset cache. Okay, and then we have to clear our like terminal, and we can run this npm run dev, and this time it's gonna work properly without any problem. Let me show you. So yep, now we can close all these files. We can come back here, give on reload, still not working. Then come here, delete this access token, refresh token, go to /login, and again do login to your seller account. And here you go, it's taking us to slash 3000, but it should take us to slash dashboard, what we will see later. No problem, we can change the redirect URL, but fine. Notice now it's showing me the logged in user name. Okay, you can check the network. We are getting our logged in seller perfectly from here. Okay, everything is in here. By the way, why shop ID and shops ID? What is this actually? This is something inside our Prisma model. I think we did something wrong. Why shop ID and shops ID? Why this twice? Oh my god. It should be just once, that shop ID, okay? And this is our shop. So you can see that we have our shop ID in here. So we don't need this shop's ID or anything like that. Okay. So we can delete that. We don't need that. And we can again write this npx prisma db push. Yeah. Now notice everything is fine here. Now again give on reload, and this time we're not gonna receive the shops ID. Okay, still it's coming because it's taking cache. You can see that in here we added on logic that it will cache our data for 5 minutes. Sorry, not here actually, in here. Notice it will make our data cache for 5 minutes. Yep. So fine, it's working right now. We can start to work after this h3. So let's start working here. After this h3, we have to add here on h5. So we can say that font medium text xh, and the text color should be a little bit of weird color, but this is the color code. And white space, it should be no wrap. Overflow will be hidden. Text will be ellipses. It means if the text size is like more than, the width is more than 170 pixel, it's gonna show on ellipses. Okay, if the address is so long, it can happen that address is so long then. So seller dot shop dot address. Yeah, we can save it right now, and here you go. So it's looking perfect. Yep. And if we click here, it's gonna take us to the slash, which is actually our profile page. Yeah, notice it's looking perfect right now. By the way, I think we should add some margin left or padding left. We can say PL2. Yeah, now it's properly perfect. Yeah, now after this logo, after this box, we can come out. Actually, not after this box, we can come out from the sidebar.header. This time we can create another div in here with class name display block my3 height full. Inside here we can create another sidebar.body, and the class name should be body sidebar. What is this? I think we don't need this class name. I mean, as I copied it from a template, so that's why I'm like, I didn't modify anything from there. Yep. So because this sidebar was beautiful, that's why I just copied it from there. Now sidebar.body class name, we don't need this again. Why am I adding it twice? It should be sidebar item. Yeah. Then the title, it should be dashboard. Now icon, here we want to add icon from home from Lucid React, or not actually Lucid React. In here I was using on icon, like on custom icons. So let's do one thing. In this assets folder, let's create a new folder by giving them icons. Add this home.tsx, and we can just add this icon. Same for few more icons like payment. We can create here a new icon. Inside this icons folder, we can create a new icons like payment.tsx. So just quickly add it in here. Then accounts icon. So accounts icon.tsx. Yep. And that's it for now. We can actually come back to our sidebar now. Yeah, and we can import this home from this icons home. Yep. Then after this we can add fill, and here we have to use this get icon color function, and we have to send this slash dashboard. Yeah, that's it. Now is active. So is active. I did a small mistake. Yeah, it's gonna finish here. Now perfect. Is active. So if active sidebar equals to slash dashboard, then only is active. True. Yeah, and href should be slash dashboard. Now we can save it, and here you go. Our dashboard is ready. You can see it's looking really beautiful. Let's add important in here because I think the color was not. Yeah, now it's working the color. So we make sure that in this hover you are adding an important in the sidebar item. Yeah. Now after this, we can add on div with class name empty2 display block, and we can add here on sidebar menu. So sidebar menu, and here you have to send on title, which gonna be main menu, and inside here we can again add another sidebar item. So something similar like this one. So it should be something like this, and here we have to add an icon like list ordered, what we can import from Lucid React, and here you go, list orders. Yeah, list ordered actually, not orders. Yep. And then after this, we can add another sidebar item, which is our payments. So here let's import the payment icon from our SVG icons. Yeah, payments, orders, and dashboards. Yep. By the way, I did a small mistake here. It should be slash dashboard slash orders. Okay, so slash dashboard slash payments. Yep. And in that case, we have to add here dashboard slash orders dashboard slash orders, not accounts. Yeah, dashboard slash payments. Yep, now perfect. Yep. Now after this, we can create another sidebar menu for products title. I mean with the title products. Yeah. Inside here, we can add our sidebar item. Something like this, that create product, and here we need another icon, square plus from Lucid React, and this is the icon. So create product, payments, and orders. Yep. Now after this, we can add another sidebar item. So something like this, and we need an icon from Lucid React. So package search. This is the icon, all products. Perfect. Now after this, let's add another sidebar menu with title events, and the sidebar item should be something like this. So import calendar plus from Lucid React, and here it should be slash create event, but no, it should be dashboard slash create event. I did a small mistake everywhere almost, but yeah, dashboard slash create event, dashboard slash all products, dashboard slash create product. Yep. Now after this, we can add another sidebar item for all events. So we need here bell plus icon from React Lucid, and dashboard slash all events, dashboard slash all events. Okay, here too. So all events, create event. Yeah. Now after this, we can add another sidebar menu with title controllers. Yep. And the sidebar item, this time it should be something like this, that inbox. Okay, yep, the seller inbox. Now we can add our seller settings. Yep, something like this, settings from Lucid React. So we can just save it. Yep, inbox and set settings. After this, we can add notifications. So the all notifications for seller. Yep, so notifications. And here actually it's not gonna be the headset icon. Let's do one thing. Let's go to our Lucid React icon. lucid.dev.icons. From here, we can search for notification icon. We can use this one, bell ring. Yep. So bell ring, here we go. Now after this, we can add another sidebar menu with title extras. Yep. Here we can add our discount codes, like all the discount codes that seller can create discount codes from here. Yep. After this, we can add that logout button. Okay, that logout item. Yeah. So import this logout icon from Lucid React. So that's it. This is our sidebar. It's really looking beautiful. You can see it's looking perfect actually. And our sidebar is right now ready and it's looking really beautiful with the beautiful animations. Yeah. Right now we can actually start from this create product because that's the first things what we can do, right? So let's start to work for this create product. Our sidebar is right now done. So we don't need to do anything in the sidebar. So let's come back in this routes, in this dashboard, create here a new folder by giving name create product and page.tsx. So rafce and page we can say, and here we can say create product. Yep. Now let's click here, create product, and the text is here, but it's not like white, so we can make it white to see this. Yep, you can see the text in here. So let's start to work for this create product right now, and this is on the most interesting page in our this full project. So let's go, let's start it. All right, so here let's add on form from starting. So form, and here let's add on class name that w full margin left right auto, then padding 8, shadow MD, rounded LG, text white, and then for on submitting we're gonna call handle submit and on submit. So we have to make all of these. So at first add here on use client, as it's gonna be on like client side page, client side route, that's why. Now here constant something from use form or from React hook form. Now here destruct register control watch set value and handle submit form state and that errors. Yep. Now we have to make our on submit function. So on submit, where we're gonna receive data, which type should be any, and just console log the data for now. Yeah, done. Now inside this form, let's add heading and breadcrumbs. So here let's add on h2 tag, where class name should be text2xl py2, meaning padding top bottom 8 pixel, font weight should be semi bold, and font family should be Poppins. Text color should be white, And that's it. Now inside here we can add the element that create product. After this we can add another div like flex item center with this class name. Now here we can add on span like dashboard, and here add on class name that text 80DEEA, this is the color code, and dashboard. And after this, and yeah, we have to also add this to cursor pointer. Yep. After this we can add on chevron down icon, sorry, chevron right icon from Lucid React. Here the size should be 20, the class name should be opacity, and 0.8. Yep, that's it. Now after this we're gonna add another span like create product. Now here you go, give on reload. Seriously, nothing is here. Oh, I did a small mistake. Not small mistake, it's a big mistake. Notice we started to working inside this dashboard page.tsx. Fine, just copy all the code and just press Ctrl Z for infinity time until it's going back to the first line of that code. Okay. Yep. Yeah, so now it's perfect. Now come back in this create product and paste this. Yeah, now you can see that create product, dashboard, create product. Perfect. Now after this div, let's add our content layout. Okay, so we have to start our content layout work right now. Now here we have to make our content layout something like this, that left side should be I think 40% and right side should be 60%. So yeah, start. Let's create here a div with class name like py4 w full display flex and gap 6. Inside here let's add our left side, that image upload sections, and here let's add on div with class name w35%. Now we have to create here a new component for our image placeholder. Okay, so just come back here in our components folder. Inside this components folder, let's create a new folder by giving name image placeholder, and then just add on index.tsx. Yep, and rfce image placeholder, and we're gonna receive a lot of things in here. For example, size, then small like on parameter, then on image change, then on remove default image equals to null, index equals to null. Let's set open image model. Yep, a lot of things. Now just copy everything from here and define the types. So size, it should be string. Then for the small, it should be boolean. And 1 minute actually, let's actually delete all of this. Yeah, and add one by one. That on image change, it should be on file, it like on callback, it will receive one parameter like file, which type should be file or null, and on index, which type should be number, and it's gonna return on void like on callback function. Yeah, same for on remove, like it's gonna receive on callback function, the type should be, and the parameter should be index, which type will be number. Yeah, and then default image, and that set open image model, which gonna be also a callback function. Yeah. Now inside here, let's create an use state, that image preview and set image preview. So import use state from React. Now inside here, yeah, also one function we must have to make right now, that is our handle file change. Okay, so here we're like, you know, getting that file from here, from this event.target.files, and definitely this files is an array, so we are actually storing the first object in here. Okay, that's it. Now here, let's start to designing this. Add class name, relative, position relative, and if small is true, then height on 80 pixel, otherwise height 450 pixel. Yep. And otherwise normal styling should be something like this, that W full, cursor pointer, BG should be something like on E, on E, on E, on E. I know, yeah, a little bit weird color, but this is the color code. On E for 3 times, not for 4 times. Yep. Now perfect. Now on border, like border width 1, border color should be gray 600. Then rounded should be LG. Flex, call, then justify center, item center. Inside here we can create an input. Input type should be file, right? Now here we're gonna only accept images, so accept image. Yep. Now class name, hidden ID, it should be image upload and index. Yeah. Now on change, that handle file change. Yeah, now you can save it. Now let's import it in here, that image placeholder, and here for the set open image model, we have to actually send on state. Okay, so here we have to create the state right now. So let's just create on use state hook in here. So open image model and set open image model. By default, the value should be false. And also we need this one, that is changed or set is changed, and like another few state, like images and set images, loading and set loading, and yeah, for now it's good enough. Yeah, now we can come back here. Here we can add size, which should be 765 and 850 width. Okay, like 765 height, 850 width. Okay, just one like size for the picture. Now small, no, we don't need this one to small one, it should be the large image placeholder. So that's why we are adding this false. Index 0 on image change, we have to call here handle image change function. Okay, so handle image change function, let's create it. So after this on submit, let's create this function, that handle image change. So in here we're gonna receive on file as a parameter, which type should be file or null, and we're gonna receive index, which type will be number. Now inside here, let's add on variable like update images, where we're gonna store all of our images. So images, and right now this is an array, so we are adding this all images object inside here. And now we can call the updated images, and in the index, this is an array, so in the index, which index we're receiving here from the parameter, in that index set this file. Okay, this file which we're receiving from the parameter. Yeah, after this we're actually adding here some logic, like if the index and images dot length, I'll explain this again, okay, don't worry. If the images dot length -1 and images dot length less than 8, then update images dot push, call here null. Yeah, now set images add this updated images. Okay, this updated images array. Yeah. Now after this set values, or set value actually, we are setting here the images value to this updated images. Okay, this is actually on React hook form set value. So here we are adding on new field with the name of images. Okay, that's it. So here actually when you are adding on new image, we are actually calling this handle image change. Now after on image change, we have to actually make another one for deleting the picture or removing the picture. So on remove, like handle remove image. Yeah, so constant handle remove image, and here we're gonna just receive the index number of the image, like which image the seller want to remove from our this image placeholder. Okay, now prev images, like on, as this is an array, so that's why we are actually like removing the correct index from the array. So let updated images at first add here, spread here are all previous images. Now if our index equals to -1, then update images, the first on, it should be null. Yeah, otherwise update images dot splice index and 1. So we are removing the correct image from here. Then if our updated images dot includes null and that updated images dot length is less than 8, then updated images dot push this null, and at last return this updated images. And here then we can call our set value, and we can add this image field, we can add this modified images. Yeah, perfect. Now we can see that this is our image placeholder, but one thing is not working. Okay, I mean the color is not showing properly in here, and I'll explain all the functionalities, don't worry, because in this input we didn't finish it. Yeah, so after this input we have to add our image preview. So if image preview is available, in only that case we have to add on button, which type should be actually button. After giving on click, it's gonna call that on remove, and it's gonna send this index. Yep. Then here let's add some class name, like position absolute, top 3, right 3, p2, rounded, then bg rate 500, actually 600. Yeah, then some shadow lg. Yep. And inside here we can use an icon, that X icon from React, Lucid React, and size should be 16. Now after this button, let's create another button where the class name should be absolute, top 3, right 70 pixel, p2, rounded, and add here important, then bg blue 500, shadow lg, and cursor pointer. Yep. And on click, it's gonna open our that image model. Okay, it's gonna make our open image model true. Yeah, and here let's add this icon, this want sparkless, so imported from Lucid React. Yep. Now here otherwise let's add on label. So this is the like the label inside this input placeholder. Okay, yeah. Now here let's add on class name, that absolute, top 3, right 3, p2, rounded, bg slate 700, and shadow lg. And at last the important one, that is cursor pointer. Yeah. Now here actually for the label we can add on HTML for that image upload and the index. Yep. And here we need to add an pencil icon. So pencil from Lucid React, size should be 16. Perfect. Now here we go. The text is still not here, but we're gonna add that right now. So after this, if image preview is available, then show here image. From next image, the source should be this image preview. Alter, it's gonna be uploaded or anything like that. Then class name w full h full object cover rounded lg. Yeah, otherwise let's add on fragment on paragraph tag, and inside here let's add the size. So this is the size. Now let's add some styling here, like text always should be gray 400. Now if small is true, in that case text size will be XL, otherwise text size will be 4XL. And every time the font weight should be semi-bold. Yeah, now notice it's looking perfect. Now after this paragraph tag, we can add another paragraph by giving on message something like, please choose an image according to the expected ratio. Yeah, and here we can add on class name with like text gray 500. If small is true, then text SM, otherwise text LG. And for everything, padding top 2 and 2 meanings like 8 and text align should be center. Now we can save it, and here we go. That's it. Our image placeholder work is actually done right now. Now let me show you and let me explain you what I was actually doing in this image placeholder. So suppose I'm clicking here, or not actually here, we have to click this one, this edit icon, pencil icon. Now suppose I'm uploading this picture. Width property, width height. As we are using here this image from next/image, so we have to add here on width and height. Width. So width we can say 400, height we can say 300. Yeah, we can save it now. Now let's add again. Here you go. So this is on preview, and if we click here, it's gonna show us on model. So we will definitely make that, like that, editing the product picture, that, you know, like AI enhancement for our all like product pictures. Yeah. So our image placeholder is done, but I did a small mistake, guys. I mean, not mistake, but the logic is a little bit different here, because we have to add here something like this, that images, if the images dot length is less than 0, then only show this. Okay, but if the image is more than like 1, then it will show this one. So the grid calls, let's just like add another like class name, like div with this class name, grid call 2, gap 3, empty should be 4, and inside here let's add images dot slice 1 and then dot map underscore and index. Now just call this, I mean return it, and inside here again use this image placeholder, but this time we have to change few values in here. That is small, this time it should not be false, it should be true, and index should be index +1. Otherwise we have to add here on key, which should be index. Otherwise everything is perfect now. So this is the div and this is the another div. Yup. And we have to do one thing, just collapse this div and add here another div with class name empty6 flex justify end gap 3. It should be next line, but I don't know why it's showing the same line. And yep, it's perfect. And one thing, add here MD. From MD it should be like 35%. Okay, now let me explain. Actually, just give on reload notice, everything is gone. So on seller can add maximum 8 pictures for on product. That's why you can notice that in this create product here, we added on logic that if the images.length is less than 8, then only make it like updated images push on null. Now here actually we are checking it that the definitely, suppose here I'm adding on picture, I'm adding another one, I'm adding another one, but I can delete the previous one but cannot delete this one, right? Because on product must need to have on pictures, at least on picture. That's why this validation in here. Yep. Now after this, in this right side actually I did a small mistake here. Remove that and add here and comment at first that right side, and it's actually form input, so you can say that form inputs. Yep. And here let's add that div, and here class name should be w65%, and here let's add another div where class name will be wfull display flex gap 6. Yep. And inside here let's add our product title input. Yeah, so it's gonna be 65% from actually MD, like from the tablet screens. Yeah. Then product title input. So let's add here actually our input. Now for the input, at first we can add here in class name that w2/4 meaning with 50%, and here we need a lot of inputs here, right? So we can actually do one thing here for making a shortcut, and that is we can make a component for input inside these packages. Okay, yeah, we can create a component inside these packages so that we can use that everywhere in like any other services. Okay, and by the way, the like input for the authentications and this one is little bit different, so that's why we're creating a complete custom components for this input. Okay, in here we can create a new folder by giving them components inside these packages, and we can create here input. Now inside here let's create that index.tsx and start to work here for our input components. So input and forward ref imported from React. The type should be HTML input element or HTML text area element, and on props what we're gonna make now, and then inside here it's gonna receive label, then type which value should be text, then class name and spread all other props. Yep. And reference. Yep, I know you're probably feeling a little bit different this one, and it is a little bit different, but at first let's create this props types. Yep, so the props type should be something like this, that input props or text area props. So input props should be this one, that base props and react.input elements, input HTML attributes, HTML input elements. Okay, so we are actually right now adding proper TypeScript in here. Okay, and here let's add another like type for our this text area props. Okay, now here we can create on base props, something like this. So that's it, our type is ready in here, and add here another first bracket. It was on syntax issue in here. Now inside here return. Yep, and I think I added twice. Now it's perfect. So inside here let's add on div class name like wfull, and then if label is available then add on label in here. I mean create on label tag. Then here let's add class name for label like display block, font semi-bold, text gray 300, and MB1. Yup. By the way, I don't know why this is giving us this weird error that React refers to EMD global, but the current file is a module. Consider adding an import instance. Okay. Done. So it was actually giving us warning that we have to import React from React in here. Yeah. Now it's perfect. Okay. So here, now we're gonna use the label. Now, if our type equals to text area, then here let's add on text area. Yeah, where we have to add some references, like reference, which will be reference as react.reference HTML text area element. Yup. And let's add on another class name here, like wfull border outline none, border gray 700, bg transparent, some padding, rounded MD, text color should be white, and the other class name which is coming from the prop, so class name, and make it template string. Yup. Finish in here, and at last spread our all props as the text area props. Yup. Now otherwise, and text area, it should be actually on self-closing tag, yeah, because it's normal the text area don't have any like element. Otherwise, here we can create another input which type should be type, because we're creating here on common component and we're gonna use this component everywhere right now, so that's why this is a little bit different. Okay, and here we have to also add that reference, or reference as react.ref, that HTML input element. And that's why also we are like, adding that proper TypeScript in here. Okay, so that we can get that proper type, yeah, input element. Now class name, it should be almost similar like the text area, so we can just add that like this, wfull border outline none, border gray this one, and bg transparent, some padding, rounded MD, text white, like everything is same. You can notice everything is same in here. Oh yep, I did a small mistake. It should be actually HTML input element, yeah, and we don't need this type then. Yep. Then after this, let's add all the props as input props. Yep. That's it. And at last, input dot display name, it should be input. Now export this, default input. I know it was a little bit complex, lot of type here, but this is a perfect component for us. Right now we can start to using it, and this time you'll see the magic of this component, why we were writing a lot of code. Now you can see that. Let's import input from. Alright, the suggestion is actually not coming. It's because we didn't actually set up anything in our tsconfig file in our this seller UI project or seller UI service. So just come back in this tailwind, tsconfig.json, and from here we have to make our root directory to update it to //. We can save it right now, and in here we have to include that //, this packages and everything .ts or tsx, we can say. So TS or TSX. Yep. So we can right now give one comma after that. Yeah, now we can come back here and just write that input again. And I think still I did some small mistakes somewhere. Wait, let's see the TS config again. I think this is the problem. So make it TSX. Yeah, here you go. Notice now it's breaking. So just change it and make it TSX, then everything is gonna work properly. Right now notice it's giving a suggestion and it's actually coming from our packages, components and input. Yeah, now inside this input we can add our level, for example product title. After this we can add our placeholder that enter product title, and then after that we can register the title in our React hook form, something like this. So simple. Now we can come back here and let's see, just give one reload, and here you go. It's coming in the same row. And by the way, the styling is not working because the Tailwind CSS configuration is a little bit wrong. Just come back in this tailwind config.js in this seller UI. From here, let's add our packages. So packages, and we can say components and everything inside this. So something like this, that JS, TS or TSX or JSX, add here styling. Yeah, we can save it right now. And one thing I just want to check from here, that is, where is the main div? Alright, so this is the main div. Sorry, this is the main div, yeah, and this is the left. Okay, left and right. This is the problem actually. We have to cut this one. Okay, this right side, just cut it. And it's gonna be here actually. Yeah. And this grid, we have to add this inside this W35%, okay? After this. Now we can save it. And here you go. Notice it's looking perfect. The styling is also working properly in here. Yep. So our product title is ready and we can add that error message in here. Simple. So just add that error.title. If there have any error, then just add that. Now we can add here our text area, right? I mean, we can add here input type should be text area, row 7, calls 10, level should be like short descriptions, maximum 150 words. We're registering like the descriptions. Description is required. The value should be like less than 150 words. Okay, for the descriptions, this is the quick preview description. So that's why only 150 words is the limitation. Yeah. So after descriptions, we need actually another input, which is for tags. So which is also very easy, something like this, tags. So we're just like, adding everything same. Notice that same input again, just the level value is different, like tags, placeholder is Apple, and flagships, like any tags. Then we're registering the tags and we're just like adding a required, like it's required, so it must have to add on tags. This is important for SEO purpose, so that's why we're making it required. Yeah. So after this tags, we can add another input, which is like warranty. Okay, so your product warranty. So we can save it right now and something like this, that on year or no warranty. Okay, very simple thing. Notice everything is very simple and similar. We're like, adding similar type of codes. Now after this, we have to add on Slack. Now for the Slack, we need some validation. So let me show you the Slack validation. So first of all, this is the Slack and it must be required. Yep. So Slack is required, and the value, you cannot add any Slack, something like this and this. There cannot be any space. There cannot be anything like this. Everything need to be something like this. For example, something, okay. and something like this. So this is called Slack, but you're adding anything like this, then that's not Slack. So that's why this is the Slack format. You can check this regex pattern, and the Slack must need to be at least 3 characters, and highest it can be 50 characters. Yeah, so that's it. Slack is ready. Now after this we can add another one, something like this, that brand. Okay, so this is the brand input. Now after brand input we can add actually another div, but this time it's gonna be different, and it's gonna be really completely different. Now here after this brand we're gonna add on color selector or color plate. So we have to actually create this color selector component. So we're gonna create that right now, no problem. So come back in this components folder. Let's create a new folder by giving name color selector. I think I added here wrong spelling. Let's do one thing. Instead of this, just write, click this rename, then color selector. Yeah, now it's looking perfect. Now inside here we can create on index.tsx. And by the way, this component's not inside our seller UI components, it's inside this packages components. Okay, this color selector folder should be inside this packages components folder. Yeah, now here we can create it. Now at first we need here some default colors, okay, like on static array. So this is like black color, white color, red, green, blue, yellow, magenta, and cyan color. And after this we can create our this component, this color selector. We're gonna receive here control, oops, I did small mistake. Yeah, we're gonna receive here control and errors as type. So we can like define here any type, no problem, because this is very simple. Yeah, now inside here, oh sorry, yeah, now inside here we can return it. We can return on div with class name empty2, and then inside here we can create on level where the class name should be block font semi-bold text gray 300 MB1, and the element should be colors. Yeah, now let's come back here and let's add here 3 different use state hooks. For example, custom color, show color picker, and new color. Okay, now here after this level we have to create on controller. So controller, let's import this controller from React hook form. Okay, yep, and we also need another plus icon, so let's import it from Lucid React. Now in this controller we have to give on name. So name should be colors, and the control, we're gonna receive this control as our parameter. This parameter, the value should be. Then here we have to render something, so we can render something and we can receive here field as a parameter, and inside here we can create on div class name display flex gap 3 flex wrap, and here let's actually finish it. Yeah, now inside here we can actually spread our default colors, this array, and then we can add the custom colors, okay, if available. Then dot map color, here we can add that each selected, which will be this field dot value or empty array. Yep, and includes this color. Yep, now constant is light color, so white or something like this, and that includes color. Now return here something like on button, which type should be button and key will be color. So now format it. Yep. Now actually let me explain what is this, and here we can add this FF for more. Yep, something like this. Now the first one, the is selected one, it means which one you are selecting, okay, that one. And is light color is actually the light colors need dark border, because suppose our theme color is dark, so the seller is selecting like a dark color, then definitely we cannot see that in this dark background. So that's why we are like, you know, like checking it, is it light color or dark color. Then after that, as per the like color, it's gonna add different border, so that we can also preview it even if it's a dark color. That, yep. Now here after this key we can add one click event, because definitely it's gonna update the value. So field dot on change, and each selected, then field dot value dot filter C is not matching with color, then yep. Otherwise that field dot value or empty array and color. Yep. So this is actually the on click value. It should be the on click value. That field dot on change is selected if it's true. Then field dot value dot filter, we are like filtering the value and we are like checking it, and we're adding the updated one. Yeah. Now here let's add on class name, like with 7, height 7, P2 rounded, MD, MY1, display flex, item center, justify center, border 2, transition, and if each selected is true, then scale 110. I mean, like do some little bit zoom, and border white, border color should be white, otherwise border color should be transparent. Yup. And let's add some default styling also, that if is light color is true, then border gray 600, otherwise simply empty string. Now here we can add some style, like the background color, the color should be this dynamic color. Yep. Now inside this button we don't need actually any element, okay, because in this color selector, color is the main thing, right? That's actually our element. Yeah. Now you can see that in here it's showing nothing because we didn't use it. That's why, I mean, we didn't import it in this create product. Fine, but still we have to do some more work in here. That is, after this, let's add a comment that add new color, and add here on button that like W8 H8 flex item center, justify center, rounded full, and border 2, border gray 500. Then BG, this color should be gray 800, and after doing on hover, the background should be gray 700, and add on transition here, simple transition. Yup. Now inside here, let's add on plus icon. Yup. So plus from Lucid React, size should be 16, color will be white. Done. Now after this, the main thing, and that is our color picker. So after this button, we can add on comment that color picker. Now here we can create another div with class name relative flex item center gap 2. Yeah. And on input, which type will be color, and value will be the new color. One change will be set new color e dot target dot value. Yeah. And class name should be w10, height 10 means 40 pixel, padding 0, border none, and that cursor pointer. Yeah. After this input, let's add a new button and add that similar class name again in here, that button class name. Yeah. And on click event, so when someone will click this add button, actually this is an add button, the color add button. Yeah. When someone will click it, let's add that set custom colors and the new color. Yeah. And that set show color picker, it's gonna be false. Now let's actually use it, then you will see the magic that what we were actually doing in here. Now add this control and errors. Perfect. And import this color selector. Okay, I think I forget to export it. Yeah. So at last export our color selector. Yeah. So import it right now, and here you go. You can see how it will look like. And one thing is happening, that is this color picker adding option is always like coming here, which is wrong. We should add this, we should cut this, and we should add here that show color picker. If it's true, then only show this. Yep. Now notice that's gone. So when I'm clicking, okay, when I'm clicking the plus icon, let me check it. I think I forget to add, yeah, in here, let's add on click. It's gonna make that set show color picker opposite of the show color picker. Perfect. Now when I'm clicking, here you go, I can add any type of color in here if that is not available. Notice now I can select from here that which color I actually need. It's looking really beautiful. Yep, so our color selector work is done. Right now what we have to do, we have to right now start to making another component which is for custom specifications. So create another div with that same class name, that mt2, and let's create that custom specifications right now. Alright, so come back in our this components folder again. This actually not in this shared components, not here. We have to come back to our that packages components, and here we have to create custom specifications. So specifications. Yep. Now inside here we can create on index.tsx. Yeah. Now here let's create our custom specifications component, and here we're gonna receive that control and errors as our parameter. So we can say any the type. Yeah. Now here let's create here fields. So fields, extract fields append and remove from our use field array from React hook form, and pass here this control and give your name that custom specifications, okay, our field name or the register name. Yeah, now after this actually this is done. Now in this return we can start to work. In this return, let's add on label at first, where class name should be that block font semi-bold text grade 300 and MB 1. Now inside here we can add custom specifications, so we can just copy this and we can just add that in here. Now after this label, let's add another div with class name flex call and gap 3, and here we can make on loop of this field because this field is going to be on array, so that's why we can run on loop in here, and item index as our parameter and return here on div key should be this index, class name will be flex gap 2 and items center. Yeah, then inside here we have to add that controller, so import controller from React hook form, and inside here let's add name, which gonna be our custom specifications, this name, and dot index dot name. Yeah, then control, which gonna be the props one, this control, and then for the rules we're gonna add required because it must need to be like required when you are adding it. Yeah, specification name is required when you are adding on name. Okay, you must have to add the name. Yeah, now we can add this render, like what it's gonna render. So it's gonna render something and receive here field as a parameter. Inside here it's gonna render our input, so input from dot slash, and dot slash, from our previous folder, not file, from here import this input. Then the label, it should be a specifications name, something like this, and the placeholder, like we can add here anything, for example this one, EG means example, battery life, weight, material, like anything you can add in here, and add the field right now. Now after this wait, render, okay, I did a small mistake. We have to actually return from here, so let's do one thing, return from here. Yeah, now perfect, the syntax is perfect now. So that's it right now. Just keep on reload actually. Oh, it's not coming because we didn't import it yet. Yeah, let's import it in here. That custom properties, sorry, custom specifications, not properties. Yeah, so import custom specifications and control and errors, send it. So here you go, custom specifications. The text is here but no input here, but don't worry, we're gonna add the input now. So after this controller, let's add another controller, and here the name should be something similar like this. We have to add the control, which is coming from the props, the rules, the value is actually required in here, so value is required. Then here let's add on render, something similar like the previous one, but the value should be different, like level is value, this was the specifications name and this is the value. Okay, now after this, here let's add button, which type should be button, and class name, it's gonna be text red, and after hovering, text red should be 700. Yeah. And here actually we're gonna add our delete icon. So trash2 icon imported from Lucid React, and here let's add that on click event and call this remove and send this index. Yeah. Then after this, here just come out from this loop, from this field loop. Now here let's add on button, where class name will be something like this, a little bit bigger, that display flex, align item center, gap 2. This is the text color, like blue 500, and after hovering it's gonna be text blue 600. Yep. Now after pressing here, if anyone press here, it's gonna append a new name which gonna be empty string and on value. Okay, so it's gonna append on new field which value should be empty. Yeah. Now here inside this button we can add on plus circle icon. So something like this, that add specifications. So you can notice this add specification is here. Yeah. Now after this everything, if there's any error, then we can just show that as always in a paragraph tag, something like this. Yeah. Now click this add specifications, and here it is. Wait, customer specifications name, value. Suppose I'm adding here something like battery life on extra field unit. So then in that time you can just add here like battery life or like 4000 mAh. Okay, something like that, or anything whatever you want in here. Okay, like that customer specifications, or you can delete it. Yeah. So here like you have to add all the fields. Notice our validation is also properly working. Yep. Now come back here. Our customer specifications is done. We can again copy this, and this time we can add another one, which will be custom properties. Okay, because custom specifications was something like, you know, an extra input. Here we added like brand, slag, warranty tags, everything's fine. But still, if we need anything extra field for the seller, then seller can add that from here. Okay, like custom specifications. So seller can like, you know, click this plus icon, and seller can add a new options like weight, or like, you know, this type of anything like that, a product weight, product, any extra things which not available in here. Yep. But right now custom properties will be a little bit different. So for the custom properties, it's actually on select options. So it can happen that you want to add new options. Here I added like colors, but you want to add material, and you can add like on select options. Okay, so for that type of things, seller can add custom properties instead of custom specifications. Custom specifications is for input, custom properties is for select options. Yeah. So custom properties, let's add this. So come back here in this custom specifications, create a new folder here by giving them custom properties, and here we can create that index.tsx and that rafce, that custom properties. Or we can do one thing, we can actually copy this from our custom specifications code. We can paste that in here, and right now let's change it to custom properties. Yep. Now here let's start to modifying it. So at first here we need some state like properties, set properties, and the value should be something like this, but import here used it at first. The value should be like on label, and values, the values can be on array. Okay, yeah, and the properties value can be also an array. Now we need more to state here, on for new label, another one is for new value. Okay, because here we can add multiple, that's fine. Now here we don't need anything like this in this custom properties. Yeah, so here we don't need any label, so we can just delete that. Just on controller, okay, just return on controller like this. And let's do one thing actually. For now, delete this. Yeah, now come back in here, and we don't need this div. And for the controller, the name should be custom properties this time. Yeah, and control will be control render. And rules, we don't need any rules in here. And the render, in this render, we cannot directly return from here. We have to add this, and then we have to manually add the return. Okay, why I'm doing this? Because in here we have to do some work. So here we have to run on use effect hook and field dot on change and add this properties. Yep, and in this dependency area add this properties. Now we need few functions like add properties or add value. Okay, something like this. So don't worry, I'll explain you what is this actually. So yeah, so we also need remove property. Now add property meanings like you can add a new custom property in here. So at first let's finish the UI, then I can explain more better in here. Yeah, so instead of this input, add here on div with class name empty2, and we can add here on label that custom properties, and here we can create another div like this that display flex call and gap 3. Now inside here we can add on comment that existing properties. So here we're gonna show all the existing properties, and now properties dot map that property and index as our parameter. Inside here in this div we can add on key, as this is on like map loop, so it's normal. Now here let's add on class name that border gray 700, padding 3, and rounded LG and BG gray 900. Now here let's add another div, something like this, that flex item center justify between, and add on span inside here that property dot label, and on button for removing the property. Yeah, so import this X icon from Lucid React. That's it. Now why this? We don't need this. Okay, this was inside the map. Now here let's add another comment that add values to properties. So here we're gonna right now start to work for the add value to property. Yeah, let's add on div with class name display flex item center empty2 gap 2. Now inside here let's add on input, which type will be text, and here let's add class name like border outline none, border gray 700, and background color is like gray 800, some padding rounded MD, text white, and W full. Now the placeholder we need here like enter value, and on value, and on one change. Yep, that's it. Then after this we need on button for adding new property. Yeah, so on button type should be button, this is the class name like the normal class name, and on click add value and this index, and the element should be add. Yeah, now after this, I know it's getting a little bit weird and bigger at the same time, but it is a little bit bigger. Now here we have to show all the values, okay, which the seller is added, like the custom all properties values. So here we can simply add that JV class name flex wrap gap2 empty2 and property.values.map. So then we are actually like again running that loop, but this time with these values, and inside here this is the like value in here. Yeah, that's it. And now here we don't need this this controller and this button. We can delete all of this. Yep, we can actually save it, and you can see that custom specifications, sorry, custom properties. Oh, I forget to import it. Yeah, so custom properties, and save it now. All right, now let's come back here. After this finishing this div, actually this one, this properties.map, here we can add a new comment like add new property. So from here we're gonna add a new property button. So let's add on div with class name display flex item center gap 2 empty 1 and on input for the new label. And then after that we need on button that add property button. Yeah, and we need on plus icon, so import it from Lucid React. That's it. And here let's add our custom properties error message. So something like this. And we don't need then this custom specifications, because definitely in these custom properties we're not gonna add the custom specifications error. But yeah, now it's fine, and we don't need this plus circle or these two icons or this use field array. Yeah, now come back here and you will see the magic now. Notice this is on input. So suppose I wanna say that not orienty, for example, suppose material. Okay, on product material. So we can say like plastic or aluminum, and notice it's actually adding select option, not on simple input. This is on select option like this colors. Okay, and the seller can actually, I mean the user who is purchasing the product, he can select multiple options, not multiple, like on single options, like which one the user want to purchase. Okay, so yeah, this is actually the custom properties, and this was really big like component. This was not easy, but let me right now come back here and let me show you what we was doing in here, and it's a little bit complex, and let's try to understand what's happening here. So we are adding something in here as in like input, suppose something, and then when you're pressing this add button, it's adding on new custom properties array with this label. Now here the label should be one. Okay, label cannot be like multiple, but the value will be an array. Okay, because in this value seller can add multiple values. So this is like here. Now you can come back in this code, and then you can see that what I was explaining, the same thing is happening in here. When you're clicking this add property, you can see we're checking that if new label dot trim, I mean if it's not like empty, definitely it cannot be empty. When I am like clicking this add, it cannot be empty. So then we are adding this set properties, we're modifying this array, I mean this state. So like adding the all previous properties. So for example, suppose I'm adding something, then add, then suppose I need another something, then I'm clicking add. So it's gonna add both. It's not gonna delete the previous one, because it can happen that you need multiple custom properties. Yeah, so that's what we're doing in here. We're adding that like new label, the new values, and this properties like the previous ones. Now we're again making out that set new label to empty string. So when you're clicking this add value, you can see that again we're checking the value cannot be actually empty. Every time we're like validating it that the like field cannot be empty. Then remove property, it's very simple logic. We are writing this similar logic everywhere almost, that we're filtering our like that array, and we're checking it that which one is like not matching. I mean definitely we're receiving here this index, like which one we have to delete. So we are just simply removing that index, I mean that number from our this array. That's it, remove property. So you can see this is not hard if you like understand the feature, and then if you see the code, you will not feel that yeah it's really hard. It's really not like that. Yeah, so custom properties is done, and almost like all the complex work is done, but still we have to do some more work. Now, after this, we can create another div with class name like mg2, and here we can add on label that cash on delivery. So it's like on options for the seller, that is the seller want to like turn on the cash on delivery or not. Okay, because like it can happen that you are selling an expensive product and you don't want to turn on that cash on delivery, so then you can like off that from here. Okay, so it's gonna be definitely on select options, right? So we're gonna register the cash on delivery. Cash on delivery is required, default value is yes, and you can also select no from here. You can see yes or no. Yep, perfect. Yeah, so our selecting cash on delivery is also done, and if there are any error in here, then we can show that in here as our form validation error. Yep. Now our left side work is done, so we can do one thing. We can actually collapse all this mt2, and we can collapse this w 2x4 meanings with 50%. Now we have to create another with 50%, the right side one, so w 2x4. Now here, at first, let's add our product category. Okay, which category the product is. Now for the category, actually, we cannot use here the static data. As I said earlier in the first time in the video, that admin can actually upload the category from the admin dashboard. So that's why this category will be dynamic. We're gonna fetch this category from our database model. Okay, so still we don't have any like category data inside our database, so let's create actually an API route and let's store some like by default categories. Okay, and when like our user, or like when you will start the website for the first time, it's gonna automatically add this category. Okay, automatically it's gonna add category if it's not available then. So let me show you how can we do this. So let's come back in this API gateway, and from here in this API gateway we can create on this actually source folder, we can create on libs folder, and inside this libs folder we can create a new file by giving name initialize site config.tsx, or we can say ts instead of tsx because this is inside backend. Yeah, now at first import Prisma client. So import Prisma client from Prisma slash client, and just create a new client. Yeah, now here constant initialize config, create here on async function, and here add on try catch statement. Now constant existing config, add here await, then prisma dot site config. Now we have to right now create this new model by giving name actually site configs in our database model. Alright, so come back to our this Prisma folder and schema.prisma, and here at the end we can create a new model by giving name site config. Okay, inside here at first we can add our that like normal ID, and then we can add here on the categories. So categories which gonna be array of string, okay, and subcategories which gonna be on JSON. Yep. Now we can save it. Now we can come back here actually, and let's update our Prisma DB local one. So npx Prisma DB push, and then it's gonna update it. Yeah, our local client. Now right now when I will write Prisma dot site config, notice it's giving us options. So then we can use here find first method. Yeah, so it's gonna return it that is there any like existing config available or not. So if not, if there are no existing config available, only in that time we have to create on site config. So site config dot create For now, we are just creating here our categories, but in the future, we're going to change it. I mean, we're going to add here more informations, not only the categories. So yeah, I mean, when you are going to run this website for the first time, it will automatically add all the options like in your database, so that you don't have to worry for like, you know, again, add that manually. Yeah. So here we're going to add like some static, I mean, not static. Here we're going to add like some basic categories. Okay. And then subcategories, and it's going to be JSON as we added before. Yeah. And here similar like that. So electronics, fashion, and home keychain, sports keychain. Okay. So yep. And 1 minute. Yeah, now it's perfect actually. I don't know whether I'm giving like format, it's removing the double quotation. I really don't know why. I mean, VS Code, not VS Code, it's actually happening because of that, like, you know, code formatter, that prettier. Yeah, but anyway, it's fine. Now, if it's catch any error, then console log the error, that error initializing that site config, and at last we can export our initialize site config. Yeah, perfect. Now here we said if not available, if the existing config is not available, then only create it. Okay, so it's not gonna create like twice or like every time, it's not gonna create it. Yeah, now let's come back to our this main.ts. This is important, and in here in this app.listen, actually here let's cut this and add on try catch statement. Yeah, and then here in the try side we can add that console log, but not here. We can add the console log here, and in this try part we can add that initialize site config. Yeah, and we can call it, and we can just write here on console log that site config initialized successfully. Yeah, something like this. Then if it's catch any error, then it's gonna show us our error message. So something like this, that failed to initialize site config and the error message. Yeah, that's it. So it's ready right now. We can see nothing is happening. 1 minute. Let's just restart our server again by writing npm run dev. And here you go. So site config initialized successfully. Let's come back to our database, give on reload, and here is the site config, and this is our categories, subcategories. So everything is perfect in here right now. So as we right now have our category and subcategory data, we can just make on like API route to fetch this like categories. Okay, so it's very easy. We can easily make on API routes, but definitely it's not like a best practice to keep our like fetching categories in this auth service, right? So we have to right now start to making another service. So we can just create another terminal, and here we can write this, that npx, I really forget the command, so let me just check that nx website. Yep, so nx express actually run this command. Yep, what we were using for creating our auth service. Yeah, so we can use that same again in here, not actually auth service, we were I think using it for creating another services. Yeah, so app slash we can say product service this time. Yeah, so this is the command that in nx g added nx slash express app, and by the way, it should be not, it should not be auth service. We have to change it to product service. So just modify it to product service. Now we can press enter. Which linter would you like to use? None. Test, no, we don't need any test in here also. Yeah, so our product service is ready. Let's check it. Here you go, product service is ready, and webpack config is also ready. Yeah, so here we can do one thing. We can go to our auth service, that main.ts. We can copy everything from here and we can paste that in this product service main.ts. Yeah, and we don't need these routes. Otherwise everything is perfect, but except this Swagger UI, we don't have any like documentation at this moment. Otherwise comment it, definitely we're gonna need this in the future, this one also. Otherwise here let's use a different port like 6002, and this one is giving error because we have to modify our webpack config. The main, this is perfect. Not only webpack config, come back in this ts config app.json, this root directory, change it // and include here our // packages everything .ts. Yep. And then at last this alias. Actually we don't need anything else because right now notice it's already working. No error in here. Yeah, no error. So we can actually stop our server. Yep, as we just created a new server, we have to connect it properly. But yeah, 6002 is running properly in here now. Everything is fine. Yeah, everything is fine. We have to connect this inside our API gateway, and we're gonna connect that, no problem. And inside here, let's create our controllers and routes. Yep. Otherwise, everything is fine. Now, let's connect it inside our API gateway, this new route, new service. So here, let's connect the 6002. So actually the easiest way to connect another proxy is that just change it to 6002, and we cannot connect this with the same route right now because we already connected this slash with the 6001. So here we have to must add something like this. So /product, right now /product, and then in here in this 6002, if we like hit this /product, then we're gonna get this hello API. Yeah, so we can say that hello product API actually this time. Anyway, it's working. So yep, now we can actually start our server again, but at first we have to run all of our backend server. So just write npm run dev. Here we go. So wait 1 minute. Why 6001? Where is the 6002? Failed to load product service config cannot read properties of data. Where is this? A little bit weird, but I think we have to clear our cache. Alright, now notice after clearing the cache, it's giving a different error that cannot resolve packages, which is very normal because in this webpack.config.js, this product service, we have to add our that alias. Okay, we forget to add that, so just add that in here, resolve, and inside here let's add alias and added it packages. It's gonna resolve. We have to actually import this resolve from this path library. Yeah, now resolve dir name, then // packages. Yeah, we can save it right now. And extensions, so here we have to add on extensions. So extensions, it's gonna be an array.ts or .js. Yeah, we can save it now. Now come back here, just clear our terminal and clear the cache. So again run this, that npx nx reset cache. Now write this npm run dev, and I believe this time it's gonna work. So let's see. What is this alias? Did I add wrong spelling here? Okay, so I added wrong spelling here. It should be extensions. Yeah, this was my mistake. Okay, let's run it again. Oops, sorry. Clear terminal and run this. Yeah, here you go. 6002 is running, but this is showing auth service running, which is wrong. Anyway, we can fix it right now. So in this product service, let's come back here and change it to product service. That product service is running on localhost 2. I don't know why this weird error like happens in NX especially. So just reset the cache again and write this npm run dev. Notice the error will be gone. I really don't know what's happening. Notice 6002, that product service is running on 6002. Anyway, it's working right now, so we can start to work. So let's come back here in this controllers. Let's create our product controller.ts and product routes.ts. Yeah. So for the product routes, let's quickly create our routes with like the normal style. So import express and router from Express, and then at last export this default router. Yeah, done. So routes like normal setup is done. Now in this controller, let's create our first route or first function to get our product categories. So this is very important. Here export constant get categories, make it async function, and here the try catch, and these three parameters, that request, response, and next function. Yeah, now inside here search about our site config. Okay, so import Prisma from this packages libs and Prisma. Yeah, now if no config, then return an error that category is not found. Otherwise send our category. Simple, very simple route. Yeah, done. Now let's come back to this product route, and here router.get/get categories, and we can call this get categories. Yeah, so that's it. Our get categories route is ready. Now we can come back to this product service, and from here we can uncomment this /API/router. So import it from our product routes. Yep, so it's ready. And so this time /product/API, and then this /get categories. This is gonna be the routes all the time. Yeah, that's it. And as you don't have any like schema, I mean that documentation, so yeah, let's actually add the documentation also. It's very easy. So we can copy our this swagger.js. We can come back in this like source folder, and we can create another swagger.js, and we can paste it here. We can change it to product service API 6002, and that's it. Instead of auth router, it's gonna be product router. Yep, done. That's it. So it's ready. Now let's run our that API route documentation. So instead of auth docs, let's create here a new one for product docs. So product docs and product service. Yeah, otherwise everything will be same. So stop our server, write this, that npm run this product docs. So type module error file not found, routes product router.ts. I think something is wrong. Let's come back here in this auth service, product service again, source, then swagger.js. Here is the mistake. Product routes. Yeah. Now we can again run this, and here you go. The documentation generated, done this time. This is the documentation. And base path we can say /product/API. Yeah, done. So it's ready right now. We can start our backend server again. So just clear the cache. Now run npm run diff. Yep, perfect. So 6002 is ready, even 6002 docs is also ready. So let's come back to our front-end side, and from this create product, let's try to fetch the categories data. So here, let's use use query from 10-stack React query, and inside here, let's add on query key like categories, and query function. You can create a callback function here, add on try catch statement, and constant race. We can use here or that Axios instance dot get, and it's giving on earning because we applied here async. Yeah, then get slash product slash API and slash get categories. Yep, that's it. Then return this res dot data. Yeah, that's it. Now after this, if it's catch any error, then we can console log the error actually. Now after this, we can add stale time, which is like caching time. So we can like make it cache for 5 minutes. Yep. Then retry. Retry twice when it's not working. I mean, the API route is not working. Yeah. Anyway, now constant categories and that data. So data is actually coming from here. Data is loading and is error. So data dot categories or empty array. Same for subcategories. So subcategories data, it's gonna be data dot subcategories or an empty object. Yep. Now actually we can use here constant selected query. I mean, we can create here a new variable that constant selected category. Okay. So in React hook form, we have on method name known as auth. Okay. So by using this, we can actually get our value instantly without using that use state or anything like that. So this is the power of the React hook form. So then regular price, we also need this. So yeah, but for now, okay, for now let's add it, no problem. Yeah, but fine, we're getting the categories right now. So let's actually console log the categories and subcategories. Yeah, so now come back to our website, give on reload, get categories is giving error. Why cannot get product slash APIs? Why localhost 8080? 1 minute. All right guys, so it is not working because of our on off like silly mistake. So here try to understand that this is slash and this is slash product. So when it's going to like we're writing slash product, it's actually at first going to this route. Okay, so we have to do it opposite. We have to add the slash product here. Okay, like opposite. Now this time it's gonna work properly. So let me show you that it's gonna right now work properly. Give on reload, and here you go. Notice the categories is here. The category data is coming perfectly. So it was the mistake on very small mistake, but yeah, small mistake, but it didn't work. So yeah, right now it's working, and we can right now come back here and we can make our design. I mean, we can finish our design. Yeah. So as right now we have the categories data, we can start to working here. So here we can write that if is loading, then here we can add on paragraph with class name that text gray 400, that like, you know, that loading categories. Okay, or you can add here any loader if you want. Yeah, otherwise if is error, then another paragraph with that like text rate 500 and on error message that failed to load categories. And at last we can add here that controller from our React hook form. Yeah, and in this controller you have to add on name, which gonna be category like our field name, control, which will be this control rules, and it's required, so we can say that required, and category is required. Yeah, after this we can render our field. So here we can receive actually a parameter like field. Here we can add the select, so select, use your select tag. Yeah, inside here let's spread all of our field. Yep, and add on class name like the input class name, and then in here we can add on options like on empty options. At first that select category, and now we can do on map with our categories data. So categories dot map and category, and here you can see that category like on like parameter like single category type should be string, and here we can add that option tag again, and the value this time it's gonna be this category. Yeah, and key will be same, this category. And after this we can actually add this category. Yeah, and here we can add on class name that bg black. Yep, done. So now notice select category, and it's giving us our options like from our database. The categories is right now coming from database. Now we have to actually add subcategories. Okay, so which is also very easy and similar. And by the way, let's add here our error message. So like add that error message. If any error available in the form, then just show that. Yeah, now after this level here, after this everything, let's add the subcategory. Yeah, so again that empty2 that div, and inside here we can add our label for subcategory. As always same, but the value should be subcategory, and the controller should be also similar like the previous one. Okay, similar completely like this one. Yeah, so subcategories, I think I did wrong spelling here. Yeah, subcategories data or subcategories. All right, so it's important for subcategories actually we're using here use memo. But why? Let me explain you why. At first add here, then return that selected category and subcategories data. As this is an array, so add that selected category, or initially it's gonna be empty array. Yeah, and here add on dependency array that selected category and sub-selected category, subcategories data. And here I forgot to add the else. Yeah, now fine. So selected category, the selected category is not available, that's why the error is like it's giving us a TypeScript warning, which is very normal. Now here for the selected categories, alright, so the selected category actually I added here, so just cut it and add it before this. Yeah, now the error is gone. Now let me explain what I was doing in here. So in the subcategories, just think about it. Suppose we're selecting on categories, then definitely we have to show that category subcategories, right? You're selecting electronics, I cannot show you the fashion subcategories. So that's why we're like adding this use memo, and we're like, memorizing it, which one you are selecting. Okay, the seller is selecting. If it's electronics, the subcategories will be that electronics one. Okay, so that's why these subcategories and this selected category, like we're like, checking which category is selected, and then we're adding that selected subcategory, that selected category subcategory. Okay, yeah, so that's it. Now here it's gonna work properly. If we save our code, then just come back here and let me show you. So I'm selecting electronics, notice it's showing me mobiles, laptop and accessories. But if I select like home kitchen, notice different, furniture, appliance or decor, different, okay? So it's completely different, and it's like on real world example of using like category and subcategory, yeah. And that same thing we can also write in here, that like error, if any error available for our subcategory, then just show that in here. Yep, simple. Now after this, we have to add another like div with this empty2 normal, and this time we're gonna add here details descriptions. Okay, so detailed description means that product detail description with that rich text editor. So for actually implementing the rich text editor, we're gonna install a new library. So just stop our server and install a new library, and the library name is React Quill, but this time we're using React Quill new, because the React Quill library, I noticed that it has some problem, especially it's not working with that new Node.js version. So that's why I'm using this one, this React Quill new, and you can see that people right now using it a lot because it is perfect. Okay, it's perfect, but the normal React Quill, this is not working properly, this one. Okay, it's not working properly, but this React Quill new, it's working properly. So we can install it. So npm I React Quill new. All right, done. So installation done, and just clear our terminal and run our backend server again, run our frontend server again. All right, so now here at first add our that common label, the detailed descriptions, minimum it's need to be 100 words. And wait, why it's still not in here? Give on reload. Yeah, here you go. So detailed descriptions. Now after this, we have to add our controller, that same controller, but the name should be detailed descriptions. Add that control, like this control, and rules, this is required. So like required true, and if none is in, like someone is not entering this detailed descriptions, then detailed description is required. Now we have to do here on validations. This is very important. This validation is that we are actually checking it, that if the word count is less than 100, then we're like throwing an error that descriptions must need to be at least 100 words. Yeah, then after this we can use here render. I mean, we have to use here render, like our render component. And here this time we're gonna use a new component, which name will be rich text editor. Yeah, so we have to create this rich text editor component right now. So collapse everything in this packages components, create this rich text editor and this index.tsx. Now in this rich text editor, this is completely like, you can check my code and you can like copy paste it. Because why? Because the React Quill is, 1 minute, what is this is telling us? Children is missing. Okay, so here we have to actually send some value. Okay, fine, no problem. The error will be, the TypeScript warning will be gone. Anyway, what did I do here? I didn't write it by myself, okay? Because like, you know, the React Quill setup, we have some setup like this, and I copied it from like Stack Overflow, I think, these modules, and this styling also. Okay, like the custom styling. Okay, you can see. And yep, so that's it. So this React Quill new also has some problems. For example, when I was using it, I noticed that it was showing me toolbar for like twice. So that's why I added this logic that it's gonna remove the first one. Okay, so right now it's showing like ons only. And here, this is the code. Right now we can save it and we can ignore the type warning. And right now let's come back here and let's send the value and one change from here and import this rich text editor, save it. Let's come back here and it's showing nothing. Give on reload, and here you go, it's working. Notice this is working properly. So yeah, it's really working perfectly. I can select it, I can make it bold, or I can make it back, I can make it italic or like underline, and everything is working. So here actually you can copy something like, you know, from a blog, and you can paste that in here, as this is an rich text editor. like it's gonna work with like as an HTML. So yeah, this is done, but I don't know why this warning is still coming here that children is declared here, type of React quill. We can ignore it, or we can add here on comment that TS ignore. Here we go, done. So that's it. Now after this, here we can add that error detail descriptions messages. Yeah, we can save it right now. Now after this, let's add our another div with that class name mt2, and inside here we're gonna add on input for actually adding our video URL, that YouTube video embed URL. Okay, and here notice I am also adding another validations, that is the URL is embedded URL or not. If not, then invalid embed URL, like YouTube embed URL, used format this one. Okay, now you can see here it is. So it's looking beautiful. Yeah, now after video URL, we can add another one, another input for regular price. So let's just add it in here, that regular price. So for example, this one. Yep. Now after this, we need another input for sell price. So similar thing, but a little bit different. Otherwise, everything is similar here. Like the value is different. Yeah. This is sell price, and here I added like another extra logic, and that is the sell price must need to be less than the regular price. Okay. For example, you're adding like, you know, regular price $100 and sell price 120. So it's not possible. So that's why the sell price must need to be less than the regular price. Yeah. So we can save it. And this is the sell price. Perfect. Now after this, we can add another input for our stock, like product stock. Yeah, something like this. And the highest value is 1000. So one seller cannot add a product which is like more than 1000. Otherwise, like you're adding, like seller is like, you know, adding 10,000 or 20,000, which is not possible. So definitely you can modify it, this like stock value. If you want to add more limitation, you can do that. So yeah. Now after this, why fail to load categories? Why? Aggregate error. I don't know why. Just clear the cache and run the server again. Yep. Given reload, it's gonna work. Notice it's working actually automatically. Yeah. Anyway, after this stock, we have to right now add another one. Another component again, and this is for size selecting. Okay. So div class name mt2. Here, let's add on label that, sorry, not label. Here we have to add on component, which name will be size selector. Yep. So size selector, let's create it. Come inside this packages components and size selector index.tsx. And this file is not so big, so that's why I'm just quickly copying and pasting it, and let me show you. And you can see that this is just on like 50 lines of code, and this is very simple. You can see that same level here, that controller, that name sizes, and here it's a little bit different. We're like, you know, using it's kind of similar like that color selector. Okay, but instead of color, we're using here sizes, like the product, if it have any sizes, then yeah. So that's it. Let me show you that how it will look like. At first, import it and send here control and errors. Yeah, we can save it now. So yeah, this is how it will look like. Sizes, we can select sizes from here, like multiple sizes. Yeah. Now after the size selector, let's add another div with mt3 this time. Okay, a little bit more margin top, and this time we're adding this for selecting discount codes. Okay, so select discount codes. Here we go. And here for selecting discount codes, this is also dynamic. Now let's come back out from this. Let's come out from this W24. And here After this, let's create a new div with class name empty 6 display flex justify int gap 3. Here added that is changed. If it's changed, then add here on button, which type should be button, and the class name should be something like this, that px4 py2 bg 700 text white and rounded md. Now for the one click value, we're gonna call here the handle save draft. Yeah, so draft, we can say something like this. Now you can come back here at the top and we can use it. Yeah, and we can keep it empty for now. Yep, now inside this button, let's add element, and which will be save draft. So you can see save draft is not actually here yet because we didn't add anything, that's why. But after adding something, okay, still it's not here. I think we have to fill all the informations, then it's gonna appear the save draft and is changed. Okay, it's not coming because here it's false, so make it true for now. Okay, and every time it's gonna come the save draft for now. By the way, why it's here? We did stupid mistake. Cut this div, add it after this div. Okay, after this div is actually this one, this w full flex, and wait, cut this div, not even add it in here. We have to add it after this everything. Yeah, something like this. Now we can save it, and here you go. Now it's perfect. And after this save draft, let's add another button for creating and create the product, something like this. So create and save draft. So yeah, our design is almost ready. So it's really ready. And by the way, I'm thinking to finish the discount codes right now so that we can finish our product creations perfectly. So we can start to work for these discount codes, and this is very simple, not like that much hard as like this create product, because you can see that the create product took so long time because this is one of the most complex thing in this full project series, this create product, because a lot of things we're doing in here. But yeah, we completed the design 90%. Right now we can start this discount codes, and then after finishing that we can again come back here and we can add that select options and we can make this create product dynamic then. So that's it. Let's start to work in this discount codes right now. All right, so let's come back in this app routes, this dashboard, and inside this dashboard, let's create a new folder by giving name discount codes. This is our new routes. So discount codes, and inside here we can create that page.tsx. Perfect. Now rfce and page, we can write something like this. Now we can come back here, we can click this discount codes, and here you go. It's here. So for discount codes, it's better to start the backend at first. So let's come back to our Prisma folder and let's go inside this schema.prisma. And inside here, let's create our model discount codes. At first, add here our ID, and for the discount codes, there will be a public name, right? Like a public name which the user can actually type. Now, for the coupon code, there will be on coupon code or discount code, there will be on discount type. Okay, this is very important. Discount type means like, is it a percentage or like that, that number, or like, like fixed value. Yeah. So then we must need on discount value, right? Like the discount code's value. Yeah. And then we need on discount code, which can be string and unique. Yep. All right, right now I know you are having like confusions because this discount code, Then what is this public name? So public name is something like, like 20% discount. Okay, this is kind of like the public name, but the discount code is like, 20 off or something like that. That's the discount code, and the public name is just the public name. You can use anything. And seller ID, definitely only seller can create coupon code, right? So that's why creating here on seller ID. So seller ID dot object ID. Yep. Now after this, we can just add our that created ad and updated ad. So created ad and updated ad. Yep. So simple actually. Yep. Done. So created ad, updated ad. Created ad should be like a date time, similar like this one. Completely same. Yeah. Now we can actually open our terminal and we can write this that npx prisma db push. So it's gonna push our these new changes. Yeah. Now done. We have to right now make some API routes for these coupon codes or discount codes. So we can come back to this product service, and inside this product controller, we can actually make some routes. All right. So at first, create here on function for actually creating our discount codes. So create discount codes. We can give this name to create discount codes, similar like an async function. All right, so that's simple function setup. Now we're gonna receive actually public name, then discount type, actually similar like our this Prisma field. So discount type, then this discount value. So we're gonna receive all the fields from our request.body. So just add that one by one. And yeah, seller ID, it's gonna be actually come from our protected route, because otherwise the API will be not protected. Yeah. So actually request.body here. Now at first we're gonna check that is this discount code exist equals to await prisma dot discount codes dot find unique, where discount code should be the discount code which is coming from our front end side. Yeah. Now if this discount code exists, in that case we're gonna return on error that discount code already available, please use a different code. So it means that you cannot create similar discount code for multiple times, which is very normal. Now after this, if everything is fine, we can just create our discount code. So await prisma.discount codes.create data and add that public name, discount type, then discount value. So it must need to be a number like float. So that's the we're like making it to float again if the type is not float. So discount value, discount code, seller ID, which can be actually request.seller.id. Okay, and in that case this request type should be any. Yep. So that's it actually. This is fine. Now at last we can send this response with this discount code. So our create discount code work is done. This create discount codes function is ready. So it's ready to use, and right now we can make some more functions. For example, get discount codes, which is very important. So it's gonna be very simple. Let me show you. So get discount codes, just simple on function, and inside here you can see that prisma.discount codes.find many and seller ID. So we're adding that request.seller.id, that logged in seller ID. Okay, and we're sending all the available discount codes for the seller. Yep. Now at last we have to make another one, which is very important and a little bit like different. This is delete discount code. So seller definitely can delete discount code, otherwise like seller can only create highest 8 discount codes. So that's why we must need this validation here to give feature to delete the discount code. Yep, so constant something from request.params. Actually, we're going to receive the discount code ID. Okay. And now we need our seller ID. So seller ID, we can store it in this variable, that request.seller.id. So why do we need this seller ID? Because actually, suppose you are hitting this API routes and you're entering on like discount codes ID, but definitely you must need to be the owner of the discount codes, right? Otherwise you cannot delete it. That's like we're adding here in validation that the discount codes must need to be like owned by the seller. Okay, if the ownership is matching, it means okay, fine, you can delete it. Otherwise you cannot delete it. So here we can say discount code await prisma dot discount codes dot find actually unique this time, where ID is our that ID, and we can use here select, and inside here we can add that ID to true and seller ID to true. Yeah, so with this logic we're actually checking it that if this discount code is available or not at first. Okay, so at first we have to check it that the discount code is available or not. So here if not available, then we can send this that not found error. I mean, we can send this one, that discount code not found. If it's available, in that case we have to check the second validation, and that is the discount codes and our seller ID. Okay, so discount code dot seller ID and this logged in seller ID, if it's not matching, then unauthorized access. And after everything, if it's matching, and in that case we can delete the discount codes. Simple. And at last we can send on response, and if it's catch any error, then just next the error. Yep, perfect. So that's it. Our discount codes routes is ready. Yeah, it's ready actually. So all routes are ready. So right now we can start working. So let's come back in this route, and here let's add it. At first we can add here this router.post / create discount code and is authenticated. We can import this middleware and this create discount codes. Done. And then after that we need another route for get the discount codes, which can be also similar. So get discount codes and import it, and at last the delete discount code. Perfect. So delete discount code. It's ready. Now we can save it. So our API route is ready, and right now we can start to use it. So let's come back to our front-end side and we can start to work on the front-end side right now. So inside this div, let's add class name, w full, minimum height, screen, and p8, meaning some padding like 32 pixel. Yep. And we can create another div with class name, flex, justify, center. Justify should be between. Yeah. Then item center, MB1, and on H2 that discount code or codes actually. Yep. And text should be 2XL. Text color should be white and font semi-bold. Now we can save it. Here we go. Yep, perfect. Now after this H2, let's add on button with some class name, something like this, that BG blue 600, hover BG blue 700, text white, some padding left right, padding top bottom, rounded LG, flex, item center, and some gap. So inside here we can add on plus icon from Lucid React. The size should be 18, and we can create here, and we can add here on element that create discount. Yeah, but plus import plus. Yep, from Lucid React. Yeah, it's looking perfect now. And let's do one thing, add here actually use client, because we have to make it client side component. So use client, and here we can use on click and this set show model. So we have to create on state which will be true. So show model and set show model. Initially it should be false. Yep. So when someone will press here, it's gonna open on model. Okay, we are gonna do that after some time. Now after this button, after this div, let's add our breadcrumbs. So breadcrumbs, we can actually copy it from here also. These breadcrumbs. Yep. But one mistake we did there, we're gonna fix that in here. So breadcrumbs, we can say, and paste it in here. At first import this chevron right icon, and dashboard is fine, but it should be actually on link. Import from next/link, add it in here, and the href should be / dashboard. Yep. Otherwise, create product, instead of create product, it's gonna be discount codes. So discount codes. Yeah. So here let's add on text white in the parent. Yep. Here you go. So dashboard and discount codes. Perfect. So our breadcrumbs is also ready. So right now let's start the main work. That is, let's call up this div right now as it's done. Here we can create another div. And this is for actually our all list of existing discount codes. So we can add here MT8, BG gray 800, sorry 900 it should be, and then P6 rounded, LG shadow, LG. Yep. And on H3 with a class name that text LG, font semi bold, text color should be white, MB4, and that message that your discount codes. Yeah, we can save it now. Here we go. I know it's not looking perfect yet, but don't worry, we're gonna fix it. So your discount codes, and wait, something is not working here, I'm sure. Okay, yeah, now it's working. It was just one like that compiling problem, but right now it's working. You can see the padding is here, so everything is done here. Yeah, now we have to fetch our discount codes. This is very important. So we can right now start to fetching our discount codes. So here we can create on simple function. I mean simple, we can use here use query hook from TanStack React query. Here we have to provide an query key. We're gonna provide it shop-discounts. Yeah. And query function, we have to create this query function. So let's create this query function, make it actually an async function. Inside this query function, we have to make on simple variable that response, and here we're gonna use the Axios instance dot get, then /product /API, and /get discount codes. Simple. Then we can return this res dot data dot that discount codes or an empty array. Yep. And from here we're gonna receive the data as in like data from here, and we can make this, we can change this data name to discount codes. Otherwise we're gonna make some store which will like mismatch with this name. So that's why we're changing this name to discount codes, which by default it should be an empty array. And is loading, we're also receiving it from here. Yeah, that's it, it's ready. Now actually we can start to using it. So let's come back here. At first, if is loading is true, in that case we can add here a paragraph tag, something like this, that loading discounts. Otherwise, here we can return on table. So on table tag, here the class name should be W full, text color should be white. Yep. Now inside here we can create on table head. Now inside here on table row, where class name should be border B, border gray 800, and on table GH, which is also actually table heading, I think, or table head. What is this? Yeah, headers. You can see when I'm hovering it, it's telling us that HTML table header cell element. Yep. So yeah, here let's add P3, meaning some padding like 12 pixel, text align left. Inside here we can add that title. We can save it now, and you can see it right now. This is showing title. Yeah. Now after title, we need more like heading here. Okay, not only title. We need here type, value, code, and actions, something like this. Now after this table head, let's create table body. So T body. Now inside here we can make a loop with our discount codes. So discount codes dot map this discount. For now we can make the type to any, no problem. We don't know the type actually. We know the type, but we have to create it. So anyway, we can just make it without type, no problem, just a small thing. So discount.id, the key should be the class name. It's gonna be a little bit bigger. Let me show you, like border B, border gray 800. After hovering, the background color will appear here, that 800 BG gray, and transition. Now inside here we can add on TG for our that public name, discount.public name. Anyway, it's not showing here because it's not available, that's why. And after that we can add another TD for our discount type, okay, like percentage or flat. So yep, if the discount type is percentage, then it's gonna show percentage, otherwise simple flat. Then after this we're gonna show here the discount value, something like this. The discount type is, if it's percentage, then just a percentage value, otherwise dollar value. Yeah. And then now we can show here discount code. After this we can show here on delete icon. So add here on trash icon from Lucid React and handle delete click. So we have to create this function. Actually we don't need it right now, so let's create this function empty for now. For now just create it empty. After some time we're gonna make it, so it's gonna be actually that delete handle click. Okay, so just add in console log for now. And discount, okay, so it's gonna receive on like parameter, which is discount, which is gonna be string, I think. Yep. Not actually this string, because this discount is like on object. So fine, we can make it any, because this is not any string. Yep. Now here it is. Now when we don't have any data, in that case what can we do? In that case we can add here another logic, that if the discount codes dot length equals to 0, then show here on paragraph with this type of value. So we can actually copy that paragraph also, and we can change the value to no discount codes available. Yep, so no discount codes available. Now here you go, but it's not in the center. Why? Okay, let's do one thing, just cut this, add it inside this table. I think now it's gonna work. Let's see. Yeah, so actually add this in here. Okay, after this actually after this is loading. Yep, but here then we have to add another logic, that the is loading must need to be false. and the discount code length need to be 0. Then show this. Yeah, but add here some more padding, so we can say padding top 4. Yeah, now it's looking actually perfect. So yeah, now let's start to work for this create discount one, because that's the most important thing. So call up this everything for now, and let's start to work for our create discount model. Okay, so we can even give here a comment that create discount model is actually starting from here. Yeah, now if show model is true, then add here on div with class name fixed top 0, left 0, w full, height full, bg black, and bg opacity 50, we can say. Yeah, like we're making that backdrop. Now flex item center and justify center. Yep, that's it. Now inside here, let's add another div, something like this. We can save it now, and this is how it is looking like. Yeah, I know it's looking a little bit weird, but yeah, now in here let's add on another div, flex justify between item center, border b, and some border color. Yeah, now after here we can add on h3, that create discount code, so something like this. It's looking really beautiful now. Yeah, now after this we must need on button to close our model, right? So we can add on button after this h3. So on button, import this X icon from Lucid React, and if anyone click here, it's gonna open, it's gonna close the model. Yeah, so something like this. Yep, now come back here. After this div, let's create a new form, and inside here let's add on submit, and this handle submit. We have to create this handle submit and this on submit, so we're gonna create that right now. Let's come back here. At first start with this on submit. So on submit, it's gonna receive data, which gonna be actually form data. Now if our discount codes dot length is less equals to maximum discount codes, which is actually 8, then you have to show on toast. So import toast from React hot toast. Yep, so toast dot error, that you can only create up to 8 discount codes. Yeah, and then we can return this function. Yep, and at last, if everything is fine, then we have to actually call our create discount code mutation. So we don't have the create discount code mutation yet. We are gonna create that right now. So here actually after this fetching, we can add this. So constant create discount code mutation. We're gonna use here use mutation from React 10-stack React query, and that mutation function we can create here an async function, simple, and it's gonna receive the data and await Axios instance dot post, and from here we can send this post request to this product slash API slash create discount code and this data. Yep, now after on success, it's gonna actually change our query client. So let's do one thing, import here query client, and actually no, we have to make on variable, and where we have to use our use query client. Okay, something like this. So constant query client equals to use query client, import this use query client from 10-stack React query. Now here query client dot invalidate queries. Okay, why I am actually doing this? This is very important. Otherwise, like, just think about it, we're making our like that fetching data cache for some time, right? In here, where's that? Yep. So not actually cache, just think about it, this is not up to date. We are watching it, when you're creating it, it's not giving any reload. So that's why when you're creating on discount code, we're automatically updating the data. Okay, so here we can add on query key. We're not updating, we're like invalidating the query. So it's actually, it will send another request to our API to fetch the like new data. Okay, so yeah, this is the same name. You can see that this shop discounts, this is also the shop discounts. Yep. Now we can call this receipt. So we have to actually fetch this receipt from our form. So React hook form. Let's do one thing here. Let's import our use form from React hook form, and inside here we can add some default values like public name, which gonna be empty string, and discount type, which gonna be also not empty string, it's gonna be percentage. So because by default the value should be percentage, definitely seller can update it. Then discount value, which gonna be empty string, and discount code, which gonna be also empty string. Yep, that's it. Now here let's receive, register, let's distract actually, then handle submit, control, and receipt, and that form state, and these errors. Yeah, done, it's ready. Now here after this receipt, let's add this set show model, make it false. Yep, that's it, done. So now let's come back here. This on submit is okay, data, make it any, then there will be gone. Now inside here in this form, let's give here a comment like title, because here we're gonna add our that input title. So input from our packages components input. Inside here give on label like title, and we can say public name. Yeah, and we have to register it. So spread and use the register command, and then public name, this is gonna be required. So that's why we can like add on message that title is required. Yeah, and we can just add on error message, something like this. Now after this we can actually add our discount type, and let's save it. Then like right now let's click here, here you go. So this is the title, like the public name. Now after this we need another one, and this is for our discount type, and this is a little bit different. So this is, we're actually using here controller, because this is on select options. You can see on percentage or like flat amount. So for example, I can select here the percentage or flat amount from here. Okay, so here you can see the value is percentage or flat, and here the like this is the value and this is the element. So percentage and that percent, like percentage sign here, and flat amount and that dollar sign. Yeah, now after this we can add another input for our actually discount value. So let's add another input for discount value, and it's gonna be actually number. But one thing here, let's add on class name and empty 3 or 4, sorry, pt it should be, not empty. No, it's not perfect. Okay, let's do one thing, let's add this same div here again, and that's it. Now we can actually save it, and here you go. Empty 4 is actually a lot, we can make it empty 2. I think that's gonna be good enough. It's perfect actually. Yep, after this discount value, we can add our discount code input. So another input with a new div with that MG2, and we can paste this discount code. I mean, we can add this discount code. So same input, just label is discount code, and we're registering the discount code, and required is that like that required value, the discount code is required. Yep. Now after this, we can add on submit button. So let's add the submit button here. After this div, let's add that button, which type should be submit. Class name is mt4 w full bg blue 600 hover bg blue 700. Yep. And then text color should be white, py2 rounded md, and font semi-bold, and flex, so that button normal style, flex item center, justify center, gap 2. Yeah. Now inside here we can add on plus icon, and the size should be 18, and we can just add the element like create. Yeah. Now here you go. This is the create button. Yep. And now let's make our create discount code mutation. Okay, this is already ready in here, so let's use it in here properly right now. So here we can say that this button will be actually disabled when the create code mutation dot is pending will be true. Yeah. Then here instead of create, we can cut it and we can write this that create discount code mutation is pending, then actually creating, or this create. Yeah. And for the error message, we can just add this, that if there any error, then just show that, but create discount, create discount code mutation. Yep. An Axios error. So let's import the Axios error from Axios. Yeah. Now it's looking perfect. Now let's create actually on coupon code. So here for the title, for the public title, we can add this like flashback offer. Okay. So it's going to be a percentage, and discount value, we're going to give 10% like discount, and discount codes we can use here like, you know, flashback offer. Okay. Or something like that. Now if we click this create button, it's gonna actually create our coupon code if I'm not wrong. Let's see what's happening. Hit this create button. Okay, I think I did some mistake. Okay, so the problem is in here. So on submit and here, if the discount code dot length is less than like 8 characters, then we're like giving on error. But if not, then what? Definitely we have to create our discount code, right? So create discount code mutation dot mutate and send this data. Now we can save it. Now just click this create button, and here you go. Flashback offer, type is percentage, value is 10%. So yep, notice it's working. But one thing we have to do right now, and that is this delete one. So we're gonna do that. I mean, we're gonna start work on here, this delete coupon code or discount code. But notice it's working properly right now. I mean, our discount code is here with the value and the code. Yep. Now actually, let's create here actually a new use state hook for our delete show model. So let's start, let's create here a new state hook by giving name show delete model and set show delete model. Initially it's gonna be false. If anyone presses, if anyone press our this delete icon, it's gonna be true. So delete icon is in here. 1 minute, here actually inside this. So actions and in this handle click. Okay, so from this handle click, we're gonna call this set show model. Set show model, you have to make it true. And another important thing, and that is set selected discount. Okay, this is very important. This is another state we have to make it, and we have to pass this discount in here. Okay, so why it's important? Because which item the seller is selecting, we have to must track that, otherwise which one we will delete. Definitely it's very important. So just add here selected discount and set selected discount, or we can say discount code or discount, fine, anything. It's just on use state hook name. Yep, just on use state hook variable. Anyway, now we can just save it, and let's come back here and add this logic that if our show delete model is true and that selected discount is available, in that case we can actually show on component in here, that is delete discount model. Yep, or actually discount code model we can say. And we can create this inside our this seller UI shared components and this models. So models is not here, so let's create a new folder by giving them models. Inside here, create this delete discount codes.tsx. Yep, and rfce delete discount code model. So in here, at first import our X icon from Lucid React, and in here we have to receive few types. For example, this discount on close and on confirm. So discount, actually for discount the type should be, for the discount the type should be any. On close it's gonna be anything boolean, and on confirm, I forget it. Let's see what will be the type actually. So from here, at first send a discount. So the discount will be this selected discount. Okay, the full discount informations. On close, it's gonna be actually on callback function, not on boolean. So yeah, callback, and here we're gonna change the set show model false. Okay, so on close, this will be not boolean, this will be something like this, and instead of comma let's use this. Yeah, and at last we have to send this on confirm, which will be also similar, that delete. And let's do one thing actually. For now, comment it and come back here, and on confirm it's gonna be any for now. Okay, yep, because still we don't have it. And anyway, on confirm, make it optional. And here set show model false. So this is giving an error actually, because suppose something and boolean, and let's import it. Yeah, done. So now inside this div, let's add that similar type of class name, like for our this model what we used in here, this same in this one. Okay, then we can use this one now, but it should be actually similar, no difference. Yeah, then inside here let's add our that header. Okay, so here we have to create another div, something like this, that flex justify space between and item center, some border bottom, the border bottom color, and it's also similar. And here the h3 will be, on h3 with this that delete discount code, you can see we also have this h3 in here. So similar thing we're actually writing here. So you can see when I'm clicking here, delete discount code, something like this. And then on button, it's also similar like this one. Yeah, but what is this is telling us? On click, okay, on close, Yeah, now it's actually perfect. Now after this, we have to show an earning message, right? So we can easily show that from here, that are you sure you want to delete the flashcard offer? The action cannot be undone. So we are like, giving on earning to our seller. And then after that, we're gonna add some action buttons that cancel or delete. Yep, something like this. So this is the action button just on justify content flex end, gap 3, and some margin top like 24 pixel. And here that similar type of button, but the background color is 600, PG grade 600. Otherwise, like when we're hovering, it's gonna be 700. And otherwise everything is same. And here this is on red button because like the delete button. So let's come back here and see cancel and delete. So cancel, delete. If you press the delete button, it's gonna call this on confirm. Now here, why I didn't finish that on confirm before, because in on confirm we have to create another mutation which we didn't create yet, and this is also very easy. It's gonna be our like the delete discount mutation. So here after this like create discount code mutation, we can create our delete discount code mutation actually, and use mutation function on async function. Here we're gonna send the discount ID. We're gonna receive the discount ID as a parameter. Inside here we can use await Axios instance dot delete and slash product, as this is on like Slack, so that's why we have to add something like this, that product slash API slash delete discount code and slash our this discount ID. Yep, that's it. Now when on success is true, when on success is done, when the API request is done, in that time we can revalidate our shop discounts again and we can close the model. That's it. So that's it. It's very simple. Now we can actually start to use this delete code mutation. Now come back here, uncomment this on confirm, and here when the seller is confirming it, we're gonna call this delete discount code mutation dot mutate, and we're gonna add this selected discount dot ID. Yeah, now we can actually save it. We can come back here, and yeah, everything is done here. So right now let me show you that it's working properly. So when I'm clicking this delete button, notice no discount code available, so delete it. And when I'm like trying to creating it, so notice flashcard offer and percentage, suppose 5%, and again on coupon code that flash card or flashback offer. So creating and done. That's it. Our discount code is ready. So right now we can actually make our create product functionalities complete, right? So from here we can just add our discount codes. Right now we can fetch the discount codes from here, and seller can select it that which discount codes the seller want to add in this product. Okay, and then when the user will try to purchase the product, the user can use that specific discount codes. Okay, otherwise the other discount codes that will not work, like when the user will try to purchase, right? Only this selected discount code will work. So yeah, that's it. Right now let's start to work in here. So let's come back here, close this delete discount codes, this one also, and from here let's come back here, collapse out everything from here, and actually from this right side here at the end, from this actually W2x4 from here. Yeah, this is our select discount code. So from here we can actually start working now. All right, so inside here we can actually go back to top, and after this handle remove image, Or let's come back here after this use query. We have to use another use query for fetching our shop available discount codes. So for that's why we can actually again come back here in this discount codes page.tsx and we can copy this. Yeah, we can come back here and we can just paste that. Now inside here, data is discount codes, everything is fine, but in here in this is loading, we have to make it discount loading because is loading is already available here. So discount loading we can say. Now we can scroll to down and here after this level, we can say that if discount loading, oops, the D should not be capital actually. Yeah. So now we can again come back here. If discount loading is true, in that case, add on paragraph tag. Inside here, we can say that text gray 400. And in the element, we can write this that loading discount codes. Yep. Otherwise, when the loading is false, it means when we have our data, we can create here another div with class name flex wrap and gap 2. Inside here, we can say that discount codes optional chain dot map code like on parameter, the single parameter of the map, like normal thing. And here on button, this is very important because it should be on select button. And here for the key, we can write this that code dot id and the button type should be button. Class name, it's gonna be a dynamic class name, so you can write this px3 py1 rounded md text sm font semi-bold border, and we can use this auth from our 10 stack query. Yep. And not 10 stack query, this is actually from our React hook form. Now discount code, so you can see the discount codes, then includes, then code.id. Yeah, that's it. So if it's matching, in that case bg blue 600, text color should be white, border blue 600, and bg gray 800. Otherwise text gray 300, border gray 600, and after doing on hover it will change to border gray 700. Yep. Then after this, in here we can add on click, then constant current selection. We can use here auth and discount codes or empty array. Then updated selections. At first let me finish it, then I can explain it. So current selections dot includes and this code dot id. All right. And if it's matching, then 1 minute, I did a small mistake, just a minute. Here we don't need this sign. Yeah. So then current selections dot filter, and here we're gonna receive one parameter like id. If the id is not matching with our code.id, or otherwise, that if else logic. So current selections and code.id. Now here we can use the set value from our React hook form, and we can set this discount codes with this updated selections. Yep, I know a lot of things we did in here, but still a little bit more thing we have to do in here. For example, in the element we have to write code.public name and code.discount value, and here code.discount type. If it's percentage, then show here percentage sign, otherwise dollar sign, then otherwise like flat value. That's why Now let me save it at first and let me show you what did I do in here. So it's doing nothing because I have to give on reload. Now here we go. You can see our coupon code is available here. So we can actually select this and it's updating our this discount codes value, okay, in our React hook form, like the state. So here you can see at first we are like, let's explain this one. So here we are checking the discount codes. If it includes this code.id, okay, discount codes when like we're storing the discount codes when we're clicking it, right? So when someone like the seller is clicking, in that case, show this BG blue 600, okay, and this border blue. Otherwise, like the normal one, that BG gray 800 and other border gray 600, and after hovering like on little bit animations. So that's it. Now after clicking, it's the important things. At first, we are checking the current selections. So by default, it's gonna be empty, definitely when you're not selecting any discount codes, right? So in that case, we are actually checking from here that is the code.id available in this current selections or not, okay? If available, then we are like filtering it. We're like matching it with the code.id. If it's not matching, then like, return on true or false. Otherwise, current selections were like spreading all the like data, and I mean like we're adding the new code.id in here. So that's why we can select multiple discount codes from here as like these sizes, okay? We can select multiple discount codes for a product. So that's actually happening in here, you can see. And then here, this is just the code, the public name, like this one, like flashback offer, and discount value, like how much the value, and discount type. If it's percentage, then percent, otherwise like a dollar. So that's it, a very simple logic like working here. So that's it. Our discount codes work is also done. Now, as our everything is done, right now we can actually start to creating the product. But still one thing is not done. And I noticed that we did actually on small mistake in this upload pictures, okay? So let me explain how I am planning to work in this upload picture feature. First of all, in this upload picture, we're adding actually on AI features. For example, seller can like, upscale the image or remove the background color or like add some more filter in the image. So without uploading the image on Image Kit, it's not possible. So that's why when on seller is uploading on picture from here, we have to instantly upload that in Image Kit. Now I know you will tell me if the seller like, again removing it, then yeah, when the seller is removing it, we can again delete the picture from Image Kit, okay? So that we're not like, storing those pictures which seller are not using properly, okay? So this is the mechanism how I am planning to work. Now for that's why in this handle image change, this is a little bit wrong, because in here we're doing nothing. We're like, making our images state, and we're like adding the all updated images like the images array. But yeah, we have to do this, but we have to upload the picture also at the same time. So let's do it right now. But before starting to work in here, let me take you to the ImageKit website. So you can find out this link in the video description box. You can just click the registration links from my video description box, and then you will redirect in here. So here we have to add our business email or any email, but let me add our business email, for example, this one, and let me add our name. I mean my name, I'm adding my name, and then password. Now have a coupon code, you can like skip it and you can just click this submit button from here. And here you go. You can see email verification pending. So right now we have to go back to our email, and here you go. This is the email sent by ImageKit, and we can just click this verify account button. From here, our account is right now activated. So we can right now do login in our account by using our email, and here you go. Now, what's your role at the company? We can select this, that you can select your options, like what you do in your company, like anything for you, you can select from here, but it's like better to select the real one. So for example, I am the CEO and founder in my company, so that's why I am selecting the CEO and founder. Now, what's your main objective to use ImageKit? So for this project, we're using ImageKit for real-time image optimizations and transformations and delivery. We're using Image Kit for real-time video optimizations and creating rich and personalized media assets with overlays. Yep, digital asset management. Actually, we're using Image Kits for all of this. So that's why we can select all of this from here and you can click this next button. And here you can set up your Image Kit ID. So here you can set up your you can just write your name and then you can write Becodemy, and then from here you can select on region closer to you. So let me select this one and then I'm clicking next. Now, how did you hear about us? So you can click this that you heard about Image Kit from YouTube or from my video, and then you can click the submit button. So after that you'll be redirected to imagekit.io dashboard. So this is the dashboard, and from here they're giving us some checklist, but we can hide this checklist for now. So let's actually right now go to Image Kit documentations, and for the documentations, first of all you will find out the documentation in my video description box, but still you can also click this. From here we can see that quick start development guides, that React Angular, so which framework we are using for this project. So we are actually using Node.js, and then it's going to redirect us to their GitHub Node.js package, and you can see we have a very proper documentation in here, that ImageKit.io Node.js SDK, and you can see here that we have already on npm library in here. So we can just copy this, we can come back here, we can open our terminal and let's install this library. So npm install imagekit -- save, and here you go, our package installation is done. So right now you can see after the package installations, how can we actually initialize Image Kit in our project. So we're gonna use the same thing in our project. So let's come back to our project and let's open actually packages folder from here, and in this packages folder we can actually go to this libs folder, and here we can create a new folder by giving name Image Kit. Now inside here we can create onindex.ts, and from here we can at first import Image Kit from Image Kit, something like this. After that we can, this is the required syntax. So if you're using that ES6 module, then you can use this one, this require, but for us we can use this import statement because it's gonna work for us. Yep. After that we can actually copy this and we can paste it in here. Instead of var we can use actually constant in here, and constant Image Kit, new Image Kit. So here we have to add our public key, private key, and URL endpoint. So for the URL endpoint, did you remember that we added our username, that was Shahriar Becodemy? You can use your username in here, okay? Otherwise everything will be same. Still, if you come back here from this developer options, you can see we have our public key, private key, and this is our URL endpoint. So you can actually copy this URL endpoint also. You'll see that it's completely same, just on slash extra at the end, but fine, we can remove that. And this is our private key, so we can actually copy this, but for checking the private key, for revealing the API keys, we have to enter our ImageKit account password. So let's enter that. Now hit this submit button from here and just copy this private key. Now come back here in our .env, and after this Stripe secret key, we can add our Image Kit secret key, and we can just paste the value in here. And after this, we can copy this public key and we can add that in here, that Image Kit public key. Yep. And we can save it. Now for that we can come back here. Instead of this public key, we can actually change it and we can use here process.env.stripe ImageKit public key, and for the secret key we can use the same thing, but at the end it should be secret key, this one, that ImageKit secret key. Yeah, so our setup is done. You can see the public key, private key, URL endpoint, everything is done in here. And right now actually we're gonna use this function everywhere in our project, so that's why we can export this function. So export constant image kit, and this one, the full setup. So that's it, our image kit setup is done. You can see how easy it is to set up image kit in our project. So right now we can start to work. So we can close this env file again, and from here, from this create product, we have to actually do some modifications in our front end. Then we can do modifications in our backend too, like we're gonna implement image kit for uploading our pictures. So at first we have to check it that if there are any file. So if no file, if the picture is, if there is no file available in here, we're gonna return the function. Okay. After that, we can use here on try catch statement, because we're gonna send this picture in our backend. So that's why you can use on try catch statement. So then at first we have to change our image value to base64. Okay. So convert file to base64. We can actually then send this file as a parameter. Now we don't have this function, we have to create it. So it's going to be a very simple function. So let's create it here actually, that convert file to base64. So inside here, we're going to also receive the image file. So which type should be file? Yeah. Now we can return here on new promise, and we can add here two parameters like resolve and reject. Yep. Now we can use here on file reader. So constant reader equal to new file reader. After this, we can call our reader and we can use this read as data URL. So it's gonna actually change our file type to on base64 value. Then we can again call here this reader.onload, and from here we can just run on callback. We can use this resolve method from here, and we can send this reader.result in here. So reader.result. Now reader.onError, if there any error, so in that case we can actually send it. We can send this reject and we can send this error. You can call this reject and we can send this error from here. That's it. Now if we console log this base64, we're gonna get actually our base64 value for the image. For example, let me come back here, and on minute, I think our server stopped. Yeah, so we have to actually restart our backend server. And here you go, our backend server is running right now. We can again come back here, we can give on a reload. And actually we don't have to give reload, the data is already in here. Now let's click this upload picture button from here, and from here we can like select any of the image, and then we can click that, select that. And right now let's come back to our console, and you can see our base64 value is here. So it means our this base64 converter is working properly, this convert file to base64. Alright, so after this, since we're getting our base64 value right now, we can actually send it. So what we have to do, we have to send this to our backend. So we can call here our Axios instance, and we can use here post method, and we can send on API request like /product/API/upload product image, and we have to send this base64. Actually no, we have to send here file name. So our file, we can say which value will be this base64. Or 1 minute, let me change this name to file name. Yeah, and we can send this file name from here. Yep, that's it. And after that, here we're gonna get the response. So after getting the response, we can update our images array. So just spread the images array. These are updated images, and here updated images dot index. Now change it with this image URL. Okay, add this new image URL inside there. Not image URL, it's gonna be response.data.image URL. Yep, or actually not image URL, it's gonna be file name. Yep. Now after this, if our index and it's equals to images.length -1, so here actually we're checking on logic as per our application's logic, that if the updated images length is less than 8, then only make our updated images dot push, and make it null. Okay, the next one. So we're not gonna add more than 8 images. Yeah, the limit is 8 images. Now here we can actually call set images and we can send this updated images. Yeah, and we can change our React hook form value, this images value, with this new updated images. Perfect. If it's catch any error, we can just console log the error for now. Yeah, and then we don't need this anything, we can just delete it. We don't need our previous code. Perfect. So our handle image change is done. Now let's come back and just handle remove image. For deleting on image from ImageKit or from our cloud provider, we're gonna delete the image. Okay, when the seller is like, not selecting the image or like not creating the product by using that same image. So we're gonna delete that image from our cloud. Otherwise we don't want to add any image like unnecessary, right? So that's why we can actually do some more modification in here. Now here we can again use that try catch statement. So at first remove this everything, use on try catch flock. From here constant updated images, and we can add these images. Now after this we have to actually create a simple variable that image to delete, and here we can call out this updated images and we can send this index. So which index we're receiving from here, we can actually send that. So when we're uploading on picture and when we're clicking the delete icon, definitely we're like tracking it that which index we are clicking. So then we'll get that index from here and then we can send that in here in this updated images array. Okay, this is as this is an array. Yeah, so simple thing is actually happening here. Then here we can say that if our image to delete and type of image to delete equals to strings, just on a little bit security validation in here that if our image to delete is available and if the type is string, then only we can actually delete our picture. Okay, delete our picture we can say. So we're gonna do that later, so that's why I'm just giving here a comment for now. Now after that we can call this updated images and we can use your splice method and we can send this index and 1. So we're actually like updating our this images again without this index, okay, which one the user selected. Now we are right now adding another null placeholder. Okay, this is important because when you are deleting on picture, we definitely have to add another like image placeholder to upload a new one, right? So that's why we're adding this null placeholder. Now if our updated images not includes this null, and if our updated images dot length is less than 8, then only updated images dot push send this null. Yep. And at last we're gonna set images and we're gonna send this updated images to our state, local state, and we have to change our set value, this images, and we have to change this like our that React hook from state value. Okay, this updated images. Yeah, now if we catch any error, we can do the same thing. We can just console log the error in here. Yeah, we can save it right now. Perfect. So we can collapse it. We can actually collapse this one also, because right now we have to come back to our backend and we have to make our APIs. So let's come back to apps, product service, and from this controller, from this product controller, let's create a new route or new function. Not delete, it's gonna be add product image or upload product image, we can say. So upload product image. So export constant upload product image. Yep. And here it's gonna be an async function like request response and next. Yep, we can use this next function. Now inside here we can use on try catch statement as always what we are doing. Yeah, and if it's catching error, just bypass the error and send this error to our front end. Yeah, that's it. Now we are receiving our file name. You can again check from our front end that when we are uploading our picture, we are actually sending file name, right? So we are receiving it from our request.body. So after that, what we will do? We will simply upload this picture to ImageKit. So we can use here await and ImageKit, not this one, ImageKit. So we can import it from our packages libs and ImageKit. Okay, this function, we're actually using this function right now. So ImageKit dot upload, we can use this upload method from here. And then inside here, we have to add something. So right now, let me take you to ImageKit documentation again. And from here, you can see that we can upload image in so many ways. First of all, these URL generations, we can use an image path, an image hostname, or an endpoint. This method allows you to create an URL to access a file using the relative file path and the ImageKit URL endpoint. The file can be image, video, or any static file supported by ImageKit. So you can see an interesting thing in here that you can define on dimensions like height and width in here. So when you're uploading an image, you can set up on dimension here. So this is a really cool thing. And then after that, you can also check from here that we can like use this for sharpening and constructing the transformations while we are uploading our picture. So many things in here. We can just read one by one from here, but we are gonna use the last one from here, and that is this image upload, this one, this file upload. So here you can see that ImageKit.upload method, and here we have to send on file which is on base64 value. So we can come back here and we can send this base64 value, which is our this file name for our case. And after that, we have to send here on file name. This is important. So file name, and it's need to be actually unique. So we can do one thing. We can make our file name by using something like product, and then we can use here date.now. So it's gonna be always unique then, yeah. And then on .jpg, yeah, as per this documentation, you can see from here. Then after this, we can specify on folder, that which folder we want to upload our picture, okay. And here we can also add some extensions, we can add some transformations, we can add some checks, and so many things you can see we can add in here. But for us, we don't need any of this, so we can just make it very simple. We can upload our picture in this /products folder, yeah. And at last we can send this, so res.status 201. After actually successfully uploading the picture, we can send our file. Let's go back to our front end again. We're actually receiving here file name, yeah. So we have to send here file name, which will be our response.url. okay, so response.url, this is our file, not name. It should be file URL. I don't know why I added here file name, it's really looking weird. We have to add here file URL, not the name. So change it to file URL, and then after that we can return the file name also. This is very important. So file name, which will be our response.file ID. Okay, so we need this for deleting our picture. Okay, so we must need this file ID for deleting the picture from our ImageKit storage. Yeah, so right now we can save it and it's gonna work right now. Let me show you that. So from here you can see everything is perfect. We can save everything. We can open our backend terminal. Everything is perfect here. Now we can come back here. We can click this pencil icon and let's upload on picture for testing. So here we go. You can see instantly it's uploaded our picture, I think, or it's giving an error. Let's see. Oh, sorry, I forget to add the routes. So it's a silly mistake. Let's come back to our routes folder, and from here let's add router.post, then /upload product image, and seller need to be authenticated. So is authenticated, use this middleware, then upload product image. Yeah, we can save it now. Now come back here, give on reload again, and just click here, upload the picture again. Here we go. Let me see one thing from here. So it's giving a 500 error. Why? Let's see. something is wrong here. Missing file record parameter for upload. 1 minute. And we did another silly mistake, and that is from here we directly send this file name, but we have to send this inside an object. Okay, and right now everything will start to work. So let me show you that it's gonna work right now. So click here, upload on picture, and here you go. You can check from here that upload picture is done. This is our file name, and we can see that this is the response. So we have this file URL. If we copy this file URL, if we come back here and enter it, and you can see our picture is here. So it's perfectly uploaded the picture in ImageKit. And by the way, from here you can see everything is working. Even the base64 value is also coming here in this file name. So we can just delete that. We can save it. Now let's come back here in our ImageKit dashboard. From here we can click this media library, and here you go. You can see the products folder is here. Now inside here we have our product picture. So it's perfectly working right now. We're perfectly uploading our product picture in ImageKit. So yeah, it's working properly right now. Let's start to work for this AI enhancement features. So for the AI enhancement feature, we're gonna actually do some work in here. First of all, one thing I am noticing here that we are doing one small mistake in here, and that is this images, update images, the index here, we're adding this response to data.file URL, which is wrong. We have to say this that constant file or updated or not updated, uploaded image. Okay, here you can make an object. We can add here file ID, not file name actually, file ID, and we can copy this that file name, yeah, or file ID even we can send from here, then file ID, yeah. So come back here, this file ID, it should be response.data.file ID. Secondly, we need our file URL. This is also very important. So file URL, we can again say this response.data.file URL, okay, and we're gonna add this uploaded image in here instead of this response.data.file URL because we need all of this, yeah. Right now notice this is giving us a type error, which is very normal. So just come back in the set images, and in here we have to change this right now. Okay, we have to set up this value to this type to, we can use here on interface or on type, that actually uploaded image. Okay, so let's create here on type or interface this uploaded image. And here we have to add file ID, which will be string, and file URL, which will be string as well, yeah. Now we can use in here, and by the way here then it's gonna be empty array, yeah. And let's do one thing here, uploaded image, or sometime it can be null, because by default it's gonna be null. So here we can actually then null array, actually not simple null, yeah. Now it's, notice it's perfect, it's not giving any weird error in here. Now here we can use our uploaded image type, and let's cut it, let's add it in here. Let's do one thing, a small mistake we did in this type in here. Just add here on first bracket something like this. Now notice error gone. So an interesting like fix for like solving our TypeScript problems. Anyway, it's right now working, and right now everything is actually perfect, yeah. But here we did mistake. So in this handle remove image, we have to right now modify a few things. This updated image, fine. Now image to delete, this is also fine. And here type of image right now not string, this is actually an object, yep. So then we can actually call out that API, fine. We're gonna use that right now. But before deleting, okay, let's make the delete like file right now. It's also very easy. So here let's create a function that delete product image, then export constant delete product image, we can use here an async function, request response, and next. Then inside here, that same try catch. Now here, for deleting our image, we need actually our file ID, right? So file ID, we're gonna get that from request.body. Now here we can say constant response await image kit dot delete file, and in this delete file we have to send our file ID. Simple. Notice how simple it is. Then we can call this status 201.json and success true, and we can send this response. Simple. Yeah, now we can just add this in our product route. We can copy this one, we can paste it in here, we can make it delete this time and delete product image. So we can change this function name to delete product image. Done. So delete product image, we can call it here this await Axios instance dot actually delete and slash product slash API slash this one, and we have to send our file name. So file name, which is also on object, yeah, sorry, file ID, not file name. So file ID here, we can say the file ID should be the image to delete dot file ID. Yep, that's it. Oh, one funny mistake here, we have to actually add data. Yeah, now it's done. So file ID, we're sending this image to delete dot field file ID, and after that it's gonna actually delete the picture from our ImageKit dashboard. Anyway, so come back here and everything is done in here. Perfect. So it's done. So right now let me show you the magic. And by the way, one small problem that is here, it's gonna be null actually. Yeah, done. Now actually let's upload an image. So it's uploading the image, you can see from here, and then we can click this cross icon. Then what will happen, you will see it's right now deleting our picture. So let's come back to our dashboard again from here, give on reload. You'll see still once, but we uploaded another one, but that's not appearing here because we also deleted that. Perfect. Now we can give on reload again, and we can actually start to work for the main things, that our AI image enhancement. Okay, so that's very easy. You will not believe this, that how much easy this is to implement that AI image enhancement. Thanks to Image Kit for providing these cool features. So let me show you. At first, actually, let's make on model, where we're gonna add those filters, that those AI enhancement filters. Yep. So at first, if our open image model is true, in that case, we can call here on model. We can create here on model, or you can actually call on component in here. So just add on div in here with class name position fixed, and then top 0, left 0, w full, h full, display flex, align item center, justify center, and bg black, bg opacity 60, and z index 50. Now here we need another div inside here, just one class name, that bg gray 800, p6 rounded lg, w 450 pixel, so width 450 pixel, text color should be white, and that's it. Now inside here we can add on model header, so we can create another div with class name flex justify center, item center, pb3, mb4. Inside here we can create on h2 with class name text lg and font semi-bold. Now here we can say that enhance product image. Yeah. Then after this, we can add on X icon from Lucid React, and size should be 20. Class name we can say cursor pointer, and on click it's gonna make our set open image model opposite of open image model. Yeah, that's it. Now here after this div, let me show you how it will actually look like. So at first let's make it true to test it, that how it's looking like. Okay, so enhance product image. By the way, I think I did one small mistake. Let's come back here again. So instead of justify center, it should be justify between. Yeah, now it's looking perfect actually. After this, we have to show our image. Okay, so image, and we can add here our preview URL, that like uploaded image. Okay, so which one we're selecting, we have to show that image in here. So previously in here we were writing that set open image model true, but it's a little bit wrong. We have to just cut this and we have to create here a simple object, because we have to call here another state. Okay, and we have to create here another state, and that is selected image and set selected image. Okay, so selected image and set selected image, which will be actually string. No problem, it can be on string. Yeah, so set selected image, we have to send it from here. So send it from here. Yep, so come back here, and from here receive the set selected image, and it should be actually on callback function, which will return on void, and it's gonna receive something which type should be string. So yeah, this error is gone. So just scroll down, and in here after this we have to call this set selected image, and we have to pass this image URL. So how can we do that? Alright, so we have to send one more thing in here, and that is this images array. Okay, so come back here, and the images array, it should be actually the type. Let's come back here, this is the type, so we can copy this type. Okay, or let's do one thing, let's make it any for now. No problem, we can use it for now. So images, which type should be any. We can save it. Now let's come back here, and images is an array, and inside this array let's call the index. Okay, index dot, so dot file URL. Yeah, that's it. Our everything is right now done. So right now we can come back here, we can add this source, that selected image. Okay, and alter should be empty string like this, and width, for example, and by the way we have to import image from next/image. Yeah, width, which should be 400, height it should be also 400. Yeah, that's it. And then we have to add here on layout, which will be actually fill, and object fit, which will be contain. Yeah, now if we save it, it's gonna give us an error. I know, you can see nothing in here because we didn't click on any image. Yeah, so right now it's gonna work properly. But one thing skill we have to make sure, that is, at first come back here, make this on image model, make it false. Okay, I mean open image model, make it false at first, initial value. And secondly, we have to come back to our next config.js. Okay, this is very important. Why? Because inside here, after this nx, here we have to add here images. Okay, and here we have to add remote patterns, which is gonna be an array. You have to add here host name, which value will be our ik.imagekit.io. Okay, something like this. So be make sure that you're adding this, otherwise it's not gonna work, because our image, this image component, as you're using it from next/image, it will return on error. Yep. So let's come back here. Now try to upload a picture. Suppose I'm trying to upload anything like this one, this beautiful picture. So open, here we go, uploading done. Now click here. Image source has both width and fill properties, only on should be used. Okay, so I think I again did a small mistake in this image setup. And yep, when we are actually adding this layout fill, we cannot add this height width. Okay, so we have to remove that. Yep, now it's gonna work properly. It will not give us any that weird error. Yeah, and here for the alter we can say product image, like anything. Yeah, so it's done. You can give on reload again. Perfect. Now let's click here. Let's upload that image again. Here we go. Let's click here. So you can see it's looking very big, I know, but yeah, it's actually coming here. You can see the picture is taking full space. Okay, and it's because of here we have to add this picture inside on div. Okay, what we didn't do in here. So add on div in here, add on class name, that add w full, height should be 250 pixel, rounded md, overflow hidden, and on border, some border color like border gray 600. Yep, now we can actually add that image, so we can save it now. And actually we don't need this object fit, so we can remove that. Okay, right now it's gonna work properly, we don't have to worry for anything. However, I just noticed an interesting thing on big mistake of ourselves, that is here when we're uploading our pictures we should add on loader. Okay, so let's add on loader here, that picture uploading loader. Okay, so this is very important, so we can say picture uploading loader. Okay, initially it's gonna be false. Okay, now here when seller is uploading on picture, we're gonna make it true. So here at first, before this, we're gonna make it true. Okay, or we can make it true from here. Yeah, then after this like try catch, and I think we have finally here. Yeah, finally make our set picture uploading loader false. Yeah, that's it. So done. Now why did I add this? This is very important. Let me show you why. We have to send it inside our image placeholder. So let's send it. It's just on boolean. Yeah, save it, come back here, receive it, and it's on boolean. Yep. Now here when someone is uploading the picture, this button should be disabled. Okay, it's very important. Otherwise, without the picture URL, our AI enhancement will not work properly. So we must have to make it disabled while the picture is uploading. Yeah, otherwise we have to do the same thing for the delete one. So delete actually here, let's make it disabled when the picture is uploading. Yeah, now from here we can again try to upload the picture, this one. Let's hit open, click here. Here you go. So enhanced product image, and this is our full image. It's looking really beautiful. Now after this picture we can do some interesting thing. We can add some filter options for our seller, those AI enhancement filters. So here we can say that if we have our that selected image, in that case we can only show this, okay? Otherwise we're not gonna show this, okay? So here just add some margin top like empty4, add some space y like margin top and bottom, and then we can add on h3 with class name like text white, text sm, font semi-bold, and here we can say that AI enhancement. So we can add something like this, that AI enhancement. Yeah, then after this h3 we can add another div. We can add a class name like grid calls to, and gap 3, maximum height 250 pixel, overflow it's gonna be not hidden, actually overflow y, this will be auto. Yeah, now inside here we can do one thing. Let's actually make an enhancement array in here. So we can actually add that inside our utils folder, because we're gonna use this enhancement feature inside our full website, not only in this create product. We're gonna use this enhancement, this AI enhancement for like the seller profile picture or seller cover photo or the product picture right now we're using. So like everywhere where the user or seller or the admin can upload picture, we will add this enhancement. Okay, so here we can create a new folder by giving name like AI enhancement. So AI.enhancements.ts. so here export constant enhancement. And for our pictures, as we're making on e-commerce, so we need like some limited level of like enhancement, AI enhancement. We cannot add those like, add a prompt and like generate a picture. So it doesn't make sense for just on e-commerce platform. So that's why we're gonna make some useful features in here. Okay, for example, remove BG. So for your e-commerce product, you can remove background from our platform. Okay, so here we have to add on key name. Okay, on key name. So let me show you from where I'm getting this. So from here, just scroll down and you can see image transformations. We can just click that, and here you'll find out everything what we have in here. But 1 minute, not this one. I think AI enhancement we have inside here, that yeah, AI transformations. Here you go. So this is the AI transformations. From here, notice this is the remove.bg, and this is like the list that for background removal they will charge 130 unit. Okay, and notice this is on background removal, so we can use this remove.bg. This is actually the key. And for actually updating our picture, or for actually removing the background, we can just add on query after our image URL. For example, tr, something like this, tr meanings actually transformations, and here we can add our transformations that ID. Okay, for example, this is an ID, this remove bg. Okay, so e-remove.bg. okay, so after our picture, if we use this, it's gonna automatically remove our picture backgrounds. Yep, so we are actually using this remove.bg, and notice they have a lot of options, this bg remove, and it's the updated one. You can see from here that remove the background from an image using e-remove.bg. e-remove.bg transformations parameter, you can use this one inside image overlay layers in the image request. This is the syntax, this is like the preview, and after that you can see we have a lot of options. We can change our background, image background. We can like use on base64 URL encoded string, and we can like change the background like this. So a lot of options we have in here. We can customize our image size. We can add on like new object in here with this generative fill. So for example, this is on picture, and notice with the generative fill, instead of this flower vase, they are adding here new flower vase. This is the power of this generative fill. Okay, so you can also use this parameter for this one, and a lot of options they have in here, like on drop shadow. So Like simple picture, you can add on drop shadow in your picture. You can retouch your picture, and the most useful thing for our e-commerce application is this upscale. So suppose you're adding on blurry image, and you can upscale the product image by using this AI. So when you will click the upscale button, it's gonna upscale your picture. Then also you can generate image via text prompt, but we don't need this inside our e-commerce application, so we can remove that. But otherwise, notice this is all generated by AI by using text prompt. Yup, so a lot of things you can like check these documentations. You'll find out all of this from here, and it's really interesting. They are providing a lot of cool AI features. So let's come back here. We're gonna use remove BG. Then we're gonna use that drop shadow and the effect. So this is like the key, so we can use this one, the key for drop shadow. You can check it from in the documentations. We have this in documentations, and actually I'm copying it, I'm storing it from the documentations, and right now I'm just writing that in here. Okay, now label, we're gonna add here retouch, which is important for our e-commerce, right? So retouch, and another interesting one, or the most powerful one, is upscale. So upscale, and here let's add the effect, this e.upscale. Perfect. Now we can actually save it. We can come back here, and inside here we can use enhancement. We can call our enhancement function, then dot map that label and effect. Here let's use a button where key will be this effect, and class name, so padding 8, then rounded MD, display flex, item center, gap 2, if active effect. Now here we have to create another use state hook, that active effect, so which one the seller is actually selecting. Okay, like the upscaling one or the remove BG one, or which one the seller is selecting. So from here we can write that logic right now, that the active effect, if it's matching with our effect, then here we can add BG blue 600 and text white. Otherwise BG gray 700, and after doing on hover, it's gonna be BG gray 600. Yeah, now inside this button, the element should be that on icon from Lucid React, and size should be 18. After this, we can show our that label. Yeah, that's it. We can save it right now. Let's come back here. Let's test it. So we can do one thing for testing it, that is in here, in this selected image, we can just add on picture from our dashboard. So let's copy this one. We can just copy this URL. We can add that in here. Perfect. And this open model, make it true. Okay, for now, just for the testing purpose. Now notice already it's in here. Now AI enhancement is remove BG, drop shadow, upscale, or retouch. Yep. Then after this, if anyone click here, what we have to do? We have to call on function for applying our transformations. So apply transformation, and we're gonna send the effect, which effect we have to implement. Yeah, and then disabled, when it's processing, we can make it disabled. Yep. Now let's create this function here and make an async function, that transformation, which will be on string, and if no selected image, or if the processing is true. So processing is actually on state, we have to make it. So let's come back here and just add this, that processing and set processing. By default, it's gonna be false. Yeah. Now come back here and make our set processing true. Yep. After that, set active effect, we can send these transformations. Yeah. Now you can use your try catch and constant transformed URL. It's gonna be the selected image, and then TR means transformations, and we have to send this transformation key, right? Now set selected image, and this set selected image, it's gonna be this transformed URL. Yep. And if it's catch any error, we can just console log the error for now. And finally, after everything is done, we can make our set processing to false. Done. So everything is done in here, you can see. Yeah, right now everything is done. So let's remove this value right now, make it empty string, and it should be false. Okay, right now make it dynamic right now. Yep. So yeah, everything is done. Now let's try to upload on picture, try to upload on like weird type of picture so that we can modify that. So suppose I'm selecting this picture, I'm clicking this open button, and here we go. Now I'm clicking this enhancement button. From here I can add on drop shadow, or I can click this upscale button. So let's click this upscale button, and here you go. You can see the image is right now more beautiful. It's looking more premium because we upscaled our image. Now notice the remove BG, the background is right now removed. The drop shadow, little bit difference. The upscale, it's looking more clear. Retouch, but the most beautiful on this upscaling one because it's looking more beautiful, the picture. So that's it. You can see our AI enhancement is perfectly working in here. So right now everything is working properly. Right now we can actually create our product. So let's start to work for the create product feature. For creating the product, let's start to work in our backend at first. So come back in this product controller and let's create a new function by giving name create product. So export constant create product and create on simple basic function here. And then after that, we're gonna receive a lot of things from our front end this time. For example, all of this from request.body. So what is this? Let me show you. Title, descriptions, detailed descriptions, warranty, customer specifications, then Slack, tags, cash on delivery, brand, video URL, category, then colors, sizes, discount codes, stock, sale price, regular price, subcategory. So everything we're receiving from our front end, and that images array. Now here, if the required fields, for example, the title or the Slack, the product Slack, then descriptions and category and subcategory, sale price, images, tags, stock, regular price, or stock, if any of them are not available, then we have to return on error. So we can return on new validation error, that missing required fields. Now if request.seller.id is not available, then we can return another error that only seller can create product. Okay, so without seller no one can create product. Then after that we have to check our product Slack, that is the Slack is available in our database or not. So for checking the Slack, definitely at first we have to design our product database, what we didn't do yet. So we have to come back here and let's create a new model for our product. So products, at first define here ID, which is on string, then our product title, which is also string, our product Slack, which will be actually string and unique, then category, which gonna be string, subcategory, which gonna be string. Yeah, after that short description, so short description, which gonna be also a string, then detailed description, we're actually adding all the fields completely similar like this. Okay, so we can also copy it from here, this like detailed descriptions, which gonna be string. Yeah, after this we need our product images. So we can use here our images model, and inside here, inside images, you can see that we added our these products, like we added on relations with our products with an products ID. Yep. So after that, video URL, which will be string and optional. This is like the YouTube video URL. Then text, which gonna be string and optional. Then brand, same, it's gonna be string and optional. Colors, same, string and optional. The product sizes, string, optional. But no, it should be an array of string. Colors will be also same, array of string, but a brand will be actually on string. Yeah. After that, starting date. So this is for actually our event product. So we are actually creating, we are using here same model everywhere. Okay, so we can use this starting date, and it's gonna be on date time. So we can use it optional, because only for event we're gonna add this starting date and ending date. For ending date, it will be also date time and optional. Now product stock, here we can use integer. So integer and sell price, the product sell price, which will be actually float. After this, we can add a regular price, which will be also on float. After this, ratings, which will be float, and default should be 5. Then warranty, which will be string and optional. Now I know a lot of things we're doing here because our product model is gonna be big, it's very normal. Then custom specifications for like that custom inputs, so that's gonna be on JSON. Field and custom properties is same, like on select options, but JSON. And now is deleted, so like when the product is deleted, then we will make it true. But seller cannot delete the product like instantly. Seller must have to wait at least for 1 day for deleting a product. So that's why we're adding this state in here. Now cash on delivery, is it true or false? Then discount codes, this is also very important. It's gonna be on array of string on like object ID. After this, that deleted at that date time. Then also an important thing I forget, that is our product status. So status, it's gonna be string, and the default, this will be actually active. Okay, so we can do one thing here. We can actually use here on enum, that enum product status, for example, active, then pending, and draft. Yeah, so we can use here our product status. So product status default active. Yeah, done. Now after deleted add, we have to add created add, right? Like when the product is created. So date time, and again this time it's gonna be the default value should be now. Yeah. After this, updated at, which is also very important, which will be this date time and updated at. Then at last, we have to add our shop ID, because only on seller can create a product, right? So sorry, on shop. So that's why we're adding on shop, and we're making on relation with the shop. Okay, so shops actually, yeah. And that's it. So our shops relation is done, and it's looking really perfect. You can see this is our shops model. Yeah. So yeah, everything is done. Right now we can actually open our terminal, and we can write this, that npx prisma db push. But let me see one thing again. Yeah, everything is perfect. So enter now, and done. Now we can close our this schema.prisma. We can come back here. After this, we can do our Slack checking. Okay, that Slack is available or not. So prisma.product.find unique without this Slack, that provided Slack from our seller. Now if Slack is available, then we have to send on validation error that Slack already exists, please use a different Slack. After this, we can create on new product, because right now we have everything. So new product, await prisma dot products dot create, and data, the title, short descriptions we are receiving from here. So short descriptions. Oh, I did a small mistake here. It should be not description, it should be short descriptions. You can check from here. On small mistake, not description and short description. Okay, let me check one thing. Let me check our model again. What did I do in here? So short descriptions and detailed description, notice. So let's do one thing. Come back to our create product, and when we are adding the descriptions, make it short description, the first one. Okay, so here it is. It should not be description, it should be short descriptions. Now everything is fine. Now come back here, receive here short description, not simple descriptions. So short description, yeah, fix, done. So here short description done. Now after this, detailed descriptions, warranty, then cash on delivery, which I think we're receiving opposite. I mean, we're receiving something like this, that's cash on delivery. Yeah, so let me check again from here, cash on delivery. Yep. After this, our product Slack, then shop ID, which gonna be our request dot seller dot shop, then ID. Yeah. After this, the text. So text is an array of string. So array dot is array. We are adding the text inside here. If it's an array, then text. Otherwise, text dot split, and remove the comma. Okay, so it's gonna make our text an array of string. Yeah. Now brand, video URL, category, subcategory, colors, which gonna be the array of colors or on empty array. Then discount codes. So discount codes dot map code ID, and this code ID. Yeah. Then sizes, which gonna be the sizes or array of sizes. Yeah, stock, which will be pers integer, this stock. You have to make this to integer, okay, because if the stock is string, it will give us error. That's why. Now still we have to add a lot of field, like sell price, which will be pers float, sell underscore price, regular price, that pers float regular price. Now this custom properties, that custom properties if available or on empty object. Custom specifications, that custom specifications if available or empty object. Now the images, this is also very important. So images is also an array in our case. So we can do one thing, that images dot map image. It's going to be actually any, because we have here like two things, that public ID and URL, right? That file ID and URL, actually not public ID. Inside here, let's return it and make an object, then file ID. One thing I want to check from here again, from our Prisma schema, because we cannot send anything, whatever we want. We have to check our images schema. Okay, so we have to send file ID from here. You can see something like this. So the spelling must need to be same, otherwise it's not gonna work. So we can say image dot our file ID. Okay, what we are receiving from frontend, we have to add that same thing here. Okay, oops, let's check from here actually. Yeah, file ID. After this, URL and image dot file URL as per this value. Yeah, done. So images is done right now, everything is actually done. Yeah, after this, we can send the response including these images. Okay, so images true. This function was really big, but it's done at last. Our product creation function is done. Right now, if we try to create product, it's gonna work. Let me show you. So success true and this new product. Yup. That's it. So everything is done. Now let's come back in this product route, copy this, add here a new route that create product, make it post request and save it. Come back here. From here, call ups everything. And in this on submit, at first make here async. Yeah. Now you can use here await. Then you can call it just instance dot post. Here we can say slash product slash API slash create product. Okay. And then we can send this data. Yeah. Now, after when the API is successfully done, okay, so router, let's do one thing. Let's cut this everything, add on try catch statement in here in this try part. Let's add this. And for the router, create here a new variable router and use here use router from next slash navigation. Now here we can say that router dot push slash dashboard slash all products. Okay, so after creating our products, we're gonna redirect our seller to this page for showing the product actually. Yeah, if not successful, then toast dot error and error dot data dot message. Yeah, and error type should be any. Yeah, and we have to make our set loading to true right now at first. So set loading should be true. And finally, after everything went done, then set loading should be false. Yeah. So our create product logic is also done. I just want to check one thing. This set is changed. Yeah, this is actually for that like draft, save draft. We're gonna work there, but not now. But let me check one thing from this create button. Yep, everything is done in here. Right now we can actually start to create a product. So let me show you. Select on picture from here, suppose anything for testing. So now like add some title like hello world. This is for testing. So tags, anything, select some colors. Then from here, category, subcategory. And for the long descriptions, let's add some lorem text. So cut it from here, come here and add here, then hello world, then yeah, so all fields done, but here regular price, suppose $50, sale price $35, stock 150. That's it. And on select on coupon code, now click this create button, come back here. It's giving us error that what is this is telling us. Let's see. Something went wrong. Please try again later. Let me see. What started wrong? Alright, so here it's giving an error that cannot read properties of file ID. Come back here. Let me see what's happening here. So file ID. Okay, file ID is not here. Seriously, why? Let's see. Images, file ID. File ID is here. Why it's telling us that not available? Okay, one thing I am understanding it why it's not working. Notice the second one is null, so that's why it's not working. So we can actually add on simple validation in here. Okay, and this is very important. So just cut this and add here something like this, that if images dot filter, not if, just add here images dot filter because images is an array, and we're gonna check it that image is available first of all. Secondly, image dot file ID. Okay, and image dot file URL. if it's available, then only do the map. Okay, so then do the map and do like the rest work what we was doing before, that same thing. Yep, done. So our backend setup is done. Right now let's click this create product again. Let's see what's happening. This time something went wrong. Okay, so the backend is giving again another error. Tags invalid value provided, expected string or null. But what it's getting? Tags. Yep. Let's use here some real tags. For example, e-commerce and e-shop or something like this. Now hit this create button. Again error. Seriously, let me see. Let me check one thing actually. From our Prisma schema, come back here. This product, the tags is here. Okay, so this is the mistake. It should be array of string. So very big mistake. So we make sure that we are making it array of string. Okay, now everything is gonna work, but we have to update our PrismaDB again, that npx PrismaDB push. So just change it locally and then right now hit this create button. This time let's see what's happening, and let's do one thing. Let's stop our server, clear the cache. Now hit this create button. Alright, now it's giving another weird error that argument images invalid value provided, expected image, create nested many without products input. So here just add on small thing, cut this everything, this images one, use here create method from Prisma, that create, and send these images and this everything. Yeah, now it's gonna actually work properly. Now hit this create button. This time it's actually creating our product and it's sending to this all products because it's created the product properly. So come to our database, give on reload from here, check our images in here, our products is in here. So everything in here, you can see everything is properly working. Our sellers and like the shops, everything is in here. Perfect. Now, since our product creation is working perfectly, we can right now start working for this all products fetching option. So this will be very simple. So let's quickly make it. We don't need long time to make this, and after this I'm gonna finish this part because this part is already getting so long and I really don't want to take more time for this first part. There will be 3 parts in this full series. So yep, in the next part we're gonna work in the rest part. Okay, so let's add here our get logged in seller products function. So simply we can create here another function that get shop products, and here we can use this Prisma products.find many, and we can send this request.seller.shop.id. How it's working, you can notice this, that when we are creating our product, we are adding actually our shop ID. So that's why we are searching with the logged in seller shop ID. So simply we're gonna get all the available products for the shop. Simple. So this is how we're getting our shop products. Yeah, we can come back here in our product routes and we can actually create a new route, something like this, that get shop products, and we can import our get shop products from here. Okay, now we can come back to our front end side and we can close this create product. Let's come back to our dashboard. Let's create a new folder by giving name all products. Inside here, let's create on page.jsx rafce page. Come back here and here you go. So all products. Now inside here start to work, and for this page we can actually change this name to product list instead of page. Yeah, so product list, we have to make it actually client side, so use client. Yep. Then here we have to actually install a new library if I'm not wrong. So let's stop our all servers, come back here, clear our terminal, write this npm I tanstack react table. Yep. So we're using this tanstack react table for making our those like data grid or those data table. Yeah. So here we can actually import our use React table, get core row model, this get filtered row model, flex render from our 10 stack React table. And we can import some icons also from Lucid React. For example, these are the icons that search, pencil, trash, eye, plus, bar chart, star, and chevron right icon from Lucid React. Then we can import a link from next/link, and we can import our Axios instance. So Axios instance. After this, we can import. That's it. For now, it's good enough. We just need one more thing, that is our use mutation, use query, and use query client from 10 stack React query. Yeah. Now here we can make a simple function that fetch products. We can start with this. So make it an async function and send on request to our API, that /product/API/ get shop products. Yeah. Now here inside here, let's create some state. For example, global filter, analytics data, show analytics, show delete model, and select product, selected product, and query client, which we are getting from this use query client. Yeah. Now let's fetch our products, and this is our product. So we are getting our products data in this data, sorry, in this products, and is loading when the products is like fetching. Yeah, in that time. Now we have to define our table columns. So constant columns, we can use here use memo from React. Then on callback array inside here, we can add our accessor key, which will be image. On header, this is for our this 10 stack React table. Okay, header, which will be image. Use here cell, row, which type will be any, and actually return here. So now we can use here image from next/image. Now here add the source, which will be row.original.image. Yep. Then after this, add alter, which will be row.original.image, same, and add some class name that w12, height 12, rounded md, object cover. Yep. After this image here, let's add another accessor key for actually our product name. So something like this. So accessor key will be name, and header is product name. This is the cell, like the return content. Here we are adding our product title, but this time here we are adding a new dot in the variable, that next public user UI link. This is important. Why it's important, I will explain later. This is our actually user UI link, or that main UI link. Okay, because it's gonna redirect the seller to the product details. Yep. So now it's done. After this, add another accessor key, or another object for our price, that product price, another one for product stock, another on for product category and rating, and at last the actions, something like this. Now let me show you what did I do in here, so you can check it properly. So this is what I am doing here. Just like, you know, in previously we were using those, I think, material UI data grid or something like that. So it's also similar like that. We are using here 10 stack React table. That's the difference. Otherwise everything is same. So we are right now adding here our that columns, that what we want to show inside our table. Okay, now here on click we can delete it for now. Okay, otherwise everything is fine and done. Now here we can make our table now simply. Okay, so use React table. This data is this products columns, and we can just add everything one by one, like the options. Okay, now inside here let's add class name that w full, minimum height screen meaning 100 vh, padding 8 meaning 8 multiply 4 32 I think, yeah. Then add our that header, those like breadcrumbs, so all products and add product. You can see something like this. So save it. Oh yeah, we have to start our server, I forget it. Give on reload. Yep, so all products, perfect. Now after this, let's add our breadcrumbs. Actually this was the header, this was not the breadcrumbs. Right now we're gonna add the breadcrumbs. So after these headers, let's add our breadcrumbs, that dashboard and all products. Yeah, after this we're gonna add on search bar for our product search. Okay, something like this. So this is the new thing. Otherwise this like header and breadcrumbs is similar. We're using it like in everywhere, even in like in this discount codes, create product, everywhere. Okay, now this is another new thing. This is for searching products, that input. Okay, and here one thing we can do, and that is, I don't know, the input is looking good or not. Just let me know if it's looking good or not. But okay, let's skip it now and we will check it later when we'll have our all data. Now let's add our table. This is very important. So add the table in here, something like this. So if is loading is true, then loading products. Otherwise we're like, you know, table.get header groups.map. We are adding that table row here and that table heading, and then inside here the table body data. So you can save it right now, and here we go. Wait, something is wrong here. Give on reload. What is this error? Hydration, empty string. Why empty string? I think we did something wrong. But otherwise everything is working properly. Yeah, so let me see what did we do wrong in here. So here for the image, use memo. What is this is telling us? Expected arguments 2 but got 1. Why? Oh yep, I forget to add the dependency array in here. Yeah, fine, but this image is wrong. So it should not be actually image, it should be actually forget it. Let me do one thing. Let me make it something like this, then return. Okay, then we can actually console log it properly to check it that what's happening here, why it's not working. So console log this row dot original and row dot original. This is fine. Come back here, open our console. So here you go, everything is here. The images, where is the images? Yeah, images is an array. So inside the images array we have our URL. Okay, so row.original.images array first object dot URL. Now it's gonna work. Yep, now you can save it. Here we go. Image search with this missing width property and height property. Okay, so width 200, height 200. Since we're using here next/image, I mean that image component from Next.js, that's why. Yeah, now notice the product image in here. So it's working. Even when I'm hovering it, it's showing me undefined /product/ the product slag. Okay, so no problem, it will show the undefined that like our user UI value. No, don't worry. Now price is perfect, stock is perfect, everything is here. This is our edit like product link, and this is the preview, that's same. And from here we can like add this delete or this one. Okay, so let me do one thing. At first let me add this next public user UI link. Okay, so for now in this apps seller UI.env next public user UI link, copy this, make it 3000 for now. Yeah, done, that's it. Then we have to right now make our this delete model. So we can actually make this delete model. This is very easy. Okay, that product delete model. Yeah, even product delete feature. So here we can say show delete model. If it's true, then we can actually call here a component that delete confirmation model. Okay. Yeah. So we're gonna create it right now. It's gonna be also simple. Just on simple model. So inside this shared, inside this components, inside this models, we can create this file that delete dot confirmation dot model dot JSX. Yep, an RAFCE delete confirmation model. Yeah, here we're gonna receive the product on close on confirm on restore. For now, give the type to any. Yeah. Now inside here, let's add our that model, what we're always doing. So it's gonna be simple model, something like this, but we just need an icon, otherwise everything is done in here. Yeah. So let me show you what did I do in here. So that same, that fixed, and this, like, you know, that blur background. Okay, and then this bgray 800, and this is like on width, so we can add this width from empty screen. Yeah, then this is our header, the body, the action buttons that cancel or delete, and from here now we can import this. So delete confirmation model, we have to send here our product. On close and on confirm, it's gonna call the delete mutation. On restore, it's gonna call the restore mutation. Okay, we have to create these two mutation, but definitely we have to create API routes for this, right? So product controller here, let's create a new route for delete product. So export constant delete product, make it an async function, and that's it. So here you can see on delete product, simple, that we're getting our product ID from request.params. We're then checking the seller ID. We're checking this, that is the product is owned by this seller or not. If not, then at first you're checking the product is available or not. So if not available, then product not found. If the seller ID and shop ID is not matching, it means it's not the real owner. If product is already deleted, we're showing this that product is already deleted. And after that, we're updating our is deleted to true, or product is deleted state to true. And this deleted add, we are making it 24 hours later. Okay, this new date.now plus 24 hours, 60 minutes, 60 seconds, 1000 milliseconds. It means we are making this date to after 24 hours, meaning after 24 hours, the product will delete. For example, here you can see that, 1 minute. Let me come back here. And actually, let me just comment it, then you'll understand it. So just click here. Oh, sorry, on small thing, and that is in this delete here. In here, in this on click, we have to add on function name that open delete model, we can say. Yeah, inside here we have to send our product, so we can send it. It should be row dot original. Yeah, now let's create this open delete model or model. It's a very simple function. So constant open delete model product, which type should be any for now, then set selected product at this product, and set show model, set show delete model, make it true. Done. Now let's come back here, click here, here you go. So delete product. Are you sure you want to delete the hello world? This product will remove, sorry, this product will move to a delete state and permanently remove after 24 hours. You can recover it within this time. So this is beautiful. You can see the UI is very beautiful. Now you can cancel it or you can delete it. So let's come back here now. and let's make our this route finish. So our product delete route is ready. We have to make another one for restoring it. Okay, so product restore, and it's going to be also something similar like this, and you can see it's very similar. That restore product, we're again taking that product ID, we're checking everything that the product is available, we're like matching it, that the seller is matching or not. Again here we're doing another thing, that is if the product is not deleted, is deleted is not true, then product is not in deleted state, which is very normal. After that we're making the is deleted false, and we are making the product successfully restored. Okay, so we're making our product restored again. We're making our that is deleted to false. That's it. So what's happening in here? We are not instantly deleting a product, which is a very good security. For example, like hacker can hack the seller account, right? So that's why we're adding this security. So yeah, our delete product and restore product is done. Right now, I know if you're clever, you have a very good question, and that is, we're deleting the product fine. After 24 hours, we're adding that like deleted at, okay? But MongoDB or Prisma, it's not gonna delete that automatically, right? It's not gonna delete that automatically. We have to delete it by ourselves. So for that's why we can run on cron jobs, okay? On cron jobs, it means after a certain time, we will delete all the products, all the available products which is expired, or which is like, in that deleted ad, the date is like expired. Okay, so we are gonna delete that every day, like in the same time. For example, like 12 a.m. we're gonna check that how many products is in deleted state. We're gonna delete all of that. So yeah, now let's come back in our product route, and let's add our delete and restore product routes in here. Something like this, that delete product and restore product. Okay, so delete product slash our that product ID slack, and this is our that restore product, that product ID actually params this is called, then is authenticated, and this is the restore product, that function. Simple. It should be delete, it should be put request, because we're updating something, that's why. And here we can also call put also, but fine, delete is also fine. Yeah, so it's ready. Now in our front end we can make it, we can make it dynamic now. So let's add our delete mutation at first. So that delete product mutation, and here after this use query, let's add this. Here we need to create another function which is delete product, and we're going to create that in here. Simply just create here on constant delete product, make it async function, and on callback function, and we can call this Axios instance.delete. And by the way, we have to receive here product ID in here, which will be string. Yeah, that's it. Now from here everything is done. Yeah, so our delete mutation is ready, so we can uncomment it. Now let's make the restore product. So the restore product is also same thing, so we can come back here, we can actually make that another function similar like our this delete product, okay? But it should be put request and restore product. Now here after this delete product mutation, we can add restore product mutation, and here it is. So now if we uncomment it, we'll start to see the magic. So let me show you the magic right now. So 1 minute, still this analytics. Yeah, so analytics, we'll do that later. We don't have any analytics yet, but yeah, right now let's click this delete icon, delete product. So when I'm clicking this delete product, here you go, the product is right now on deleted state. You can see the product is right now on deleted state, and it's right now instantly showing restore. So you want to restore the product or not. If you come back to our database, give on reload, you can see that is deleted true. Interesting, right? And that deleted ad, that new field in here, that deleted ad. Now let's finish it. So we have to just add on small thing in here, that is our node cron job, right? So for implementing cron job, we're using on library which name is node cron, which is very simple. easy to use actually, that node cron. Let me take you to these documentations. This is the node cron library. You can see a lot of people downloading it every day. So we can just copy the name. We can come back here. We can stop our server. We can install it. In this product service folder, we can create a new folder in this src folder by giving name jobs. In this job, we can create a new folder, file by giving name product cron job.ts. Yeah. Now import here Prisma at first from our packages and libs Prisma, and that cron from actually our node cron. Yeah. Now we're gonna schedule a cron in here. So cron.scheduled, actually schedule. Yeah, schedule here, or scheduling it for 0 and this 1, 2, 3, 4. What is the meaning of this? It means that we are actually running this every hour, every on hour. Okay, we're running it after every 1 hour, and then just run under asynchronous function. Inside here, try catch. Here we are at first checking our now time or now date. We have to actually install the type version. Yeah, so let's install the type of node cron. Yeah. Now here, after this, we're right now checking. What we are checking? We are checking the delete products where deleted at is older than 24 hours. Okay, something like this. So here we are checking it, and notice this LTE meanings less than equals. Okay, less than equals this now. Okay, then we're gonna delete that. So then we can just add on console log, that's something like this, that deleted product count, expired products permanently deleted. Okay, so we are actually deleting it normal. And if it's catch any error, we can show that error in here. Okay, yep, perfect. Or even we can delete this console log. It was just for like, debugging purpose. We don't need that actually. And we can even then delete this one also. Okay, it's gonna work behind the scene. No one will understand that, yeah, it's actually working behind the scene. Yep, that's it. Now I know some of you have a very good questions. We created here on cron file, but how it's gonna work? Because we have to call it somewhere, right? Otherwise it's not gonna work automatically. So yeah, you're right, we have to call it somewhere. So that's why we can go back to this main.ts file again, and here this time we can say that import something from .. Okay, we don't have to import any function or anything like that. We can just import this file and it's gonna work properly. This is the power of node cron. So we can add it actually here. This is the best practice. So that's it. Right now it's gonna work properly. After every on hour, it will check it that which product is ready to delete, and it's gonna delete the product. So we can clear our terminal. We can write this npm run dev, and we can start our front-end server also. At npm run seller UI. Yeah, done. Now we can actually uncomment this Swagger UI Express also, as our API is a lot of API done, so we can actually make the API documentation also at the same time. So yep, this is our Swagger output.json, you can see, and Swagger.js, everything is fine. Now everything is actually done in here. It's gonna delete our product after every 24 hours. Okay, when the product is expired, it's gonna delete the product. Yep. So something like this. Even if you click this restore, you will see that the product is restored right now from that deleted state. Something like this, that is deleted is right now false and deleted at null. So it's working perfectly as per our expectation. So yeah, so our all products is ready, and even from here we can like search for products. That's it. So this was the part. Still, I know we have to do a lot of work, but I'm really exhausted, and this part was very big. But if I finish everything in on video, the video length will be like 30 hours or more than 30 hours. So it's not possible to upload that at the same time on YouTube. So that's why I'm breaking this series into 3 parts. And that's it. See you in the next part. Till then, take care and bye-bye.